This young man's name is Kale. He may look like an ordinary guy, but the truth is, he's been reincarnated into this world, a world that is literally his favorite game. And he's about to take the entrance exam for the Nobles Academy. Everyone here is loaded with money, and he's completely broke. On the very first day, when he went to register his sword, the professor lost his mind, thinking the kid had to be a senior playing some kind of prank. But the boy didn't back down. These were his swords. He's poor, and his family can't afford the tuition. The professor then noticed the green badge on his uniform, indicating he was a student who entered through a special admission test. The professor's eyes welled up with tears at the boy's determination. However, the other wealthy students definitely weren't happy when they learned a poor commoner had gotten in through special admission. They started complaining that the place was starting to stink, but despite the incredibly hostile vibe, Kael remained unfazed. In his past life, he never got to live a peaceful life, so this time, he's determined to make it happen. He's young and handsome, and while he's awakened a rare ability, it comes with a strange quirk. He can only use swords shorter than 30 centimeters. Talk about a handicap. When he tested his awakened ability, the power was so intense he felt a bolt of lightning shoot from the sword and surge through his entire body. The pain of activating it was just too much. If it's going to be like this every time, he's never using it again. But maybe it's just a first-time thing, like with girls. But upon testing his ability again, the pain was exactly the same. Nearby, people were gathering for the ceremony that would determine the student rankings. All the young talents were present, and sitting high above them all was one of the 7 legendary heroes, Siegfried von Nibelung. He is a disciple of Joachim, the Academy's founding hero. Every student knows and admires this man, but the bored old hero was not impressed. Not even the arrival of another of the 7 heroes could lift his spirits. This girl, whose curves were more legendary than her title as the Sage of the 7 Heroes, greeted the old man. The girl's name is Medea, and Siegfried scoffs at her for being 70 years old yet dressing like a young girl. Medea didn't take offense. In fact, she took it as a compliment. She added that if Siegfried accepted her blessing, he would look 10 years younger. But the old man refused, stating that the elderly must accept their nature. Medea, on the other hand, possesses a youthful essence, which is why she maintains her appearance. Despite the old man's insults, the girl accepted the invitation to watch the Academy's first day. She used to hate these gatherings, but she accepted anyway. The reason being, she was curious to see the granddaughter of Siegfried. The assembled students looked like a sea of colors with their brightly dyed hair. Kale was the only one with black hair, and the jokes about his commoner status were relentless, but everyone quickly forgot about him when a girl appeared. Her blue hair and captivating aura made all the boys blush instantly. Siegfried's granddaughter, the Sword Empress, the girl, is named Abel von Nibelung, and she is the main heroine of this game. The exam was about to begin. One of the ancient heroes created a place in the Academy. It's called the Subspace. In this place, everyone can be injured and eliminated, but when they return to reality, nothing happens to their bodies. That's why any method of combat is permitted. Even Medea says it is a tradition of the Academy. The students who survive the longest get the best ranking. The 2 elders were interested in the special student, but the other students were now focused on the student with very special attributes. Damian could have been one of the guys to join the pack, chasing Abel, but he knows the truth about this girl and her miraculous blessing. While everyone follows her pheromones, he goes the opposite way. He is even reading a book about how to have a peaceful life in this world. He also remembers that to fight here he will have to use that damn skill. Well, I'd better just give up. It was announced that everyone would be sent into the subspace. Everyone was excited, except for Damian, but when it happened, he was determined. After 7 minutes, several students were sent back. The agony of how they were eliminated in there, it left everyone shaken. Edith watched it all and commented that Abel took first place, but that is to be expected, considering her lineage. The woman was genuinely excited to see Siegfried's granddaughter perform, but the man did not see it that way. She did not break the Academy's record, which has belonged to Siegfried for centuries. Just as the old man was about to leave, an overwhelming sensation struck him, like a punch to the gut. Everyone felt it. The students felt dread as they looked up at the sky. Medea asked Siegfried if he felt it and knew what it was. Not even the great hero had the slightest clue, but his attention turned to the sky. The sky was shattering. It was unbelievable. Then 2 people fell from the sky and were utterly crushed on impact with the ground. The silence in the arena was deafening. Medea ordered the medical team to the students. Then, we flash back a few minutes earlier. They were supposed to be fighting each other, but it was more accurate to say that a pair of brothers was beating up everyone. Because of these 2, the outcome of this match was already practically decided from the very beginning. This was not a real battle, it was a slaughter. And Damon knows exactly who is responsible. The evil twins Maldeon and Shumal, two guys with a natural talent for brutal violence. For the past 30 minutes, they had been deliberately toying with the weaker students, just enjoying the act of tearing other people apart. He looked so weak, they had not even noticed him. Eventually all their toys died, leaving the two brothers bored and looking. Their next target. All that's left is a single girl trembling in the back as they set their sights on her. Of course, they have horrible intentions, and Damian can no longer stand by quietly as Chul walks toward the terrified girl, saying she's perfectly his type. Damian has had enough. This is the last straw. Damian shouts from the back of the arena, catching the twins' attention. He intervened without a second thought. And now the two boys who hadn't even noticed him before have him in their sights. They see the color of his name tag and mock him for being a useless special admission student. They decide to finish him off quickly so they can get back to the girl. Damian wonders what he should do now. Facing the two of them head-on, his pain blessing only lasts for 30 seconds. It's not enough time against these guys. There is only one choice left, and the answer is in his bag of sashimi knives. But if he wields a blade, the blessing will activate, bringing that unimaginable pain again. He wanted a safe and peaceful life, and not even half a day has passed. He reaches into his bag and pulls out a knife, causing the two brothers to burst into laughter. Chul decides to waste no more time and rushes forward to take Damian down. This is not a situation where Damian can be picky, but he has a desperate plan to use his pain blessing for 30 seconds, to cancel out the pain from the sword god's blessing. All he has to do is endure it. He activates his pain blessing, just before drawing the sashimi knife, and once again, the blessing of the sword god springs to life. Just as Chul bears down on him with a wicked grin, there's only one way for Damian to survive this. If he can't overcome this situation, he will die. But can a sashimi knife really cut a person? He remembers asking his old master, an ex-gangster, why gangsters in the movies always use them. His master said that was just movie nonsense. He said you can't slice a person like a piece of fish, not even if a god came down. But the blessing is clear. If he wills it, then he can cut. Trusting the blessing more than his master, Damian thrusts his knife toward the big man leaping at him, and in an instant, Chul is sliced clean in half. The other students and the remaining brother, Maldeon, watch in absolute shock. The quiet, gloomy boy just did the impossible, with a simple kitchen knife. Chul's body hits the floor in two pieces as his brother screams. He desperately forces his brain to remember that this is the subspace, that Chul isn't really dead. But that doesn't change what he just saw. Maldeon tells himself his brother must have just been careless. Now, as the remaining twin, he has to take responsibility. He looks down at his brother's fallen body, and takes the power gauntlet for himself. With the gauntlet equipped on both hands, his true power awakens. Maldeon's defense is boosted. His jumping power increases by 200%, and his fists hit like a truck. He is confident that not even an S-rank weapon can pierce his defense now. But Damian isn't even paying attention to him. He is just focused on the countdown, tracking the seconds he has left. Before his blessing ends, Mojun sees an opening and lunges for a surprise punch while Damian is distracted. And then in a single instant, it's all over. Mojun is on the ground, covered in his own blood, and barely alive, while Damian finishes his countdown. The moment it hits 0, the blessing on Damian ends and the full agony of the sword god's blessing hits him all at once. He screams, still holding the knife, and finally collapses. Sometime later, Damian wakes up in a white room, probably some kind of clinic. Before he can even get up, two people he's never seen before walk in. But he knows exactly who they are. Two of the legendary 7-star heroes, humanity's strongest. Siegfried and the Academy's headmistress, Medea Poison. He can't help but wonder why two of the most powerful people in the world are here to see him. Medea asks for his name, but Siegfried gets straight to the point, with his hand resting eagerly on his sword. He demands to know what the hell Damian did. He explains that during the fight, they both felt a powerful sensation that was clearly caused by him. The hostility is so thick you could cut it with a knife. Realizing he's being targeted by the strongest man alive, Damian makes a smart move. He first apologizes, saying his actions went too far, and tells them he's ready to accept any punishment as the two stare each other down. Medea is forced to intervene before a fight breaks out. She tells Siegfried to stop scaring the boy, and then reveals something shocking. While Damian was unconscious, Siegfried actually cleared his clogged meridians. Damian can't believe the Swordmaster would do that for him, but now that he checks his body, he definitely feels much lighter. Medea then explains that they reviewed the video and concluded that he was just defending a student. In trouble, she can't help but swoon a little, calling Damian the Prince Charming she's been dreaming of, forcing Siegfried to pull her back. The main point, she says, is that they won't give him any trouble for his actions. Better yet, the twins already had a terrible reputation, And after what Damian did, they both decided to withdraw from the school. This is a huge relief for him. But that's not all. The real reason they came to see him was to congratulate him for being the highest scorer in the entire school. And just like that, Damian's dream of a peaceful and safe life officially became impossible. Later, back in Medea's office, the two heroes reconvene. She's complaining about something she's never seen in her 2 decades as the academy's headmistress. A student took first place among all the new applicants and then rejected the offer to join. The school's top class, the star class, they tried to ask him to reconsider. But Damian is still reluctant. Medea asks Siegfried if he is upset that Damian took first place instead of his granddaughter. After all, he saw the video and his potential. But Siegfried disagrees. He sees it as nothing more than an immature child challenging the system. He said that the Subspace holds the will of the founding hero. If the Subspace recognizes Damian as number 1, then the Academy itself has chosen him as the top student, and that will not change. Siegfried also has his own personal thoughts. He sees Damian as a complete anomaly. If his skills were exceptional, or if his physical abilities were outstanding, or even if he had a little bit of experience, it would make sense. But Fritz could perceive that he had none of that. And yet, as he saw in the video playback, there was a profound mastery in how Damian moved. It represented the ultimate form of swordsmanship, something he has pursued his entire life. When he was unblocking Damian's acupuncture points, he felt how weak his body was, that he had not yet received any physical training, but it also seemed that something was stored inside him that not even the strongest human could comprehend. Because of this, he is feeling incredibly competitive towards someone the same age as his granddaughter. Medea, on the other hand, is more focused on the fact that he is quite attractive. She is still charmed that he revealed his skills to save a woman in distress. She jokes that if she were just 10 years younger, she would definitely go after him. Lost in thought, Siegfried remains quiet until she asks him what is on his mind. He does not answer, and eventually asks her what she thinks the students call interested people like her. The school administrator tells him to go on. His answer is definitely not what she wants to hear, and she ends up exploding with rage. Meanwhile, Damian goes to attend his first class. He had rejected going to the star class, so the lowest they could demote him to was the wolf class. Anything lower, and the elders would have thrown a fit. He originally wanted to be in the tiger class, but Medea practically begged him to go to the wolf class. In exchange, she promised to keep it a secret that he is the school's top student. He originally wanted to complete his studies safely in a lower class, rather than struggle in a higher one. The wolf class is a bit high level, but it is still within what he expected. He pushes open the large doors and enters his new classroom. For a moment, all the students look at him with mild curiosity. Then they notice he is a special admission student, and just like that, they could not care less about him. Damian does not mind. The fact that they are ignoring him means Medea kept her part of the deal. Now all he has to do is live the quiet life he has always dreamed of. He settles into his desk as a familiar student nervously walks up to him, shaking. She thanks him for helping her before, but Damian has no idea who she is. She clarifies that she is the girl he saved. Damian dismisses her thanks, saying she doesn't need to thank him. After all, he says, anyone else in that situation would have done the same. It might seem like he saved her, but he feels he actually did it to save himself. Accepting her gratitude would make him feel like a hypocrite. Damian changes the subject, introducing himself. The girl does the same and reveals her name is Khloe. It's an interesting coincidence that they ended up in the same class. Now that the introductions are done, Damian tries to remember if he has ever heard of a character named Khloe in the game. Maybe she was introduced after he stopped playing, but that doesn't make sense. When he quit, the game's central narrative was already so advanced that introducing a new character would be useless. It seems he's found an extra, just like him. Damian asks her to keep the incident during the exam a secret. He doesn't want the news of his power to spread and ruin his safe and easy lifestyle. Khloe agrees, but then starts to make a request of her own before being interrupted by their homeroom teacher, bursting into the room with a loud shout. Damian tells her to go back to her seat so they can talk later. The professor, who introduces himself as Lee Wanbin, congratulates the new faces of the wolf class. Since it's their first day, he wants to start with some basic physical exercises, 100 push-ups, sit-ups, and squats, in addition to 10 laps around the training area. For the noble geniuses who have received vigorous training their whole lives, this is a piece of cake. For Damian, however, this is a training regimen that will surely make him go bald. He nervously walks up to the teacher after everyone else has left and says he doesn't feel strong enough for the training. Surprisingly, the professor not only knows his name, but also seems to have an incredibly high opinion of Damian. It seems that Medea didn't completely keep her impression of him a secret. Lee Wanbin also knows that Damian has permission to take classes of any level he wants. He turns down the opportunity to go to the star class and, instead, tells the professor that he just wants to go to the bathroom for now. And that's how Damian is forced to join the tedious exercise with the rest of his classmates. Everyone passes him with ease, while he barely keeps up, already feeling like he's about to pass out. Khloe runs alongside him and notices he doesn't look so well. She surprisingly tells him that she's already on her 9th lap. She gives him a bit of encouragement and then sprints off to complete her last one. At the end of the day, Damian returns to his dorm room and chugs several bottles of water. He has only been at the academy for 1 week and has already faced unexpected problems. After the intense training, he rushed to the cafeteria, only to discover that the meals weren't free. When he saw the price of a spicy pork rice bowl, he froze in shock. Just remembering the price now makes him throw his bottle against the wall. In a blind rage, he's almost out of living expenses, and he deeply regrets not accepting the money his father tried to give him. For the past few days, he has been surviving only on the cheapest water from the campus store. He even misses the complimentary dinners from his days in the army for now. All he can do is try to think of something else to forget his hunger. The first thing that comes to mind is his blessing. As usual, the status screen appears, giving him the details. It has gotten much longer since the last time. His physical level went up, which also upgraded the sword god's blessing. It now allows him to activate it with slightly longer swords. He looks at himself in the mirror. And sure enough, it looks like he's made good physical progress. It's probably because the Swordmaster activated his pressure points. It's almost as if his body has evolved. For now, the sword god's blessing still hasn't extended beyond the length of a sashimi knife. If he keeps improving, maybe one day he'll be able to use a short sword. His hands even start to itch when he isn't carrying a blade. Probably a result of the blessing. There is one knock on the door. He opens it to see Khloe. She asks if she's interrupting, and he asks why she came. It's because she hadn't heard from him at the cafeteria and came to check if he was okay. He lies that he doesn't normally consume food, made by others, but his inner self is practically drooling at the thought of food. Khloe looks disappointed, saying she had hoped they could have dinner together. Before she can even finish her thought, Damian is dressed and calling her to follow him to buy ingredients for later that night. The two have a great meal cooked by Damian. Khloe is genuinely impressed, as Khloe grew up near a beach and loves fish. Damian's specialty is cooking fish. It's a perfect match. The itch in his hands to grab a knife also hasn't gone away. So this is a great time to brush up on his skills by slicing some sashimi. The problem is the sword god's blessing. He can't hold a simple kitchen knife without it activating. He asks Khloe if she has a larger knife, saying it would be very strange to use his own weapons for cooking. She goes to her room and returns with an enormous sword, definitely too big for a simple fish. With no other choice, he is forced to use his blessing. The active blessing will last for 30 seconds, so he just needs to make sure he's fast enough. He was once called the greatest swordsman in his country, and slicing fish has always been his specialty. Now is the time for him to prove it. He slices the fish flawlessly, and he manages to finish in 21 seconds, with 9 seconds of the active blessing to spare. Everything was done so well that he would call it a true masterpiece. Khloe asks how he is so good at cooking, and he confesses that he once worked part-time at a Japanese restaurant. Since she's a noble, she doesn't understand what a part-time job is, and this makes it clear that they come from very different social standings. Now that the meal is ready, Khloe offers to do the dishes since he cooked everything for them, and he moves to the other side of the room to give her space to clean. For the first time in almost a week, he is satisfied and can't contain his joy. This quiet moment is interrupted when Khloe accidentally drops a plate behind him. It's likely because she's never had to do dishes before, and dropping plates is something he used to do when he was her age. As he looks out the window, ignoring the sound of breaking plates behind him, a book falls from Khloe's study desk. It appears to be a diary, and the book, coincidentally, falls open to a page where she writes about him saving her during the class placement test. Her handwriting is cute, with rounded shapes and stickers, and he finds himself picking up the book and smiling at it. The wind from the window turns the book's pages to another section where she writes about meeting him in the same class and being interested in him. He finds it all really cute and can't help himself. As he turns more pages, admiring how adorable she is, he flips a few more pages and sees his name again, followed by countless pages with the words "I love you" written over and over. Another plate shatters again, and he turns to see Khloe staring with empty, frightening eyes. She simply asks if he read her diary. Khloe's emotionless state is nothing new. It's part of her upbringing and is more like a self-defense mechanism. Heroes earn respect by defeating demonic beasts. This allows them to raise their social standing and gain a global reputation. However, within their stagnant ranks, there are certain factions that abuse the weak, in the name of authority. When the law is unable to punish these aggressors, another group is called, from the shadows, to take care of these people, and the name of this family is Auditor Sicily. They are a family that maintains order and carries out assassinations. They are known for working in the shadows, while guiding towards the light. Those born into the Auditor family have been training for assassination since before they even reach their teenage years. Their emotions are suppressed, and they undergo rigorous training to become perfect killing machines. Khloe is part of this blood-stained family, and the first time she stained her palms with blood was at 15 years of age. She was told her whole life not to underestimate her skills as an assassin, and this has allowed her to become completely self-aware. Slowly, her relentless training distorted her nature, and a dark shadow formed over her heart as her identity was worn away, leaving only traces of emotion. Khloe finally reached the age to enter the academy. The Joaquin Academy is a place where students are placed in different classrooms. Based on their aptitude, the talent of each student is at least at the level of a dragon, or higher, but the members of the Auditor family who thrived in the shadows were assigned to the common class by their family's decree. This was the agreement between the family and the academy. She was told to remain undetectable, and throughout the years of her childhood, the family stripped away each individual's freedom. Khloe accepted her fate as an assassin and did not protest, as she already believed that nothing would change her destiny. That was until the day she met someone she would never forget. While she stood helpless with the two evil brothers walking towards her, someone who seemed like the weakest person in the room stood up to defend her. Even though death in the Subspace Battle Royale is fake, and there is no real risk of dying, this boy still tried to save her. Khloe had accepted death in silence, and was waiting for her predestined fate. She had long ago given up on meaningless fights, and was trained to act in a meek and unnoticeable way. But somehow, thanks to the boy's intervention, it was as if the sun had broken through the clouds in her mind, and she watched the boy use his sword, not to assassinate, but in self-defense, and to protect her. Hearing him fight for her, she remembered a children's fairy tale that she would read aloud under her pillow. In secret, the tale was about a princess imprisoned in a castle, who was rescued by a prince. As the memories of the fairy tale came to her mind, her chest tingled, and her cheeks turned red. This unidentifiable feeling in her was surely love now. He committed the ultimate sin by peeking into this girl's private thoughts. As she stares at him, he tries but knows deep down that he is completely screwed. He tries to figure out exactly how he got into this situation, and when he took advantage of the feelings of a pure-hearted teenager, or perhaps the moment he foolishly followed her because she offered to feed him. No matter how he found himself facing death itself in the form of a teenage girl, his first priority should be to get out of here. He changes the subject, commenting on how beautiful the moon is, before casually trying to find a way out of the room without getting his head chopped off. She doesn't let him finish his sentence, and asks again if he saw her diary. He tries to play it off. He praises the amount of effort she put into her studies, but none of that flattery will save her life now. He can't even believe that she was listening in the first place, since she was busy washing the dishes while he was peeking, and she even dropped the formal speech she used to use with him before. It's almost as if she has become a completely different person, appearing out of nowhere. He promises he didn't see anything, but she keeps pestering him until he finally admits that he did. As soon as he says that, Khloe decides his life must end, and she draws the same sword she had offered him before, the one for cutting the fish. William looks around, weighing his options. They are currently on the 4th floor, so jumping out the window is not a viable option. His only escape is through the front door, but Khloe definitely won't let him simply walk out of here, at least not with his limbs intact. She is truly coming at him with the sword, and it looks like his time is running out. He tries to figure out why she is suddenly acting this way. He can only think of one possibility. Her unmoving pupils and dark red eyes can only mean one thing. He's dealing with a textbook yandere, but if he considers her sudden shift in attitude, from an adorable little strawberry to a fierce killer, the situation is even worse. She's a yandere with a split personality. Managing her yandere traits alone would be difficult enough, but adding a split personality disorder to the mix makes things even worse. It seems her personality shift was triggered by him opening her diary. This could be damaging, but he's sure that she will hunt him to his dying day if he doesn't do something to snap her out of it. He has to find a way to secure his future by taking the initiative today. Otherwise, things will only get worse for him. The only way he's getting out of here alive is if he can get his hands on a weapon. But he only has 9 seconds remaining after using 21 seconds to slice the fish. His sashimi knife is still in his room, but he could use the kitchen knife from earlier. There's no way he can reach it without getting his arms chopped off. However, he looks around again, and he spots a box cutter on her study desk. There's nothing else he can use, but there's no way this tiny thing could be enough to activate the sword god's blessing. As Khloe finally attacks with her sword, it seems there's only one way to find out. He grabs the box cutter, spilling the rest of the stationery onto the floor, and then flicks out the blade. Numerous status windows appear before him. Being resourceful in a situation like this increases his mental resilience, and he temporarily gains an intimidation buff. The system then makes the necessary adjustments. Before activating the blessing, Khloe rushes at him with the sword, just as William backs away with the box cutter. Before she can slice him, he tells her that her hair is a little long, thanks to the intimidation buff. Khloe freezes for a moment, just as William unleashes the blade. Everything goes dark and blurry. When Khloe wakes up later, it's already nighttime. Her room is dark, tidy and empty. Her thoughts immediately go to William, and she wonders where he went. She calls his name a few times, but the silence confirms she is alone in her room. The last thing she remembers is peeking at him while he looked out her window, but everything after that is a blur. After that, she suddenly feels the need to look for her katana, but she sees it leaning against her study desk. She sometimes loses consciousness whenever she holds her katana, but it seems she managed to control herself this time. At least that's what she thinks anyway. When she was younger and still honing her skills, she would lose consciousness when holding her blade. And when she came to her senses, her surroundings would be covered in blood, and her elders would dismiss her. Whenever she asked what she did while she was blacked out, they would always remind her to not deny her talent as an assassin. Still, the fact that she can't remember what she did with Guillaume leaves her embarrassed, and she buries her head in her bed, feeling very ashamed, but that shame quickly turns into something completely different as she starts thinking about Guillaume. Then she notices the utility knife thrown on the floor, and also that her hair seems shorter. Inside her trash can, she also sees some of her hair, neatly cleaned up. That's when she realizes he must have helped her cut her hair, and she opens her diary to write about her love for him a little more. Guillaume, on the other hand, is nowhere near as infatuated as Khloe is at the moment. In fact, right now he can barely believe he's alive. Behind a discreet wall on the far side of the academy, he throws up the food he was praising Khloe for feeding him. He barely made it past the first 5 seconds, after the 9 seconds of his painless blessing ended, and even so, he still feels incredibly sick, and after throwing up his only good meal in over a week, Guillaume sits on a bench and contemplates what to do next. Now he's hungry again, and feeling even worse than before, Khloe came to visit him. His mind wanders to Khloe again, and he starts to wonder who exactly she is. Her swordsmanship is clearly sharp enough to cut down an opponent with a single blow, or at least subdue them. The way Khloe wields her sword is as if she were persistently aiming for vital points, almost as if her technique was specialized in assassination. If she had caught him off guard, Guillaume certainly wouldn't have survived. He felt his life was being threatened, so he instinctively aimed for her neck. Fortunately, the knife was too short, so he only managed to cut her hair before leaving. He cleaned up the mess so there wouldn't be any trouble later, but this is just more proof that keeping his life peaceful and safe isn't as simple as it seems. Apparently being ordinary is the hardest thing for him. When he was first thrown into this game, it's not like he didn't have any ambitions in his past life. He once reached the pinnacle of skill, with nothing but a sashimi knife, so it is not as if he could easily abandon his dreams. But everyone has a role to play, and in this world, he was summoned as a background character. Miraculous Blessing is the title of the game as well as the name of the protagonist's blessing. It was also the blessing of the founding hero, Valadiakan. Throughout the entire game, the protagonist and the founding hero were the only two people to possess the legendary blessing, and the blessing's description was straightforward. They must save the world from the Demon King, so the protagonist is chosen by Baomeng, which is an SS sword that is both holy and cursed. Meanwhile, all that William has is a humble, unranked sashimi knife. There is nothing more to say. He is destined for a life of obscurity. The endless stream of extraordinary people and situations that he has faced since entering the academy has almost made him forget his goal. There were many reasons to give up on the goal of a simple life, and it is even more apparent now that it seems there is not a single normal person in the entire world. Since he has played the game before, he has a rough understanding of the game's key characters, but his knowledge of the world itself is limited. It has been a week since he entered the academy at this point, which means the protagonist should have already awakened his blessing and started the late admission process. This is where the game's story truly begins, and William knows the general plot, but he never played it to the end. For the first time, he truly regrets stopping the game halfway through, but still, since he knows the route canon up to the first half of the story, this already gives him a huge advantage. All he has to do is follow the canon route. No matter what happens, if he starts meddling with everything, then he will end up losing the only advantage he has. From his memory, he knows that the story takes a sudden dark turn around the second semester of the third year, which is when the demons realize that the hero has awakened and launch an attack on the academy, led by a legion commander. As the fighting escalates, the demons and humans enter an all-out war, and from there, the game's story transforms into a typical fantasy novel. When he was playing, he just wanted to emulate the carefree, simple and youthful life that he never experienced as a teenager, so he deleted the game without a second thought. The problem is that now he is part of the world that is destined for war, and there is a very real possibility that he could also die. He still has 3 years before that, however, and he needs to stop running from reality so he can focus on what is possible. He will not let himself die and will focus on getting stronger so that he can survive. Besides, cliché games like this always have happy endings where the protagonist manages to save the world. All he needs is enough strength to protect himself, so he can't let himself be a defenseless weakling who gets killed. He just needs to train enough to protect himself while keeping as low a profile as possible. To do that, he will have to minimize his use of the sword god's blessing, because just the few times he has had to depend on it have placed an immense strain on his body. It's a powerful ability, but it comes with too many drawbacks for his liking. Thinking about the blessing once more activates a status window that gives him information about it. Strangely, however, there are new entries in the information that he hadn't noticed before. The 3 new entries are body, mind, and armament grade, and the numbers next to them seem to be levels. They all reflect how much he has grown, and each one will lessen the strain of his blessing on his body. There is also another one called synchronization, but he has no idea what it means, and its description is just a few question marks. He tries to touch it, but access is denied because he hasn't met the relevant conditions. It's another riddle added to this mysterious blessing. But it's not important right now. His main priority at the moment should be to enhance his body and find a new weapon. He can't depend on the 30 seconds of the painless blessing forever, so he needs to learn to wield a sword that doesn't meet the blessing's condition. Fortunately, there's a monster hunting training session for the midterm exams that will take place in 1 month. The reward for the training is the Morsum longsword. It's a B-rank weapon that should serve him until graduation. It's also too big for his blessing to activate, which means it's the perfect weapon for him. There's a lot to figure out, but it already feels like he's making good progress. While he was lost in thought, a voice suddenly calls out to him. He looks up, and staring at him is someone he never expected to see or talk to. It's Belfronia Blung, the granddaughter of the Sword Emperor, and the one person he really shouldn't interact with if he wanted to avoid changing the game's story. She tells him he's in her seat, but he's so stunned that he can't get up for a moment, forcing her to yell at him before he finally gets the message and moves away to give her space. He still can't get over how beautiful she is, and he caught himself staring without even realizing it. As he tries to leave, she tells him he doesn't have to go. He can just scoot over a bit. It's strange that she would call a public bench her seat, but he lets it go. Since he doesn't really want to get involved with her, he still can't stop looking at her. And as one would expect from the game's heroine, she is truly stunning. Suddenly, she starts talking, and it startles Damian back to the present. This is definitely very strange, since the Alba he knows is usually distant and doesn't talk to people. Not even the handsome protagonist of the game could get her to open up to him. She keeps talking, asking if he also uses a blade as a weapon, and he responds shyly. Before he can ask how she knows, she tells him that her grandfather once said that swordsmen have a different look in their eyes. Then she shows him her sword and asks if he wants to hold it. He still feels a bit strange about all of this, so he refuses the offer, but this only makes her pout in annoyance. It seems he hurt her feelings, but he just can't get used to her talking to him, so she asks if he knows her. Damon is surprised at first, but it's a strange question for her to ask. There's no one in the school who doesn't know who she is. He responds vaguely, saying he knows her, more or less, but then she tells him that she doesn't know him. She considers this a bit unfair, the fact that he knows her, but she has no idea who he is. Damon disagrees, since they've just met, so it's not important if they know each other's names, but she tells him he could be a spy sent by the Demon King, infiltrating the academy disguised as a student. It's quite suspicious that he's here alone so late at night, and although it seems like she's just saying random things, it almost seems like she's being serious. Damon then returns the question, and asks her why she's out so late at night. It's obvious, however, from her clothes and weapon that she just finished training and exercising. She tells him she was doing breathing exercises and then points at him while talking, accidentally giving Damon a full view of the scars on her hands. She hastily hid her hands, but Damon had already seen them. They are signs of her hard work, and Damon agrees with this, since it's obvious that she, of all people, would be working hard. People don't understand what it means to belong to the Nibelung lineage. They are expected to always be at their best and be flawless. A single slip-up and they could become a target. Abel then reveals that she isn't the top student of the year, and this is the first time she has ever lost to someone in her life. But somehow, Although she should be upset, she feels strangely liberated. She can't help but wonder who exactly beat her and became the top scorer. She would love to meet them so she can tear them to shreds. This makes Damon cough in shock, and he asks why she would go that far. The reason is because she feels humiliated. She begged her grandfather to tell her who this person was, but apparently, the person isn't even in her class. On top of that, they also skipped the speech, which means she had to do it in their place. And this only made her feel even more ashamed as the second-place student. She stops herself before going even further with her complaint. Strange. For her to decide to share all this information with someone she just met? That said, Damon finally. He asked the question that had been on his mind the whole time. He wants to know why she is talking to him, considering her personality, and how she usually feels about others. The reason is definitely not what he expected. It's because he looks weak. It is her family's motto to be unyielding to the strong and merciful to the weak, and all her classmates are already unbearable enough, so she has no friends. That would explain why she is so cold to the protagonist in the game. With that done, she stretches a bit and then prepares to leave. As she stands up, she stops for a moment and then asks if he really is not going to tell her his name. Just like before, Damian refuses with no room for negotiation. Time continues to pass, and to Damian's surprise, he continues his life at the academy without any problems. Khloe seems to have made new friends besides him, and has adapted well to the class, and Damian has been keeping himself busy avoiding her since the incident in his room. Sometimes when their eyes meet, her new friends look at him with disdain because of his status as a special student. But Damian has managed to stop caring about people who look down on him for being a special student. After all, he is not the only special student in their class. Anyway, although there are not many of them in the class, they have all been very good at avoiding each other. There is definitely some kind of inferiority complex at play, but Damian is sure that things would be much worse if he were placed in a higher level class. At this point, the students from the Star and Dragon classes have probably already split into factions and engaged in petty power struggles, even when he played. The game was quite shocking to experience, but now that he is living in this world, just the thought of being in that world sends a shiver down his spine. The good news, however, is that he has been receiving proper meals now. This is thanks to something Medea gave him the other day as a special privilege for being the top student in the school. He received an access card that allows him to eat whatever he wants from the cafeteria for free. He is so grateful for this small gift that bowing to the headmistress's office 3 times a day does not seem like enough to express his gratitude. Besides that, he has been fulfilling his duties as a student very well. All of this, while making sure he has not done anything that could negatively affect the main story. All he needs to do is keep things like this for the next 3 years, and his life will proceed smoothly. The days pass peacefully, and Damian attends all his classes without any trouble. During one of his classes, an elderly professor educates the students about the hero Valor Jokin, who founded the academy after recognizing the need to train the next generation of heroes. Damian already knows practically all of this from the games. The founding hero, Valor Jokin, faced the Lycan, the Demon King's right hand, and the commander of the First Legion. The battle lasted 20 years, and in the end, the hero emerged victorious, however. Eugene lost one of his arms as a consequence of his victory, and as a result, he can no longer fight. The war was filled with carnage and bloodshed. Although the hero won the battle, there was no clear winner of the war on either side, and so the first war between humans and demons ended in a truce. In order to train the next generation, he founded the academy, and a non-aggression pact was signed between the two races. This pact is the reason for the 700 years of peace that still endure to this day. The students are sure that they won't see any war in their lifetimes, but Damon is the only one who knows the peace will be broken. Everyone is so used to the calm by this point, it's no surprise. The only person he would like to warn about the impending doom would be Medea, but doing so would also alter the canon route, and he has no idea what that would lead to. Despite constantly complaining about wanting to leave her position as the academy's headmistress, Medea was one of the first to notice that something was about to happen. Thanks to her blessing of perception, in order to protect her students, she was the first among the 7 stars to step onto the front lines. But Damon had never played the game up to that point, however. He learned of her fate by reading the game's fandom wiki. She was the first of the 7 stars to fall in battle against the Demon King's army. Knowing this makes it difficult to keep the war a secret, but he wishes he had never known in the first place. The class ends and the students begin to head into the school hallways. Because of some kind of commotion happening outside, it seems it's finally time for things to begin, and Damon takes a moment to check his phone. Just as he thought, it's May 5th, and today is the day the protagonist will finally join the school. He joins the group of students crowding the doorway of the room, and everyone is in awe of him, and some are already sure that he will join. the star class, just as he suspected. The game's protagonist walks through the hallways as people part for him to pass Leon Van. Reinhard walks with a confident aura among his fellow students. But Damon knows that today is the day the peace that lasted for 700 years would begin to crumble. Damon watches as everyone in the school seems to fawn over him, but he already knew this would happen. After all, in the game every woman seems to fall for him. If this were a game for adults, Leon would definitely be dead before facing the Demon King among all the women who seem drawn to him. Those who become members of his party are also quite impressive. It's annoying to think about it. But Leon von Heinrich, the protagonist of Miracle Blessing M, will be among the first. To be summoned in 3 years, although he calls it recruitment, it's more like a mandatory enlistment. And if Damian is also recruited, this will be his second time in the army, but the hero barely managed to seal the commander of the First Legion, which only makes Damian wonder how strong the Demon King is. There's no way the protagonist can lose. Right as he ponders all this, his eyes meet Leon's. And the protagonist smiles charmingly at him, almost as if he were reassuring Damian without knowing what he's thinking. He's the protagonist after all. There's no way he can't handle this kind of threat. Damian turns to walk away from the scene, but suddenly someone calls him from behind. It's Khloe, and she timidly asks if she did something wrong. He would love to tell her that she almost cut off his head. But they'll be spending the next year together, and it would be terrible if he made things awkward between them. He lies that there's no problem between them, hoping to keep things civil, so as not to end up making unnecessary enemies. Khloe at least seems relieved and goes back to acting cute just as he remembers, which is so different from the murderous psychopath he faced that day, even though she was unconscious. He can tell that her swordsmanship was filled with sadness. It's as if it were a blade that longed to be saved. And yet the killing intent radiating from the edge was so intense it gave him chills. If the purpose of her swordsmanship is simply to kill, then she is probably more dangerous than the siblings. He had barely snapped out of his thoughts when she asks if she can invite him to dinner again tonight. She wants to invite him, but warns that she's not as good a cook as he is. The mention of having dinner with her again brings back those thoughts of her bloodlust, and he almost instinctively wants to refuse her. But a cute girl's puppy dog eyes are a terrifying weapon. It's almost impossible for him to say no to such a cute face, and he feels bad for even thinking about refusing. But if he doesn't refuse, he might wake up in a refrigerator tomorrow morning, instead of having dinner. However, he has a better idea for them to spend time together. He asks her for a favor, and says she's the only one who can do it for him. And this made Khloe immediately docile. Damian wants her to teach him swordsmanship, and he needed a sword instructor. Anyway, later at the school's training ground, he swings a wooden sword while testing his own limits, just as he expected. Because of the sword's size, it doesn't affect the blessing now. All he needs to do is try to develop some swordsmanship skills. Khloe is insanely strong. She would be the perfect person to train him. This is also a very good excuse for him to avoid having dinner with her again since that day. He made sure to watch a video called Surviving Maya. He watched it before going to bed, and somehow it seems this helped him deal with Khloe. For now, Khloe approaches him in casual clothes with her katana strapped to her hip. He just arrived since they planned to meet at 8, but she had been waiting for him since 6:30. Diamond takes a moment to admire her, and her crop top gives him a good view of her muscles. He couldn't notice that before, because she was always in a school uniform, but this would explain why she's so strong. He hands her a wooden sword, and Khloe is confused as to why they aren't using real swords. There's no way they can train with real swords, and they definitely aren't fighting with their lives on the line, so there's no need to use real weapons. Khloe gladly takes the wooden sword from him and tests its balance and the power of her thrust. It's enough to send a small shockwave between them. She is so strong that the very air around them trembles. Just with that one swing, Diamond starts having second thoughts about asking her to train him. For now, he needs to proceed with caution before the training begins. He decides to check his blessing one more time. Thankfully, the length of the sword isn't a problem, and his body has been growing steadily, but now that he thinks about it, it's strange for a blessing to be enhanced. With experience, he doesn't remember if blessings also come with side effects, additional ones, and he also has no idea how much more he needs to grow. Before the mysterious hidden trait appears, Khloe approaches him and asks what's wrong, and he remembers the fact that only he can see his status screen to her. He must have looked like some crazy guy spacing out. He turns to start the training and nervously asks Khloe to go easy on him since it's their first day. So he readies his sword and faces Khloe. In his past life, he learned everything through hands-on experience. He firmly believes that to master something, you can't just give one piece of yourself. You have to be ready to sacrifice your entire being. The reason why he adapted so quickly at the academy is because of the training he received in his class. He learned from a young age to notice when he is growing and when he is stagnating, and even now he can tell that things aren't perfect in both his stance and his grip on the sword. However, even with all that, the sword's final blow must always reach the opponent. He opens his eyes to begin the duel and sees Khloe already rushing at him with full force. He barely has time to dodge her first strike. As Khloe shifts her stance and launches another attack, he somehow manages to barely parry it. As the fight continues, she seems to get faster and faster, and Diamond can barely keep up with her pace. And on top of all that, she might even be holding back since he asked her to go easy. Her blade clashes against his once more, and this time the wood begins to splinter under the force. Her relentless assault doesn't let up, however, and she presses on as he struggles just to parry and dodge. She's using so much force that if he were hit by just one of her attacks, he could actually die. And he can't find a single opening to counterattack, but before he can even figure out how to counterattack, his sword finally gives way and snaps in two. Khloe tries to apologize, telling him she was going as gently as she could, yet she still ended up breaking it. That's the least of his worries, however, because the sword has now shrunk in size and length, which means that, unfortunately for her, the sword now meets the conditions for the sword god's blessing to be activated. However, there's something terribly wrong. The weapon was damaged, which causes an error in the system. The repressive force that usually holds back the blessing's full power instead begins to alter Damian's personality. When the alteration is complete, his humanity level has plummeted, leaving Damian as a mere fighting shell. The sword god's divine blessing fully activates as Damian turns to face her, with his half-broken wooden sword, and a menacing aura forms around him. Khloe retreats, as Damian's entire demeanor clearly begins to change, while his body seems to move on autopilot. Inside Damian's mind, he has returned to his past body, and finds himself in his kitchen. Everything feels like a dream, and now, all he can think about is cleaning and cutting the fish that has appeared before him. He can't remember what he was doing before this, but now, he just needs to get back to work. It's been a while since he's worked on a fish like this, so he decides to cut it using a Chinese cleaver this time. As he tries to grab it, a message appears, informing him that he can't pick it up. Since that doesn't work, he tries to grab the knife, but once again, a message appears, telling him he can't pick it up. There is only one option left, and it's the sashimi knife. This is the only blade the system will allow him to pick up, but he remembers that if he holds it, the sashimi knife will hurt. However, he grabs it and is completely fine. In fact, he even feels refreshed. If anything, a voice speaks in his head, telling him to just accept the situation and let things play out. In the real world, Damian continues to approach Khloe with the blade. She tries to call out to him, but he just keeps walking in her direction, with an obvious bloodlust. Suddenly, he lunges at her, and Khloe barely manages to block his attack with her sword. He shoves against her blade, throwing her backward, sending her crashing into a wall. He suddenly feels completely different from when they were sparring. Training, he leaps towards her, and tries to stab her with the sharp point of his blade, but she barely jumps back and avoids the blow. Khloe was hit by just one attack but can hardly move. She can't understand how Aiden suddenly became like this, but she has to find a way to stop the fight before he ends up accidentally killing her. She tries to ask him again to stop, but Aiden doesn't respond and charges at her again. He moves so fast that there's no way she can avoid him in her current state. All she can do is keep begging for him to stop. And finally, she screams his name right as the sword descends straight towards her head. Back in Aiden's dream world, he wonders why the fish he was trying to cut is avoiding him. The fish also seems to make a lot of noise as it jumps around, and he can barely make out what it's saying. It seems to be calling someone's name. The sound becomes clearer until he can just barely hear the fish calling for someone named Aiden. Aiden's mind begins to clear, and he finally realizes he is Aiden, and that the fish is calling for him. He barely manages to realize what's happening right as he's about to stab Khloe with the broken sword. Just before the wood can pierce her skin, Aiden hurls the sword, embedding it in a wall, just before accidentally killing his friend. Khloe opens her eyes and sees Aiden holding her and smiling at her. Since he is no longer holding the sword, the blessing has ended, and he has come back to his senses. Khloe nervously asks if he's okay, and he calmly tells her that he's fine, and then turns to leave, while thanking her for helping him train. After he leaves, Khloe also returns to her dorm room. She's had a feeling since the entrance exam, but Aiden's abilities are more peculiar than they are strong. When she faced him, she realized he wasn't fighting with skill, but with pure instinct alone. Even when he subconsciously activated his divine blessing, she was no match for him. Even with that wooden sword broken in half, he managed to completely overpower her. As she walks through the campus, someone spies from the shadows and comments that Khloe looks quite pleased. This mysterious newcomer is Knox Atano, and also Khloe's older brother. Knox scolds her for hanging out with a low-level person. Khloe knows he's talking about Aiden, and warns him not to speak that way about her friend. Knox didn't even know his name until now, but he warns Khloe that she should avoid hanging around with him, unless the Atano family eliminates him. Khloe turns and walks away, telling Knox that even if the Atanos come, they will be no match for Aiden. As Khloe walks away, Knox wonders about this guy who has changed his sister so drastically. Speaking of Aiden, as he walks home, he also takes a moment to think about his blessing. The power he's been given is far from a blessing, or a favor from a god. It's more like a curse, if anything. To avoid relying on the sword god's blessing, he tried to find new weapons, and yet, that power haunted him, and even took control of his body, as if mocking his efforts to not depend on it. When he fought against Khloe, he felt no pain, and instead felt pleasure, as if he were intoxicated. Just like a curse, the blessing played with him like a puppet and whispered sweet words in his ear, telling him to cut, slice, and destroy because of it. He surrendered his body until Khloe's screams snapped him out of his stupor thanks to her. He suddenly remembered his own name and returned to reality because of it. He regained consciousness, just in time to throw the wooden sword away, as he felt he would lose more of himself forever if he didn't get rid of it as soon as possible. It's funny to think that Khloe, a yandere, who almost killed him not long ago, is now the girl who managed to pull him out of his daze. He was annoyed that she broke the sword in the first place, but in the end he felt a deep sense of gratitude, which is why he didn't make a scene. When he returned to reality, he was terrified of activating the sword god's blessing again, but today proves that he can't simply ignore this issue. For the rest of his life, this gift is something he will have to deal with for the rest of his life, and it's the reason why his wish to live a normal life will probably never be fulfilled. As he practically drags himself back to his room, Kael realizes that there is something inside him that is trying to devour his sense of reason. This is definitely not a blessing. It's a curse that is trying to consume him whole. 3 days later, classes continue as usual, and Khloe talks with her new friends, but something is clearly wrong since that duel. Kael hasn't been coming to class and they never shared their contact information, so she couldn't even check on how he was doing. Every time she went to his dorm, the only thing she heard in response to her knocks were groans of pain. She considered breaking down the door but feared he would end up hating her for it. She enjoys watching him from her seat during class and has lost count of how many times she secretly glanced at him during the day. At first she thought she was attracted to him because he risked his life for her, but that's probably just an excuse at this point, whatever the reason she's drawn to him now. She just misses him the next day. Kael still hasn't shown up for class as the professor is shouting for everyone to calm down and be quiet. It's raining today, so the professor told them they will have a study hall instead of training. As the students begin to head to their seats, he also notices that Kael hasn't shown up for several days. However, knowing there must be some reason for it, so the instructor decides to just wait patiently for him to return on his own. As he disciplines his students, the classroom doors creak and swing open, and William calmly walks in with a completely new look. Khloe rises from her seat in shock as William apologizes to the instructor for being late for class. His eyes are sunken and look almost dead, while a lock of hair on his head has turned pale white. Even the instructor is a bit shocked by William's new look, as are the rest of the students, and he nervously tells William to sit down. The students comment that William looks different and strangely more handsome. At the end of the day, the other students leave class to go about their business. While Khloe approaches William for the first time in 4 days, she nervously asks what happened and why he didn't show up for a long time. He remains silent for a moment before telling her that he just felt a little sick and not to worry about him. From her trembling voice, he can tell she doesn't completely believe his words, but there is nothing more he can do to convince her. For the past 3 days, he went through something similar to extreme withdrawal symptoms. Until he was mentally exhausted, he couldn't leave his room or eat anything, so he just buried himself in his bed while praying for his seizures to pass. The pain he suffered during that time was much worse than before, and it was all a price for using the broken weapon. Besides that, when he looked in the mirror, although his appearance seemed the same, his expression was much more sunken, and his hair seemed to be turning white. All of this was very clearly a penalty from the sword god. Khloe looks guilty, and it's probably because the last time she saw him was at the training grounds, so she must think this is somehow her fault. To calm her down, he asks if she's still interested in having dinner with him, as she wanted before. This shocks Khloe even more than him returning to class, and she hastily almost hugs him. It seems that was the right choice, because she seemed to really like that suggestion. She asks what he would like to eat, and the first thing that comes to his mind is fish. As they talk, a strange sensation washes over him, and he turns to see someone staring at them from the end of the hall. It's Khloe's brother, Knox, and the atmosphere shifts as soon as he is seen. William goes directly to confront the newcomer, and tells him that instead of just staring, he should come over and talk to them immediately. William notices something wrong with the guy's eyes, but Khloe tries to get between them before something crazy happens. Her voice is trembling, and there's a definite hesitation in how she's acting, but she is still trying to protect him in her own way. Knox asks Khloe if this is really the guy for Autain, whom she is choosing to break the rules of Adaro. Khloe told him that she wants nothing to do with her family, but her brother. reminds her that she can't simply wash the blood from her hands. If someone is born an auditor, then they will always be an auditor. Khloe is talking as if she were a rebel, and her brother is talking like he's from a historical drama. But Gaiam is just annoyed with the whole situation. Knox continues to insult Gaiam, and this finally makes Khloe snap. She screams at Knox to stop talking about the man she loves like that, and her enraged voice even surprises Gaiam. He was hoping all of this could be handled with some restraint, but he's starting to get used to these interruptions in his life. More importantly, it's the auditors. He knows they are a group that works in the shadows and specializes in assassination, and that they appear in the middle of the game to play an important role. It's said that they are weaker compared to other heroic houses, but they are unparalleled in assassination. All members of the Auditor clan are ridiculously strong, thanks to their abusive training regimen that they all go through since childhood, which molds them into cutting-edge tools of assassination. For Khloe to be from this group of assassins, it means her cute and bubbly personality makes her an anomaly in this situation. Unlike her brother, Knox has an expression that shows he is accustomed to killing. Although Gaiam has nothing against that, it seems Khloe wants to live a normal life instead. Just like her blessing from the sword god, the Auditor's environment is something Khloe had no say in being a part of. She is destined to live a life as an emotionless assassin, and that is almost pitiful to think about. Gaiam doesn't think he's a hero and has no intention of becoming one, but even if he can't save the world, he can at least try to save one girl's life. He places himself between Khloe and her brother and confronts Knox directly. In the end, he tried to escape the blessing of the sword god, but he couldn't, so instead, he will step forward and embrace this curse. After all, the name Gaiam means sword demon. With that, he walks past the two assassin siblings and tells Knox to follow him. Meanwhile, Liu Wuming is sitting in his office with thoughts of his student running through his mind. When Gaiam came to class that morning, it was very obvious that something had happened to him. His expression was void of emotion, and he seemed deeply disturbed. As he thinks to himself, one of his fellow instructors cheerfully enters the room while also commenting on the man's baldness. Before they can continue their conversation, Liu Wuming receives a call from the administrators, and they want his permission to allow a student of his to use the subspace. Liu Wuming desperately asks which of his cadets requested to use the subspace so suddenly, and they confirm that it's Kang Goyam who requested it, hoping to face Knox Auditor. The stage is set for Ian and Knox's fight, and our protagonist waits patiently in the room with 15 minutes left before the fight begins. He thought the process to get access to the subspace would be complicated, but it was quite fast. It is definitely thanks to Medea, who, at least, wanted him to be safe while fighting a professional assassin, at least since he will not be fighting in reality. This means he does not have to worry about physical injuries, but there is still a good chance that he could suffer mental injuries. However, none of that matters. As long as he can win, he can hear all the noise in the arena from the waiting room. And it seems the fight between the two students managed to attract unexpected attention. It is almost ironic that he was trying his best not to stand out before, but now all of that seems useless. Beside him, Khloe is practically drowning in sadness and guilt. She is probably blaming herself for this whole situation, and Ian tries to assure her that it is really not her fault, and she even lent him some equipment, so that everything works out in the end. She told him that Knox is really strong, and is a genius with unparalleled talent in the entire history of the Auditor family when it comes to the dark arts. There is no one on his level, and at 14 years old, he was already nicknamed the pinnacle of the dark arts. That is a pretty cringy name, but it shows how strong he is. Ian looks at the pink blade in his hand, as he remembers the decisions that led him to this point. His old teacher always told him that he was destined to wield a blade for his entire life. He never expected that he would still be running around with a sashimi knife. Even in his next reincarnation, an announcement is made over the loudspeaker informing the students that the subspace battle is about to begin. He gets up to leave the locker room, but not before reassuring Khloe one more time that he will win. He walks out to the arena and is immediately bombarded by the excited cheers of his fellow students. Ian feels as if he were one of those gladiators from the Roman Empire, with how intense the atmosphere has become. In the distance, he can also see that the entire star class is present, including the main cast of characters from the game. Knox enters as well, and immediately catches his eye. It seems the assassin is insulted that Ian would dare challenge him with a girly kitchen knife. This guy's killing intent is no joke, and it would be better if Ian tried his best to avoid provoking him so naturally. Ian provokes him even more, saying that a true master never blames his equipment. Knox draws his blade, an S-rank sword called the Hungarian Twin Blades. In addition to the powerful equipment, he also has one of the best auras in the game, the Crow's Blessing. However, Kian also came prepared with 2 discount-grade kitchen knives. Truly, this will be a fight for the ages. The subspace barrier is deployed, and before it's even fully active, the two students leap at each other. Kian activates his blessing while drawing his 2 knives, which in turn activates the blessing of the sword god. The people in the stands watch in awe, as they can barely see what's happening in the arena. This was supposed to be an easy match, where a special admission student would be demolished by an experienced assassin. But with the speed the two are moving at, the students can't even keep up with what's happening. The students of the star class are also surprised by how interesting this fight has suddenly become, especially Abel, who can't believe that the person she labeled as weak has such combat prowess. Their blades continue to collide, and Kian is dodging effortlessly from all of Knox's attacks. The assassin gets frustrated and launches another attack, so fast that it creates 3 after-images of him. Somehow, however, despite the attacks hitting Kian head-on, he still manages to emerge unscathed. The students watching are praising Knox's strength and speed, and they see this battle as Kian just running away from every attack. But Abel knows the truth that no one else can see. Only those who can clearly perceive the match will understand what is happening. Somehow, Kian is dodging perfectly from every single one of Knox's attacks, almost as if he isn't even trying to fight. Meanwhile, Knox is getting even more agitated, since he even used his crow's blessing, thinking it would be enough to annihilate him. But Kian somehow managed to handle it all as if it were nothing. Now that Knox has seen for himself how skilled Kian is, he decides to be more cautious and aim for one powerful blow that can cut through a wide area at once. Kian suddenly drops the sashimi knife he brought with him and grips the pink blade that was given to him by Khloe. Just looking at the confidence in his stance makes Knox even more irritated. He doesn't think a nobody like Kian should have the audacity to act like a big shot. While Kian charges his attack, Knox also activates a powerful attack aimed at our protagonist. With a single strike, before he can even move, Kian goes on the offensive, and in the blink of an eye, the match is decided. Kian wanted to live a comfortable life, and to achieve that, he followed the rules and tried not to stand out as much as possible. Now, he has surrendered his body to the sword god with the sole purpose of cutting down Knox, so cleanly and precisely that he wouldn't even be able to see if he was cut. The entire crowd falls into a deathly silence, as Knox's arm, still holding one of his blades, flies through the air and falls lifelessly to the ground. This is the beginning of the origin of Kian Kang, and the moment he says goodbye to his peaceful future. Kian turns and finishes the job, cleanly slicing Knox to pieces and officially ending the battle. The subspace barrier is deactivated, and the crowd, still in shock, remains in stunned silence. Exhausted, Knox tries to catch his breath with his arms braced on the ground as Kian calmly sheathes his blade. As the announcer declares him the undisputed winner of the match, the crowd is so shocked they can't even applaud. He demonstrated incredible power, appearing out of nowhere, all with a knife that was made for gutting fish. Despite the strength he possesses, he still feels that cutting a person is simply too unpleasant. The only comfort he has is that both he and Knox were in a subspace when they fought, so he wasn't actually killing people. Knox is still trying to catch his breath on the ground, and Kian can't help but admire the man. He is as strong as Khloe described, and possesses an incredible battle sense honed by experience. However, anyone would be able to sense his intentions through his killing intent. The announcer repeats that Kian won the duel, and it seems that's enough to snap everyone out of their trance, and the arena fills with applause and shock that a first-year student on special admission has taken down a second year. Kian's peaceful and unassuming life is officially over. But this is the path he has chosen. Now that things have come to this point, he just has to endure it with pure willpower and grit. Even the next day, people are still talking about the duel between the first year and the second year. Star student Abel looks out the window, thinking about the student who has been completely occupying her mind lately. Because of the duel, his name follows her everywhere she goes now, and it's almost as if he were the only one everyone is talking about. When she saw it, she couldn't believe it either, but at that moment, he displayed such incredible swordsmanship, using only 2 kitchen knives. Watching his mastery with the blade made her feel almost hopelessly naive for thinking she was skilled with a sword. In fact, he was so good that she's sure he was the top student her grandfather was keeping a secret from her. This makes her even more frustrated, since she had spoken to him as if he were weak, when in reality, he was stronger than her. Her loud sigh of irritation is enough to wake her seatmate, Rachel. She apologizes to her friend, but Rachel immediately notices that something is seriously bothering Abel. The blue-haired girl tries to play it off, saying that she's just frustrated because she hasn't been able to exercise lately. But Rachel sees right through that immediately. She ventures a few guesses to see what could be bothering Abel, and hits the nail on the head when she mentions it might be boy trouble. Rachel bursts into unrestrained laughter at the thought of Miss Abel being interested in romance. Meanwhile, Abel tries to convince her friend that it's not what she thinks, but Rachel ignores her and shifts her focus to finding out Which man has gotten her dear friend so flustered? She starts running through a list of options, starting with Leon, the handsome star of the class, but Abel is so expressionless at the very thought that it's obviously not him, so there's only one option left. The special student from yesterday's duel, who once again shocked the entire school with his strength. Abel freezes, unable to openly deny it, which is all the confirmation Rachel needs. Immediately, she grabs Abel's hand and drags her to the Tiger class to find the boy who has been on everyone's mind. The two of them burst into the Tiger class, with Abel reluctantly following her friend, as everyone inside freezes in shock. As the two school beauties make their way across the room, Rachel homes in on a target, but when someone tries to scold her for suddenly hopping into another student's seat, she completely flusters him with her dazzling beauty, and Abel can only hold her head in embarrassment at her friend's actions. Eventually, she finds Damon sleeping at his desk while Khloe fawns over him, and Rachel initially mistakes Khloe for his girlfriend, but that doesn't matter to her, it just makes everything more fun. She leans close to Damon and blows softly into his ear, which shocks both Abel and Khloe. Then, as he slowly wakes up, she sits on his desk with a seductive look on her face and asks for his name, but Damon already knows who she is, however, and he isn't thrilled to see another of the game's heroines standing before him. Suddenly, she reaches out a finger and pokes Damon in the face, complimenting his appearance while he just stares at her. Shocked, he has no idea what is going on, but his intuition is screaming at him that this entire situation is dangerous. Suddenly, the hand that Rachel was about to use to poke Damon is grabbed by a very angry-looking Khloe. Khloe demands to know what Rachel thinks she is doing, but her rage and killing intent only amuse Rachel. It seems Damon's danger instincts were warning him about Khloe. Her personality has completely shifted as she summons a stiletto from a pocket dimension, and Damon understands that if a knife fight breaks out in the classroom, it could cause serious problems for him down the line. This is a combination he has never seen in the game before, and he can only wonder why it's happening. Suddenly, Abel steps in and tries to pull her friend out of the situation, especially since this isn't even their classroom. But Rachel doesn't budge. She claims she's just here to say hello, and then, as if to rub salt in the wound, she places a hand on Khloe's head and tells her not to interrupt when adults are talking. This only infuriates Khloe further, and she flicks open the stiletto, preparing to attack. Damon and Abel watch in shock as Khloe lunges at Rachel, but her wrist is effortlessly caught by the much stronger girl at this point. She is just needlessly provoking Khloe into a fight, and Abel yells at her once more to stop what she is doing before something bad happens. Rachel frowns and quickly shoves Khloe away, as if she were made of paper, but Khloe manages to regain her footing before falling, causing all the boys in the class to shout with glee at the brewing catfight. Damian, however, is more irritated than anything else by the strange situation unfolding before him. Then, Rachel activates her blessing, built upon the foundation of her clan, the clan of the Spear Saint. In her clan, they believe that skills are useless when faced with overwhelming power, and that brute force triumphs over everything else. This is the same motto that Rachel, the niece of the Spear Saint, also believes in. She asks Damian directly if Khloe is his girlfriend, and our MC does not hesitate to say no, which causes Khloe's aggression to momentarily turn on him. He clarifies that she is just a friend, and Rachel seems to become even more interested in the whole affair. Meanwhile, Damian is still trying to figure out what this whole situation is about. Now that he is more awake and has a chance to look around, he finally notices Abel, who looks just as disturbed as he was a moment ago. He gets straight to the point and asks why the two of them came, looking for him, and Rachel says it is because Abel was interested in him and wanted to see his face. Abel yells that her accusations are definitely not true and that it was Rachel who practically dragged her there. Rachel thought Abel genuinely wanted to see him because she followed her to the Tiger class, while the entire class's attention turns to her. She shyly tries to explain that there was a misunderstanding, but now Damian just wants them to leave. He tells them so bluntly, which shocks both girls. And Rachel can barely contain her laughter. This makes her even more interested in Damian, as she likes interesting guys. She tries to invite him to her room after class, to do some unholy things together, and this is the last straw for Khloe. She screams for Rachel to get away from her Damian. Right this instant, Rachel tries to provoke her again, but even Abel has had enough. She can barely contain her anger at Rachel's flirting. Sensing that things might be going too far, Rachel finally backs down, but not before telling Damian that she would see him later, which he quickly refuses, telling her not to come back. The two girls finally leave the room, and Damian immediately goes back to sleep, while Khloe rushes to check on him. No one notices Abel pause for a moment to look longingly at Damian before she leaves. Abel and Rachel continue on their way back to the classroom, and Rachel cannot get over how impressed she was with Damian's attitude. It is one thing to be cold, but from his empty eyes, she could frankly tell that there was a subtle, underlying feeling that she could get her throat slit if she continued to provoke him like that. She was just curious about him, but he went far beyond her expectations and actually gave her chills from the little she could see. She can already tell that he is easily a step above all the style over substance students that are all over the class. Her clan spares no effort when it comes to engaging with the most remarkable warriors, and in a way, he could be a precious asset that she wouldn't want to let go of. Rachel suddenly turns and apologizes to Abel. Abel, on the other hand, feels he should be the one apologizing to the students of the Tiger class for the scene he caused. But that's not what Rachel meant. She's apologizing in advance because from now on, she won't be holding back, now that she's interested in him. Elsewhere in the school's infirmary, Knox storms furiously through the corridors, with only the thought of killing Damian on his mind. He has lived his entire life without knowing defeat, constantly being called an auditory genius. Now someone has come and defeated him with nothing but kitchen knives. Just the thought of Damian's face irritates him to an exceptional degree. If necessary, he will summon the power of his entire clan just to cut off Damian's head, and then, once he kills our MC, he will have Khloe back. Khloe has the potential to become similar, if not greater than him, and he won't let some special admission nobody take her from him. All he needs to do is summon the power of his clan to attack, and then they will show him. At least that's what was supposed to happen, but the very same Damian, whom he has been relentlessly planning to kill, is sitting calmly in his infirmary room eating an apple. Before that, however, while the match was underway, Damian watched Khloe with concern. The two girls left, but Khloe is very clearly still upset, even though she was the one who drew her blade first. While she's having her psychotic thoughts, Damian approaches her, hoping to calm her down, although he probably could talk her out of whatever mental breakdown she's about to have. He still wished she would at least put down the stiletto when talking to him. He asks her how Knox is doing, and she sadly tells him that her brother is in the Academy's infirmary. This is strange though, since people can't actually get hurt in Subspace, so he shouldn't need medical attention. The last thing Khloe heard was that he was admitted to the infirmary, despite having no injuries, but it should be fine, and there should be no reason for Damian to worry. Damian can't help but think about it, however. Even though he was sliced up in Subspace, Knox isn't the type of person to be weak enough to be traumatized by it. To make sure nothing else happens, he needs to check on Knox, and to do that he asks Khloe to tell him where Knox's room is to sweeten the deal. He even pats her head, which is another tip he picked up from the How to Deal with Yandere series. That's how we got to where we are today. As Damian stares down Knox, who is still surprised to see our MC in his room, Damian comments on the room, and how the sponsors must be loaded with cash to afford such a fancy hospital room for just one person. Before Knox can ask Damian how he got into this room in the first place, our MC picks up a skinning knife from the counter beside the bed, and Knox momentarily goes on guard, asking if Damian wants to finish what he started. However, instead, Damian simply picks up another apple and peels it clean. Before placing it back on the table, Damian then gets up and walks right past Knox, advising him to eat fruits and vegetables for his health. This irritates Knox even more, and the assassin reveals a hidden knife up his sleeve, ready to stab Damian when he least expects it. But as if predicting this, Damian warns him that if he gets any ideas about any kind of revenge, then he will be sliced up along with the entire Atori clan. With that, Damian slams the door on his way out, and the force is strong enough to turn the apple he peeled clean into slices, revealing that he had moved so fast that Knox did not even notice. Damian leaves the medical unit, his mission hopefully accomplished now. Knox is now nothing more than a candle that can be snuffed out at any moment, and his will has been completely shattered. This is all thanks to Damian's bluff-filled intimidation, which he hopes will not come back to haunt him. After all, the Atori are an incredible group of assassins, and there is no way he can face an entire clan with only 30 seconds of pain nullifier, although he should be able to take down 10 people in 30 seconds. The rest of the clan is another matter entirely, and that is just in the worst-case scenario anyway. Damian would love to avoid killing as much as he could as he walks under the moonlight back to his dorm. He feels like he is in the eye of a storm, and in a strange way, he is starting to get used to this crazy new life of his. As long as Knox does not cause any trouble, he does not have to worry about things getting too insane. But he has another problem to deal with, and that is the girl he wanted to avoid the most, Rachel. In the original game, she approaches the main character first and clings to the main heroine, Abel. Now that she has decided to approach him instead, this is a clear sign that the timeline has shifted drastically. He also needs to prepare for the midterm exams. For the first time, he will have to take things seriously to get that reward. The test will require a group of 5 students to subjugate a monster, a demonic monster, The 5 students will be chosen regardless of their class, and this test aims to emphasize teamwork. Individual prowess is definitely important, but having faith in your comrades is certainly more important on the battlefield. The best thing a weak student can do in this situation is find the right teammates and hope to be carried by them. Although, it's not as if the monsters are a big problem anyway. The monsters they will be hunting in this test are D-rank, demonic tritons. Damian remembers them looking utterly disgusting in the game, which means facing them in real life will be even more repulsive. If they were mermaids, they would at least be more appealing to the eye. But tritons will just be disgusting. Mermaids, however, are considered demonic humans and are the main force of the demon army. This means they are far more powerful. Compared to demonic humans, demonic monsters are nothing more than guard dogs or pets. Fortunately, only tritons are supposed to be on the island, which means the students won't have to deal with demonic humans. It has been a month since Damian came to this school, and this is the first night he has felt a bit of peace. 700 years have passed since humans and demons swore a truce. And just as human history is not without war, there have been some disputes between humans and demons, both large and small. For instance, half a century ago, when Vasmon, the commander of the 6th Legion, claimed he would revive the commander of the 1st Legion. This decision caused an entire week of battles that bathed the city in blood. In the end, humanity emerged victorious, and the 7 heroes were born. Although of these heroes, 3 sacrifices were made, and neither faction wanted to escalate things any further. Other than that, peace has continued to this day, but Damian wonders if this is truly peace. The more he thinks about it, the one who sealed the commander of the 1st Legion, all alone, 700 years ago, must have been a true beast. The 6th commander required 7 people working together to be taken down, and even then, there were deaths among their group, and now, they have only 3 years before the second war between humans and demons begins. And this time, the war will include the Demon King. It's terrifying to think about that future, but thinking won't change a thing. What Damian needs to do now is focus on the upcoming midterm exams. The first thing he needs to do is find teammates, but that is easier said than done, since he has no friends. However, he is now the most famous student in the academy, and he can probably use that to his advantage, hoping to solve the problem. There is no way he can live for 3 years without being noticed. So Damian decides to change his motto. For now, he will no longer try to live in silence, but will still try to live comfortably. Now he needs to do his utmost to get people to join his group. However, 1 week later, he's still completely alone. Not a single person has invited him to join their group. In the end, they might all just be afraid of him. He turns and looks at his class, and the only person as alone as him is Khloe. Perhaps she's been considered an outcast since the altercation with her brother and how he lost. Or maybe it's because of how she acted when Rachel showed up. Regardless of the reason, he approaches her and asks if she still hasn't found any cadets to partner with. Just like him, she is still alone, and Damian is worried about her. After all, he's used to being alone, but she had at least a few friends, and yet they're all gone now. She claims she'll be fine as long as she has him. Anyway, he offers to partner with her, so that they can find 3 other people. With Khloe's capabilities, she will be a great asset to him. He can only fight for 30 seconds, so she's like 30 soldiers packed into one cute package. The peace in the class is shattered when Rachel bursts in, calling for Damian. He doesn't hide his disdain at seeing her again, and Khloe doesn't hide her bloodlust either, pulling out a stiletto. Rachel continues to bother him, even draping herself over his desk, and then she asks if he has found a group for the test. As she is clearly not listening, he answers her question, and the fact that he doesn't have a group yet is perfect for her. She invites him to her group. Damian is suspicious of the sudden offer, since there is definitely a huge line of other students available to join her group, so why would she specifically come after him? She tells him plainly that he seems more fun to take the test with than any of the other students in their class. He then tells her that he's already in a team with Khloe, but that's also fine since Rachel's group has 2 spots left. Damian is still suspicious of the whole thing, as this is a huge risk for Rachel. It could compromise her grades if their performance on the island test was below expectations. He looks over at Khloe, who reluctantly nods her head, agreeing to join the group. With nothing else stopping him, he tells her he'll join, and Rachel immediately pulls out her phone to message someone, after warning him that he can no longer back out. Damian then asks who the other group members are, and the first person she mentions is none other than Leo. Not just any Leo, but the fake protagonist of this world, and the one person Damian least wants to interact with. In fact, Damian can't help but wonder what crimes he committed in his past life to have such terrible luck. He spent 30 years wielding a knife, but that was because of his job, you see. He's getting entangled with the heroines for some completely unknown reason. And even though he has tried his absolute best to avoid standing out, he's still getting entangled in the main story. At least the heroines are a sight for his sore eyes. And it's not so bad getting involved with beautiful girls. After all, the real problem is Leon Reinhard. He's the main character. And interacting with him will definitely turn the main plot completely upside down. At the moment, Ian has no idea how things are going to unfold in the future, but he's certain it will all be his fault one way or another. No doubt. He even tried to see if he could switch groups, but Rachel had already put his name down on the application before she even spoke to him. This is the first time in his life he's wanted to throttle a girl with such intensity. Then, of course, there is the biggest problem, the yandere he shares a class with, who is a whole other story. And speak of the devil, she walks up right beside him to ask how he is, since he looked petrified ever since Rachel left. He tells her he was just a bit overwhelmed, thinking about taking the exam with cadets from the star class, you know. Khloe tells him that no one is stronger than him in the star class, and he thanks her weakly. He did choose to team up with Khloe, so there's no way he could take the exam without her in good conscience. In fact, thinking about it more rationally, there aren't any better people for him to take the test with, right? This could actually turn out to be a good thing if he wasn't so pessimistic about it. He asks Khloe when and where they should have their first group meeting. She tells him it's at a cafe on campus. It's almost time to meet, so he suggests they start heading over there now. They arrive first, and both he and Khloe order drinks for themselves. Khloe gets a delicious avocado smoothie for herself, and Ian can't help but watch her with envy, thinking about how a single cup of that stuff is absurdly expensive, really. So he takes a sip of his cheap espresso and almost has a fit from how awful it tastes. Since this cafe is an outside business, the academy cards don't work here, so for the first time, he is forced to use his own money, which is a problem. As he rethinks his life choices, his phone buzzes with a message from Rachel. She says she is on her way, and not long after. She enters the booth with Leon, and another person right behind her. Leon and Ian make eye contact for the first time, and then Ian curiously looks at the person beside him. The first impression he gets of the guy is that he must be some kind of delinquent, without a doubt. Leon is the first of the guys to introduce himself, with his hand extended to our MC. Ian accepts it with a handshake, and Leon compliments him on the battle he had in the Subspace a few days prior. It's very sincere, just from the way he talks. Ian can tell that he is a perfect blend of intelligence and class, truly. Then, everyone sits down. Rachel suggests they do proper, formal introductions. Leon goes first, introducing himself with great pomp as the group leader and a student from the star class. He had somehow become their leader, and he seems sincere when he says he looks forward to working with all of them. Indeed. The next to introduce herself is Rachel, but everyone there already knows her quite well. So, she passes the baton to the person sitting next to her without hesitation. His name is Speedwagon, and he is also a student from the star class. His introduction is short and to the point, but William is more interested in his rather peculiar and uncommon name. Khloe goes next, introducing herself as a student from the Wolf class who managed to get into the group thanks to William. As she makes a point to emphasize this, Rachel teases her for the affectionate way she refers to William. The two of them glare at each other for a moment, before Khloe calms down with a sigh and finishes her introduction. Finally, William introduces himself, and his introduction is even shorter and more direct, even more so than Speedwagon's, giving only his name and his class without any further ado. The others acknowledge the strangely brief introduction, and Leon pulls out a laptop so they can discuss the main topic of the meeting. He presses a button on the computer, and a holographic map of the region where they will be taking the exam is displayed. The location is shown very clearly. It's called Scopely Island, and they will be teleported to a designated spot, designated on the island through a subspace. However, only the portal itself is a subspace, which means that once they arrive on the island, their experiences will be entirely real, and they can be genuinely harmed by the demonic beasts. The area designated for their group is the northeast coast. 3 groups, including theirs, will be hunting tritons in the region. There is a limited number of tritons in the area, so the objective of the exam is to hunt as many as the limit allows. No exceptions. With the information conveyed, Leon concludes the presentation and asks his group for questions. Speedwagon goes first, asking if there are any other risks on the island besides the tritons. Anything else to consider? The instructors have already surveyed the island in advance to ensure there will be no monsters or demons on the island other than the tritons. Of course. Then, Khloe asks if other groups might ambush them and fight amongst themselves. much to the shock of her surprised teammates. Leon calmly assures her that the objective of the exam is strictly to exterminate demonic beasts. Therefore, any conflict between groups would lead to immediate disqualification. That question, without a doubt, must have stemmed from her habits as an assassin. With no further questions, the Lion group is dismissed and told to prepare for the midterm exams, until they meet again the next day for another discussion. The other cadets leave the cafe, leaving Damon alone with Leon in a rather awkward silence. The atmosphere grows tense, so Damon hurries to leave, but Leon suddenly calls out to him. The fake MC asks Damon where he came from. Unexpectedly, Damon stops and takes a moment to ponder Leon's strange question. It leaves him pensive. He'd heard a similar question before, but this one coming from Leon feels fundamentally different. Somehow, Leon also looks deathly serious as he asks this question. William can't tell what he's thinking at all. He could have asked this question earlier, back when they were introducing themselves. But Leon specifically chose to ask after everyone had left, which is very strange. Noticing the long silence, Leon apologizes for asking that kind of question out of the blue. He says he can't help but feel that Damon is similar to him in some way. Although it's true that the official language of this world is Korean, due to where the game was made, that doesn't mean other cultures don't exist, of course. Anyone can tell with a single glance that Damon is Korean, so it's strange for Leon to ask where he's from, and saying they're similar makes no sense. Faced with even more silence from Damon, who is struggling to comprehend this bizarre conversation, Leon tells him to just forget he said anything, before getting up to leave the cafe. Suddenly, Damon stops him and throws the question right back at Leon. He asks where Leon came from. It's an impulse, a reflex, and Damon immediately regrets it, but he knows he won't be able to sleep tonight if he doesn't get an answer. Unfazed, Leon calmly takes Damon's hand and tells our MC that he's from Germany. Without another word, he leaves, and Damon can't help but wonder, what is suddenly going on with Leon? It's all so strange. In that moment, when Leon first asked the question, Damon wondered if the main character of this game had also come from another world. It's a wild thought, but a very real possibility. Indeed, there's no rule that says only one person can be dragged into this video game and possess the main character. After all, it's certainly more likely than possessing a mere extra. Damon looks at the knife on his table and gets an idea. A sudden thought strikes him. When the blessing of the sword god activates, his senses become strangely sharp, in a peculiar way. Perhaps activating the blessing can give him some answers. Who knows? He picks up the knife, removes its sheath, and a message flashes in his mind, just as he expected. It confirms that Leon is indeed from this world, without a shadow of a doubt. The voice is similar to the one he heard before. When he was fighting Khloe, a clear memory surfaced as he activated the blessing of the sword god. However, he could hear a faint, almost inaudible voice. Thinking about it triggers a migraine so severe, it even bypasses his blessing of pain nullification, which is quite troublesome. Anyway, the Leo he met today is definitely the Leo from the game he played. There's no denying it, and no actor could ever replicate Leo so perfectly. It was strange how Leo asked him which country he came from, just out of the blue, without any apparent context. And then there's the claim that the two of them are similar. That's also quite worrying, to be honest. So he goes to a wiki page, but there's no information about Leo in this world, which is very strange. And things are getting weird, and Damian decides this is the last time he will ever get involved with Leo. Once and for all, if something like this happens again, he can just go and find Mia to ask about it, ignoring her attempts to run away from him. Of course, Damian is also surprised by how calm he has managed to remain, despite the situations that have been unfolding recently, so unexpectedly. Perhaps this is also an influence of his blessings, who knows. He takes a look at his status screen, and as usual, it seems he's making steady progress, without any major issues. His mental fortitude and his armament are the same, but his physical fortitude has increased, thanks to the training he's been doing, which is great. His armament will also probably increase when he gets the Murasame in the midterm exams, as expected. The only thing he's unsure about is the assimilation rate, which remains a mystery. It has gone up quite a bit, and it seems it will soon unlock something special for him, something truly unique. Maybe it's related to what he's done so far, who knows. It's still annoying that he doesn't know what it is, and it's not like he can ask anyone else about it either, not at all. However, at the bottom of the status screen, there's something new. Something catches his eye. His blessing of pain nullification has increased by 10 seconds, which is great news. This means he can now use his blessing for 40 seconds, a considerable improvement. It seems that after all this time, his efforts have finally borne true fruit. As the days go by, the groups continue to meet and discuss their battle strategies for the exam. Damian continues to train and hone his skills relentlessly, until finally, the day of the exam arrives, filled with anticipation. All the groups are standing in front of the Subspace gate, and Damian can tell that it has a completely different vibe from the training ground's Subspace. Remarkably, the rest of his team also arrives, and they seem just as excited as he is. In fact, in their previous meetings, they decided which roles each person would take on in their team. In a very organized fashion, Rachel will lead the front as the main damage dealer, while Leon takes a central role as the leader, to keep everyone united and cohesive, and Speedwagon will be behind Leon as support, while Khloe will work with Rachel as a secondary damage dealer. Finally, William will take the rearguard behind everyone else, thus forming a solid and well-balanced team. Damian takes a second to observe all of their equipment and just how powerful it is. In fact, Rachel possesses an S-rank piece of equipment called the Red Phoenix Halberd, and although Leon doesn't have the Baumink yet, he still has a powerful sword, which is noteworthy. Lastly, Speedwagon's equipment is a flute. I did not know support also provided musical entertainment. Rachel assures him that the flute is one of the few rank S items that provide healing, which is quite rare and valuable, and even Damian knows that an S-rank healing weapon is ridiculously hard to get a true rarity. This type of equipment is incredible to possess, and Damian moves closer to inspect it, much to Speedwagon's surprise, who is rather shocked. Their conversation is interrupted when a voice comes over the intercom to announce that the first-year midterm exams are about to begin. In fact, the Wolf-class instructor, Li Wanbing, approaches to speak with the students. They already have a good grasp of the rules, so he keeps the discussion very brief and concise. He tells them not to be ashamed to flee when things get chaotic by any means. There is no reason to risk your lives for extra credit. It is not worth it if you are injured or wish to surrender. You can simply call the instructor in charge. Now that the exam is officially about to begin, he tells them to do their best, and to try not to be nervous above all. Khloe looks anxious, and Damian asks what is wrong, what is worrying her. She tells him she remembers the fact that mermaids might appear on the island, but Damian reassures her again that the instructors have already confirmed that everything is clear and safe with no danger. Khloe tries to take him at his word, but she cannot help feeling nervous at all. Back in Sicilia, where she grew up, mermaids were frequently sighted and were known for causing great amounts of damage, which was terrible. Humans now have a truce with demonic beings, so they are rarely seen outside of dungeons, which is a relief, but the fact that these rumors persisted even with the truce means that the conditions for where the mermaids appear have not yet been fully confirmed. It's worrying. He places a hand on her head to calm her down as the instructors call for the cadets to go through the gate, giving the signal to start. She smiles and decides to place her trust in Damian with all her heart. Much later, she hears Damian's voice calling out to her through a fog in her mind. Something is confusing. It seems she lost focus for a moment. And now things have turned upside down. Suddenly, when she opens her eyes, she sees Damian and the others standing in front of something large and powerful. An imposing sight. Beach asks Speed, weapon, if he managed to contact a responsible instructor. But since they are in a cave, he has no signal on his phone, which is a big problem. Meanwhile, someone is on the ground, bleeding, and clearly in danger. An alarming scene, and then, in front of them, stands the main cause of this sudden chaos. A mermaid indeed. Let's go back in time a bit, before our group found themselves in this terrible situation. To better understand, as soon as they arrived at Scopel Island, the first major problem everyone faced was motion sickness, from passing through the gate. Something quite uncomfortable. The only person who seems fine is Gianna, who told them she doesn't suffer from motion sickness, which is quite an advantage. Not long after that, they had their first encounter with a merman unexpectedly. He stared at them in surprise for a moment, before quickly fleeing and hiding. As repulsive as they look, they are much smaller than William expected, which is an important detail. Leon confirms that what they saw is too small to give them any points. It's not worth it. To find the adult mermen, the group has to go to the designated location without delay. Khloe goes ahead of them to scout the area, and the group follows at a slower pace with caution. Eventually, they reach their location, and Khloe returns from her scouting trip to report what she saw, in detail. She tells them there is a cave about 500 meters ahead of them, and leads them there. Even before they enter the dark and ominous-looking cave, there are already dozens of eyes staring at them, which is quite frightening. Leon can tell that there are about 50 to 60 mermen in the cave, and they are all gathered around a bonfire in a large group. Defeating so many mermen will definitely guarantee them first place in the midterm trials. But the group needs to consider their safety before anything else. What's crucial is that entering that cave will cut off their internet access, and it will make contacting an instructor extremely difficult, almost impossible. It's a high-risk, high-reward decision, and everything depends on their group leader, Leo, and his wisdom. Before they even came to this island, he was meticulous in strategically determining the role for each team member. So now, it's time for him to lead them to victory once more, like a true commander. In an instant, Leo made his decision and sent Rachel to initiate the attack. Without hesitation, Rachel leans back and hurls a golden spear that shoots deep into the cave. It strikes with immense force, shaking the very earth right on top of their campfire, extinguishing it and shocking all the mermen. They are left stunned, and before they can even turn to see where it came from, Rachel is already upon them. In the blink of an eye, several mermen heads go flying. Slash. Weapon moves in next, concentrating their power to enhance Rachel's abilities, making it easier for her to eliminate them one by one with deadly efficiency. Dharma can't help but let out a sigh of admiration upon seeing how truly powerful Rachel is. This doesn't go unnoticed by Khloe. And Andre draws his katana, and activates his blessing to face the merman as well, filled with great determination. She immediately rushes in to match Rachel's kill count, eliminating more and more mermen. As the two of them charge toward each other in a frenzy, they show no signs of slowing down. As they continue to close the distance, Damian grows concerned that they have no intention of slowing down whatsoever. They come within inches of each other, before finally spinning around to eliminate the last merman rushing toward them. It's a perfectly synchronized move. Then they part ways and continue to wipe out the rest. Meanwhile, Damian lets out a sigh of relief. It turns out he was worried about the two of them for nothing. There was no need to worry. And eventually, with their combined efforts, all 60 mermen are slain in an overwhelming victory. It seems their work here is done, and Leo strategically suggests they move to another location to continue the exam. This kind of decisive leadership is undoubtedly what makes the blonde MC the heart of their team. This further proves to Damian that Leo truly is the game's real MC, the protagonist. There's no way anyone could ever replicate these heroic qualities. As Damian's thoughts continue to wander, he takes his eyes off Leo for a brief, distracted moment. He looks up just in time to see the blonde hero collapse to the ground after taking a fatal blow to the stomach. A shocking and unexpected scene unfolds as the others watch in horror. Something powerful rises from the pool of dead mermen behind Guyana, a terrifying sight. It's a demonic mermaid, the exact monster Khloe feared would appear without warning on the island. Confirming her worst fears, she had a feeling things were going suspiciously well for them. Now the question is whether they should flee or stay and fight, a crucial decision. There's no way of knowing if they could even make it to safety while taking care of an injured Leon, which complicates everything. Rachel tells Speed Weapon to call the instructors, and urgently inform them that a mermaid has appeared. But, just as Guyana feared, the cave is interfering with their signal, and there's no way to contact the instructors at all. Everyone is panicking, and it seems Guyana is the only person who isn't panicking right now. Keeping his cool with Leon out of commission, there is only one person who can take the lead in this critical situation. He steps forward and firmly begins to give orders to his teammates. He decisively tells Rachel to keep the merman away from them, no matter the cost. Then he orders Speed Weapon to pour as many healing blessings as possible onto Leon, without stopping. Finally, he calls out to Khloe, who seems to have frozen up, and tells her to evacuate the other cadets and urgently inform the instructors about what is happening. It takes a moment for his words to register, but she eventually leaves to do as he says without hesitation. Now that everyone has their orders, Guyana approaches the mermaid, much to the others' shock, who are completely stunned by his attitude. He tells Rachel and Speed Weapon that he's leaving the mermen for them to handle. As for the mermaid, slicing up big fish has always been his specialty, so it's only fitting that he takes her on. It's his role. Demons can use a unique power, similar to human blessings, and it's called magic, a formidable power. It's a power strong enough to take down the protagonist in a single blow, overwhelmingly so. This is the difference in strength between humans and demons, a massive disparity. Guyana has the blessing of the sword god, but that in no way guarantees he will survive this battle. Even in the original game, it was impossible to defeat a magic-wielding demon without a full party. It was a Herculean task, and yet here he is, about to face a boss that usually requires a full-scale raid all by himself. It's sheer madness. In other words, Guyana is in deep trouble. But there's no way he can back down now. It should take about 10 minutes for Khloe to find help and return, which is a considerable amount of time. Despite this, Guyan has only 40 seconds to take down this giant fish before he meets a fate worse than death. In a race against time, Rachel struggles to keep the merman at bay, while the speed weapon focuses all his power on healing Leon. The wound is deep, but it's recovering nonetheless. Despite the daunting task ahead, he can't help but focus his attention on Guyan. Just looking at the siren makes the speed weapon's very bones tremble with fear. And yet, Guyan wants to fight it completely alone. The demon attacks first, launching the same laser attack that had taken down Leon. Guyan dodges the blow and quickly advances with his knife to close the distance. The siren, in fact, seems to primarily use long-range attacks with water magic properties. Guyan doesn't know much about magic, but he knows full well this demon is just a fish of flesh and bone. All he has to do to emerge victorious is dive in and cut it. He leaps right next to the demon and slashes, but it dodges quickly and heads for the speed weapon instead. Before it could reach him, Guyan appears from behind and manages to slice off one of the monster's fins, causing it to scream in pain. The cut was actually very shallow, and our protagonist launches another attack, but it quickly dodges and dissolves completely into water. The siren has gone after the speed weapon. It seems to be deliberately targeting those who are injured. Leon is somewhat healed now, and the speed weapon calls out to Guyan. It seems he's okay, and Guyan takes a brief moment to check on him before rushing to fight the siren again. In the speed weapon's eyes, Guyan is truly amazing. During one of their many meetings, the speed weapon had talked about how he deeply admired heroes who sacrificed themselves for the good of others. Until now, since the speed weapon entered the academy, he hadn't seen anyone who truly fit the title of hero. That's why he joined a group with Rachel, hoping to find the hero he was looking for in Leon. He had even told Guyan frankly that he was far from being a hero in the speed weapon's eyes, and yet, now in this insane situation, the one risking everything and putting his life on the line is Guyan himself. Indeed, the siren continues its assault, launching magical, fish-shaped blasts, which Guyan skillfully dodges. However, this time, instead of just whizzing past him, they turn around and pursue him closely. The siren can control these attacks, and they chase Guyan throughout the cave. With Guyan distracted, the demon once again tries to attack the speed weapon. Guyan arrives just in time to strike the monster before it can launch its attack, but the cut is shallow once again. Unfortunately, he can't take it down with small cuts if he wants to kill this demon once and for all. William will need to stab it as deeply as he possibly can. The siren sends another blast at William, but this time he manages to dodge it, causing the blast to rip through the top of the cave. Shooting directly into the sky, the attack is so powerful that the cadets around the mountain can see it, and they hear a loud roar soon after. On top of that, it also started to rain. The instructor of one of the groups suggests that they take the wounded and move out quickly, before the rain starts to affect them in some way. Back in the cave, the mermen begin to retreat, and the cadets have a brief moment of rest. The siren was crushed under the rubble from the cave-in, but William is certain that she isn't dead. Just as he suspects, the siren bursts through the rocks piled on top of her and charges furiously toward the students. During all this time, William hadn't been able to fight properly because he was worried about the injured Leo. Now that the mermen have retreated, he tells Rachel to take care of the super weapon, and Leo in his place, please. The super weapon still can't believe that William is facing a demon completely alone. He thought our protagonist was a madman before, but now he might be witnessing the birth of a true legend. Meanwhile, William is just happy to finally be able to focus now that he no longer needs to worry about his teammates. He only has 10 uses of the painless blessing left and needs to make up for lost time if he doesn't want to die. William and the siren stare each other down for a moment before charging forward for the final and decisive clash. Elsewhere, Khloe runs through the forest as fast as she can, desperately searching for someone to help her. She's exhausted, but she knows she can't stop running or everyone she left behind will be in danger. Her body aches incredibly, but the more she feels like stopping, the more she thinks of William and the fact that he's in the cave fighting that monster alone for all of them. William truly is the strongest person she has ever known in her entire life. He clearly dislikes fighting and tries to avoid drawing his blade whenever possible. The only time he stands up to fight is when there is truly no other choice. Since William made the right decision by fighting that siren, she knows she has to do her absolute best to get help. But she can't help but feel that if she were just a little bit stronger, then maybe she could have helped him in some way. Behind her, a loud explosion rips through the side of the cave, and she knows it's the sound of William and the siren fighting fiercely. In her panic, she trips on a vine and nearly falls, but she manages to catch herself on the ground and keeps running. Without stopping, she can't afford to fall until she finds someone to help. As she continues to run, she senses something ahead, but can't perceive it clearly. Her head is a complete mess, but her first thought is that they must be Tritons for sure. She draws her sword to defend herself and strikes at the one closest to her, but surprisingly, the Triton blocks with his own sword. That's because it's not a Triton, it's Abel. As soon as she realizes she has finally found another person, Khloe stops moving and collapses completely on the ground. Abel's teammates grow suspicious. They begin to suspect some kind of ambush in the area. Meanwhile, Khloe frantically tries to tell them that they should go help Dima. Fortunately for her, Abel remembers her face from when she and Rachel attended Dima's class a while ago. Back in the cave, the superweapon is in complete astonishment at what he is witnessing. He wonders if there will ever be a day as surprising and incredible as this one again. The way Gaian fights seems like that of a skilled swordsman, handling a live fish on a cutting board with great dexterity. At this point, all of this goes far beyond just fighting a demon. Guyan is completely dominating it. This scene unfolding now is definitely something that will be etched in his memory for the rest of his life. Even Rachel, who is the successor to the Spear clan and grew up among strong people, has clearly never seen this caliber of skill before. Not at all. Despite that, she is the first to push him out of the way when a stray attack comes toward them. The superweapon almost forgot where he was because of how intense the scene was. Guyan's opponent is a demon that uses magic. After all, a blade against magic is not a good matchup to begin with. Even though our protagonist has the advantage now, if the demon uses magic that cannot be countered, then Gaian will be in serious danger. As soon as the superweapon has this thought, as if on cue, the siren raises her hands in the air and invokes a different magic attack. It's called Needle Storm. The rain around them begins to crystallize and freeze, and everything stops for a brief moment. Then the siren lowers her hand, and all the sharp, crystallized raindrops fall toward Gaian. He dodges some and defends against the rest, but they are too hard for his knife. The blade begins to break as he struggles with it. Instead of letting it break, Gaian throws it hard at the siren. It cuts right through the siren's side, leaving a huge, deep hole in her waist. He then follows up with a final attack, cutting the siren's flesh with a powerful blow, except the siren managed to dodge and instead cunningly used a Triton's body to distract Gaian. Then she charges a massive attack, right in front of our protagonist. It's far too close, and there's no way he can dodge it. Just before the attack hits and he starts to panic, his mind is suddenly teleported to a clear, empty space. In this space, he sees a red line that indicates exactly where he must cut, and he hears a voice saying that if he can slice it, it will be cut. Instead of dodging the attack, William readjusts his grip on the knife and cuts the magic instead. With precision, the cut causes a massive shockwave that spreads throughout the entire area, and when the smoke clears, William stands over the lifeless body of the siren. The demon makes a few sounds as it dies, and William kicks it away, back into the pool it came from. In fact, Rachel and the superweapon look at the scene before them in complete shock. Somehow a freshman defeated a demonoid, all by himself. Suddenly, William falls to his knees and starts coughing up blood. Rachel is the first to react and runs to him while the superweapon worriedly checks on Leon. Fortunately, the protagonist is fine, but there are other sounds behind them and the superweapon turns around, thinking the Tritons who fled had returned. Instead, it's Abel and her team, carrying an unconscious and badly injured Khloe. The first thing Abel notices is Rachel caressing an unconscious William. The sight angers her for some reason, but she ignores it to look around. The rest of the team looks like they all have one foot in the grave. And yet Leon seems completely fine. In fact, he informs them that he has contacted the academy and that they will arrive in 1 hour to help them, now that help is on the way. She wants to know exactly what happened. She tells the superweapon to explain, but he is more frustrated with the academy and the instructors who claim to have thoroughly and completely checked the island. He doesn't think they will believe him anyway, but he begins to recount what he witnessed to the superweapon. He gives Abel a basic summary of what happened and how William defeated the siren all by himself, just as the superweapon predicted. She can hardly believe it. In fact, the stories her grandfather told her when she was younger were much more realistic than this, and yet as ridiculous as the story is, the evidence around them proves it to be the truth. Why would they lie about it anyway? After all, and yet Abel still can't accept it. She is a descendant of the acclaimed hero Joachim Bael and his disciple Aaron Nibelung. These are the roots she carries within her, and this gave her a special attribute from birth. Her bloodline has always been full of promise and potential, and she made an incredible effort to ensure she wouldn't be overshadowed by her roots. And yet, even with everything in her favor and how far she has come, William continues to prove that there is a gap, a ridiculously large one between their abilities. In fact, Abel can't help but feel a mixture of fear. In awe and admiration, she tells the healer of her group to try and heal William while they wait for the teachers. After getting a better look at him, she can see that he's tattered and indeed on the verge of death. and yet he fought a demonoid all by himself and came out victorious. Abel can't help but look at him with envy. The superweapon snaps her out of it and tells her that it would probably be better if they didn't tell the instructors what happened here in detail for now. The Academy claims they scouted the entire island, and yet a demonoid came out of a cave that would be easily noticeable by the cadets. Some things just don't add up in this whole story. In fact, Leon tries to get straight to the point and asks the superweapon if he thinks there's someone from the demonic factions inside the Academy. Leon tries to backtrack, since that wasn't exactly what he meant, but they can't completely rule out that possibility either. It's undeniable that this cave isn't one the cadets would easily miss, as the superweapon said. If it weren't for William, then Leon's group would have been torn to pieces for sure. There have definitely been conflicts both large and small during the 700-year truce, but there was never a time when demons dared to touch the Academy's cadets. There was also a clause in the truce, stating that if an act like this were to happen, it would be justification for war. The superweapon tries to pull them out of their thoughts, and assures them that they're definitely overthinking things. It's not a bad thing to be cautious about a possible spy in the Academy, but it's too early to jump to conclusions. For now, they need to make sure their stories match perfectly. If there really is a spy in the Academy, then William will definitely become a target as soon as the news spreads that he defeated a demonoid, all by himself. Eagle doesn't quite agree with keeping things secret like this, but since William worked so hard for them, and the group seems to unanimously agree with this decision, she suggests they talk to her grandfather first. Before anything else, the cadets return to the school, and William is taken to a hospital. He wakes up as the bright uniform sun shines on his face, and he's almost surprised to still be alive. The last thing he remembers is the mermaid pulling out a magic sphere just before it died. In fact, it wasn't an attack he could dodge, but he barely managed to see it. He used his sashimi knife to cut a line, and the magic split into two halves before exploding. Looking back, the magic sphere was definitely water, without a doubt. Moreover, after activating the blessing of the sword god, he felt something he can't describe. He summons his blessing just to be sure, and the screen appears in front of him again. Mental fortitude has increased by 1, and it's very likely. That must be why he wasn't frightened at all when facing the siren. It also seems his assimilation rate has increased enough for him to unlock a mysterious attribute. The next attribute will be unlocked when his assimilation rate reaches 15%. Perhaps this strange unlockable is what allowed him to see the red cutting line on the siren. As he's thinking about his blessing, the door opens, and a familiar figure rushes in. It's Medea. She wastes no time wrapping Gideon in a tight, strong hug and doting on him. All the while, Gideon tries his best to breathe through her deadly embrace. She eventually pulls away and apologizes, but then reveals why she came to see him, opening a dimensional pocket in her bag. She pulls the reward from the pocket, and it's just what he hoped to get from the exam, the coveted Murasame sword. Murasame is a B-rank sword with high-level stats, and it's exactly what Gideon was looking for. He stares at it in disbelief as Medea asks if he likes it. She apologizes for giving it to him under these circumstances, since he was supposed to have received it officially. Meanwhile, someone is peeking through the door, watching the entire interaction. Medea calls the person out, telling them to just come inside instead of peeking through the doorway. Like some kind of shy weirdo, Siegfried Nibelung clears his throat and timidly enters the room. He stands beside Medea, looking rather embarrassed. This interaction gives Gideon a strange sense of déjà vu, considering what happened when he first arrived at the Academy. He asks what, exactly, the Sword Emperor is doing here as well. Medea reveals she heard what happened from his teammates. Then, they both bow their heads and apologize on behalf of the entire Academy. Indeed, they are the ones to blame for everything that happened during the midterm exams. Because of their negligence, everyone who was there nearly lost their lives. Gideon is speechless as she continues, swearing to him that they will uncover the truth behind the incident, no matter the cost. Siegfried also speaks up, thanking him for saving the cadets. Gideon nervously scratches his cheek and humbly tells them he only did what he could. Medea continues, saying that while his actions were remarkable, they need to keep the incident under wraps. For now, Medea is certain that the mastermind behind this incident is within the Academy, and they need to keep things quiet so it doesn't leak to the public. Gideon understands and doesn't blame them for their decision in the slightest. Medea smiles and says that sometimes he looks like a trapped old man. The two administrators leave the room where the teenager is, and they make their way back to the administrative block without delay. As they walk through the corridors, Medea asks her old friend if he remembers the day they first met after enrolling in the Academy. Siegfried was lying down on a bench, and she told him to leave. In response, Siegfried drew his sword without saying a single word. Siegfried pretends not to remember anything, and Medea smiles lightly. It all feels like it happened just yesterday, but 60 years have passed since then. However, even with that, they haven't filled even 1/10 of the history of Joachim Academy. When they enrolled, the school was already ancient and filled to the brim with history. There were incidents both large and small, but the academy has nurtured and protected its cadets for 700 long years. Suddenly, the atmosphere changes drastically, and Medea's aura causes the surrounding windows to shatter. Before the midterm exams, she had received reports that they had completed multiple preliminary surveys of the island. In fact, although rare, Scopia Island was known as a location for mermaid sightings, so she took every precaution to ensure that nothing would happen to her precious students. And yet, something as terrible as this happened on her watch. So unexpectedly, Siegfried places a calming hand on her shoulder, and she snaps out of her trance with an apologetic look. Then, she immediately switches into fangirl mode as she thinks about how amazing Gayama is. The fact that he took down a mermaid completely on his own is incredible, and she asks Siegfried what he thinks about it. Siegfried has seen raw talent countless times. He has seen many names, acclaimed as the chosen ones of their era, only for them to lose sight of their own light. In families of heroes, who are desperate for glory and honor, the word geniuses is thrown around recklessly without a second thought. When a child shows the slightest sign of promise, they are called a genius because of their lineage. It is also a word he has forbidden from being used, to describe even his own granddaughter. But when it comes to Gayama, whose talent is so unfathomable, then perhaps the word genius can only apply to him and no one else. If he continues to gain experience, Siegfried wonders just how far he will go. Perhaps Gayama could even reach the place that Siegfried could only dream of in his lifetime. Without answering her question, Siegfried walks past Medea, but not before advising her to stay on academy grounds for the time being. She smiles and follows him, and the two continue their small talk as they walk down the halls. Later, William is discharged from the hospital and goes to attend his classes. As usual, just as the headmaster instructed, the fact that he took down a demonic being on Scorpole Island seems to have been kept a secret, indeed. William can't help but feel that his classmates can be so carefree because he stopped the siren. After he was initially discharged, the first thing he did was visit the school's forge to urgently reforge and enhance Murasaki. The sword was just a piece of metal art to him at the moment. Considering the sword god's blessing, reforging it is an absolute necessity. He went to find the blacksmith, Falander. Now, he can only hope for a successful enhancement indeed. As he thinks about the recent events, he hears Khloe call his name. He turns around to see her walking towards him on crutches while her leg is in a cast. Thanks to the superweapons emergency treatment, the doctor said she'll be able to walk without crutches within a week, which is great. Despite her injuries, it seems she's doing much better. Even though William took down the siren by himself, it was thanks to everyone's efforts that they made it out of that situation alive. Chloe's rescue call, Rachel clearing out the merman, and Speed's healing and blessings all played a crucial role in that battle. The only person who didn't play a decent role would be Leon. William can't help but wonder if he'll be able to defeat the Demon King with a fighting spirit like that. Maybe it's because he got injured first or something, who knows. Their conversation is interrupted when the instructor enters the room, ordering everyone to sit down and pay attention to some important announcements before the training assembly. Once all the students are in their seats, he informs them that someone else will be instructing them from now on. The students are initially annoyed by this sudden change until they see who the new instructor is. Siegfried calmly enters the room, to the astonishment of the entire class, while Levon Ben bows to him as a sign of deep respect. Even William can't contain his shock at seeing the strongest human alive coming to his class. Meanwhile, elsewhere, an old man is thrown against a wall, before being grabbed by the scruff of his neck and held suspended against the wall. A pink-haired woman slaps the old man across the face, knocking him to the ground. He apologizes to the woman, Instructor Kim. As she struggles to control her breathing, this woman who is mercilessly beating this man is the commander of the 5th Demonic Corps, and she is not at all satisfied with the situation. She asks why he didn't cooperate with her when he had the chance, and the man tries to apologize, but it only earns him another slap across the face. It's clear that the purple-haired instructor is tired of so many excuses. The goal of this whole plan was to bring Leon back, from the exams practically dead. He may be a hero candidate, but there was no way he could defeat a siren alone. But now, due to the old man's incompetence, Leon is comfortable and safe at the academy. Instructor Kim lands another kick on the elder's face, but immediately regrets it, seeing that she got her shoes dirty with blood. She still can't believe that a full-fledged demon was taken down by a group of first-year freshmen. But looking at the new students who joined the academy this year, she can't say she's surprised. The elder speaks up and clarifies that facing the siren was the work of just one cadet. Instructor Kim thinks he's talking about Leon, but he clarifies that it was the academy's top student, Kang Dama. The commander of the Demon Corps recognizes the name of the special admission student, and that tells her everything she needs to know. It seems there's a new prey for her to hunt now. The prey in question, however, is not the easiest or most efficient person to hunt. The Wolf class once again heads to daily training. With the exception of Khloe, who is still in a cast and on crutches, Damon can't help but feel jealous that she gets to rest, while he is forced to run for his life with his fellow students. And to make matters worse, there is now an older man on his heels with every lap. And he is surprisingly fast and agile for his age. Siegfried approaches Damon and urges him to run faster, even thinking that he might still be injured from the midterm exams. It's strange for the Sword Emperor himself to be running with first-year students, let alone a special admission student. Siegfried von Nibelung is a man who will later inherit the title of Sword Saint and become one of humanity's greatest forces. Not only that, but during the Second Demonic War, he will also become Leon's swordsmanship master, and he is a character whose importance increases rapidly in the second half of the story. So why is someone so important training with the Wolf class? The main story has clearly started to go off the rails and is now practically falling apart. Come to think of it, Leon never got to receive the title of Sword Saint, and that ended up being a rather significant problem in his past life. But Leon can't inherit the Sword Saint's family because he is not part of the Nibelung bloodline, so that doesn't matter. However, this doesn't make the situation any less uncomfortable for Damon, especially considering the envious looks that his classmates keep throwing his way. With Siegfried's proximity to Damon, it almost seems like they are running together. Siegfried also takes moments to try and educate Damon, telling him that the foundation of any warrior comes from their physical strength and stamina. No matter how talented or exceptional someone is, it's completely useless if their body cannot withstand such effort. As soon as he motivates Damon, he runs ahead, hoping his student can keep up with him. After the running laps, it's time for field training. For this training, personal weapons are strictly forbidden. Instead, the students will have to use one of the weapons provided by the school and learn to master it completely. Siegfried dumps a variety of weapons on the ground. He notices there is even a sashimi knife among the pile. The rest of the students are surprised by this condition, suddenly imposed on them by their professor. One of them asks why it would not be better to use the weapons passed down by their families. That is because the fundamentals are more important than anything else. The more a person depends on high-quality weapons, the more they will begin to neglect their own training. And it is easy to mistake a weapon's power for one's own strength in the end. A master can never blame his equipment. These words resonate specifically with Damian, and he nods his head in complete agreement. With no more room for idle talk, the Sword Emperor tells the students to grab their weapons and master the fundamentals with them. Cadets who can skillfully handle common weapons also have a high probability of receiving a high score in class, which will affect their promotion evaluation at the end of the school year. This additional information gets the rest of the students excited, and they rush to grab any weapon they can find. Damian naturally heads for the sashimi knife that lay unnoticed on the ground. As soon as he picks it up, he notices Siegfried's eyes watching him intently. The students gather again after picking up their weapons, and Siegfried tells them they will spend the day getting used to their new equipment by conducting individual training among the cadets, without the need for a subspace to ensure the students do not overdo it in training. Siegfried suggests he give a demonstration of an improper sparring match. Liam prepares to fight the Sword Emperor, but his fearful trembling makes it obvious that he is not the least bit prepared. For this, in his entire life, this must be the greatest crisis he has ever faced. However, Siegfried has a different idea in mind. He calls on Damian to come forward for combat. Siegfried is also holding one of the novice weapons from the pile of old tools, but in his hands, the piece of scrap metal looks especially sharp. The other students are still envious and confused by the fact that the Sword Emperor himself is calling out Damian. Personally, Damian steps forward, and before they begin, Siegfried asks if his bones have healed yet. As soon as he gets a positive answer, he tells our protagonist to draw his sword. This is just a sparring match. But Damian thinks this is too much. If he crosses swords with the Sword Emperor, it is clear this will not end easily. If this gets out of control, at least one of them will lose a hand, and if they are unlucky, then even a head will roll. Despite these thoughts, perhaps due to the influence of divine power, his instincts are yearning for a fight. Damian tries to de-escalate the situation and says he is nothing compared to the Sword Emperor, so Damian should lower his weapon as the rest of his classmates mock him behind his back, taunting him for cowardly running away from a fight, and Siegfried is not impressed either. He scolds Damian for continuing to hide his power and his pride as a swordsman. There is no reason to have such extraordinary talent while living as a cowardly and fearful person. Pride is a word that Damian had engraved in his heart, ever since he claimed the title of the country's greatest swordsman. These traits are also the reason he never let go of his sword. The Sword Emperor's taunt serves to test him, and if he gives in to the prohibition in this situation, then he will definitely end up regretting it for a long and painful time, yet he cannot ignore his pride as a swordsman, and his strong desire to fight. Liam notices the change in Damian's behavior, and rushes to prevent what is about to happen. But Siegfried stops him. It seems Damian has already made his decision. Damian draws the sashimi knife from its sheath, and prepares for the fight. The two stare each other down for a moment, and even at 70 years old, Siegfried can vividly recognize the enlightenment that he himself obtained through the sword. When he was younger, he had memories of a one-armed wandering knight, teaching him the way of the sword. The swordsmanship the knight showed him was undoubtedly on the level of a certain realm, and now the boy he has been observing since the allocation test, Damian, might be the person who will lead him to that same realm. Damian takes the initiative and lunges at Siegfried, but the swordmaster is ready, and meets him with a strike from his blade. Damian is quick enough to dodge and then pivot for another attack, forcing Siegfried to defend with his sword as the two clash once more. The audacity of Damian to attack head-on, without avoiding the blow, is almost inspiring to Siegfried. As the two continue to fight, Siegfried realizes that even Damian's physical abilities have increased considerably. He even manages to push the Sword Emperor back with such ease. However, his own sword is not light either, and Siegfried is determined not to take this fight lightly. Meanwhile, the other students watch the two fight, but they cannot discern what is really happening. From what they can tell, Damian just got lucky during the confrontation in the last Subspace spar with Knox, and yet, even the Sword Emperor seems to care so much about Damian, who is just a special admission student. They hope at the very least that the Sword Emperor will teach him a proper lesson, one that will make him cry, and yet after several minutes of observation, the two are just standing there, staring at each other. Liam, however, knows what is really happening. They are not just standing still, they have reached the level that the Wolf-class instructor doubted it was even possible. Before the combat, he warned Siegfried that, if the headmistress discovered this, things could spiral out of control. Besides that, the other cadets could also be affected, but Siegfried assured him that he had no intentions of crossing real swords with Damon. The older man already knows that our protagonist has the power to enter a special place. The place is called the Mental Realm. To enter this place and withstand a battle with Siegfried, Damon must be on a completely different level than they ever gave him credit for. A duel in the Mental Realm is an intense battle of wits, and Siegfried can perceive, just from the short time they cross swords, that Damon is growing at an impressive rate. If that was the case, the Sword Emperor might have to take things to another level as well. He activates a powerful blessing called Protection of the Sword Spirit, and even outside the Mental Realm, the students can feel the intense pressure coming from the two. The blue light emanating from Siegfried's sword is definitely some kind of powerful aura. It seems the battle was so intense that the two left the Mental Realm and returned to reality. Things are starting to get out of control, and if Liam doesn't do something to stop it, then there will definitely be bloodshed before he can stop them. Diana and Siegfried charge and advance towards each other, but a loud shout stops them in their tracks. Medea arrives before they can cross swords again. Her appearance makes the ground beneath her crack. With her fury, the fight ends, and Siegfried is taken back to Medea's office for a proper scolding. He apologizes, but the headmistress clearly does not accept weak words from him. She yells at him for going too wild and trying to fight with a student after all the work she went through to get him a place as an instructor at the school. At that moment, Siegfried lost his self-control and exerted his aura to the fullest. He probably would have received an even bigger scolding. But as soon as Medea arrived at the scene, he turned to her and apologized immediately. They have known each other for more than 50 years, and Medea has never heard him apologize. And yet, he said it today, not just once, but twice. That is the only reason why she is calmly trying to hear him out. At this very moment, she asks directly why he would release the blessing of the sword spirit on a student. If Medea had not arrived when she did, things would have become deadly. Siegfried told her that if he hadn't released the blessing, then he wouldn't have been able to get the upper hand against Damon. This stops Medea in her tracks. For someone with as much pride as Siegfried to admit this, things must be truly incomprehensible. She knows about Damon's innate talent, but she also knows better than anyone how strong Siegfried truly is. Then he reveals that Damian has already reached the Mental Realm. For comparison, Siegfried only managed to master it when he was almost 30 years old. The fact that a 17-year-old has done it is more than Medea can believe or even imagine. Siegfried himself doesn't know either, but there's no denying what he experienced. All this new information is too much for Medea to comprehend, but she remembered what she saw after stopping the fight, and went to check on Damian. The moment she ran to him, any trace of dignity as an educator or one of the 7 stars vanished in that instant. The only emotion she felt for Damian was fear, a fear similar to what she felt when meeting the commander of the 6th Division Vazan. She can't understand why she would feel something so strange towards one of her own students, but this gives more credibility to the crazy things Siegfried is telling her. She then asks Siegfried directly if he lost, and the normally calm and quiet man becomes enraged. In a second, he shouts that even if Damian's talent is innate, there's no way it can compare to his. And besides, he even said he wasn't fully armed at the time, which is why things happened that way. Medea scolds him for breaking his own rule about blaming his equipment, and the equipment could indeed be an excuse when facing a student. The way he is overreacting just makes him look ridiculous. Her words make him so furious that he tries to activate the sword spirit's blessing right then and there. Another firm slap from Medea snaps him out of it. Elsewhere, Damian wakes up from a dream, where he was reliving the fight with Siegfried. Everything ended well, but the Sword Emperor is quite hot-headed. If Medea hadn't intervened, things could have gotten really dangerous. The mental realm is also a really strange thing to experience. The mental realm is only achieved when one reaches complete mastery and understanding of their weapon. It's an active space that can be activated when certain conditions are met, and only peak masters who have honed a single weapon their entire lives can enter it. Because of this, even in the Miracle World's Blessing game, not even 10 heroes can freely enter the mental realm. Leo, the protagonist, blessed with the qualities of a hero, needed 3 years of private training just to step into it. It was at this point that Damian stopped playing, however. Damian managed to do it immediately, perhaps because of his sashimi knife, including his previous life. He has been using the sashimi knife for over 20 years. Moreover, every time he released the sword spirit's blessing, he experienced a concentration that transcended perception. The tangled web between the life he is living here and his past life begins to intertwine, breaking through situations based on his experiences so far. Avoiding situations only makes things worse. Instead of being passively dragged along, it would be better to deal with what he can and solve things step by step. Now that he can freely control the mental realm, he can probably try combat training. Without relying on the blessing of the sword god, he gets out of bed and slowly unsheathes his sashimi knife. Then, after a moment of concentration, he re-enters the mental realm. And, in an instant, the realm shatters, and a massive hand reaches for him through the void. It extends, and a single finger touches Kian's shoulder. It snaps him out of his trance, filling the hand that held the knife with aura. Whatever it is, it's too much for the knife, and the weapon disintegrates. Elsewhere, a group of elders argues amongst themselves. In a dimly lit room, the elder from before, the one who was speaking with the commander of the demonic corps, argues with the rest of the academy's elders. The main thing he is trying to do is convince the other elders to investigate Kian under suspicion that he might be a hero candidate. The other elders disagree, as it's well known that the hero candidate is Leo. The elder tries to argue that Leo is still half-developed and can't even manifest his blessing properly, whereas Kian has very obvious abilities, which were first displayed when he defeated the Gemini twins during the class placement exam. Moreover, Medea is also blocking any information about him, under the pretext of protecting the student. Everything about him is highly suspicious, which means they must investigate. He also reminds them that the 7 stars have been meddling too much in their affairs, and ever since Medea, who is one of the 7 stars, became the Academy's headmistress, their position as elders has been severely weakened. After Basman was defeated, the public only looked to the 7 stars, treating the elders like outdated relics. If a hero were to appear, it would damage their reputation even more. The other elders agree with this, and they also feel they need some sort of public enemy if they wish to maintain their power. They unanimously agree that the hero who threatens the Demon King must be eliminated. The man became an academy elder because of the purple-haired instructor, and that's why he is trying so hard to persuade the elders. He knows that if he fails to accomplish something here, then the commander of the Demon King's 5th Division will definitely make him wish he were dead. After some more persuasion, the elders finally agree on the verdict that Kian needs to be investigated and eliminated. To do this, they need to issue orders to Fistali and the Auditory family. However, this isn't Kian's only problem. Right now, he's looking at the blacksmith he trusts to take care of his weapon, but the man is backing away in fear. Despite Kian's hopes of using the Murasame as an alternative to the sashimi knives, Volander managed to turn his only hope of escaping the sword god's blessing into a sashimi knife, and if that wasn't bad enough, the sword was also downgraded from a B-rank weapon to an E-rank. Even Volander is confused, and in the 30 years he has been forging weapons, he has never seen anything like this happen before. What happened was that when he tried to work on the sword, it was as if it refused to be forged. He hastily melted the metal and reforged it, but barely managed to give it a proper shape. If any ordinary blacksmith had tried to do this, they would have ended up with a useless piece of metal. Even with Damian's 20 years of experience, with knives, he can tell that the craftsmanship is impressive and the specifications also align quite well with the sword god's blessing, but the hardness is still E rank. The knife still has the potential of a good weapon, however, so if it's reinforced, it will definitely become useful. All Damian has to do is bring the reinforcement materials, and Volander will fix the weapon at no additional cost. Damian is still not convinced, however, and he asks angrily, what will happen if it breaks again? Volander assures him, trembling, that even though it's an E-rank weapon, it has the growth potential of an A-rank weapon and can grow to become even better. There is also a foolproof material that will ensure the Murasame becomes stronger, but this material can only be obtained from beasts of A-rank or higher. A-rank, demonic beasts, are on the same level as I-rank demons, so sending him on this mission is the equivalent of telling him to fight something like the siren again. It would be madness to risk his life to reinforce equipment, especially since even low-rank demons drop reinforcement materials. Damian asks Volander to promise, and the blacksmith swears on his honor as a smith. Besides that, he wants Volander to at least refund half the cost of the remaining scrap, which is worth about 10,000 gold. Volander cannot agree to this, especially since he made the weapon exactly as Damian ordered, and he even said he wouldn't charge for the enhancement costs. Damian argues that his B-rank sword was reduced to scrap, and considering the market price, this seems fair. Volander still tries to resist, but the glint of the blade and Damian's deathly glare are enough to silence him. Volander, realizing he can't get out of this, tries to lower the price to 500, but Damian changes it to 1,000. This is still too much for him, but Damian won't go any lower, and his sword is definitely more than ready to extract what he's owed from Volander. In other ways, it's his money or his life, and Volander finally agrees to the price. Damian goes to a lonely bench on campus to take another look at his blessing after obtaining a new weapon. His armament has increased, and additional options have become available. The biggest reason he recited, in using the sword god's blessing, is because of the excruciating pain, but his new stats reduce the pain by 1 level, and it can be leveled up even more, which means that leveling up his pain reduction must be his highest priority. He tested it before, and although the pain is still unbearable, it went from feeling like he was about to die to feeling like he can barely breathe. If just 1 level reduces it that much, then constant leveling means he might one day be able to use the sword god's blessing without pain. It seems the armament increases when he obtains new weapons or enhances them. Now that the midterm exams are over, weapon enhancement must be his top priority to increase his levels. If he continues to grow at this rate, then he might finally understand this power, or maybe even discover who threw him into this world. While he is having lunch on a bench, someone sneaks up on him, snapping him out of his thoughts. It is Khloe, and it seems her recovery is going well. She even has her cast off, and Liam asks if her body is okay now. She still needs crutches to get around, but she already feels stronger than before. As they talk, Liam notices a rice crumb on her face, and leans in to wipe it away. The brief contact is enough to make her fall over in pure bliss, but from the ground she notices the Murasaki on the bench where Liam was sitting. This is the first weapon she has seen him use that is not just some kind of kitchen utensil, so it is a big deal. He is still bothered that it is E-rank, and though he got some money back from the blacksmith, he still needs to gather materials, enough to enhance the weapon before it can be used. There is no real reason for Liam to get stronger. Since he took down the siren, he has been able to handle mid-level magical beasts. The main reason he wants to enhance the weapon is to reduce the pain. Khloe mistakes his thoughtful expression for him. Being disappointed that she mentioned the weapon is E-rank, she immediately decides through perfectly reasonable yandere logic that the blacksmith who made Liam sad must die. Liam laughs at this, but also realizes that someone or something is watching them closely. He walks to a nearby tree and kicks it hard, causing an unexpected guest to fall from it. It is Knox Adatur, Khloe's brother, and he does not seem very happy about being found. Khloe is annoyed by his sudden appearance, but Liam cannot smell any blood on him, and he also does not seem to be armed. However, he was following them, so there must be something he wants. Knox is silent for a moment, and Liam assumes the worst, but Knox quickly clarifies that he is not there for the usual murderous reasons. He came to warn Liam that the Academy elders have asked the family, Adatur, to get rid of him. Khloe confronts Knox and asks if that is why Knox came, but he does not answer. Instead, he tells her that, since she has been away from home for so long, she has lost her edge. Khloe doesn't listen, and instead, tells the one she loves to get behind her so she can protect him. The two young men watch the girl, feebly and desperately attack Knox from a distance, before Knox continues his warning. Knox doesn't care what William has been up to recently, but the elders are strangely fixated on him. It's not just him, but the entire Auditory family feels a sense of unease. So, they temporarily postponed the request. They made the order in secret and even ignored the Academy's headmaster. However, since it's a direct order from the elders, it's hard to ignore. If the pressure continues, the family will have no choice but to investigate our MC. Regardless of the reason, since Khloe is a member of the Auditories, Knox felt that she needed to know this as well. This clearly explains his motives. He came under the pretext of family principles, but in the end, he was just worried about Khloe. With nothing more to say, Knox turns to leave. But William stops him for a moment. He wants to ask Knox about what he said last time about Khloe becoming weak while she was with William. But the older, red-haired student turns and continues to walk away. Even he can tell that Khloe is happier by William's side, and he decides to leave it at that. Not even Khloe has ever seen her brother act like this before. Before leaving, he just tells Liam to make sure that Khloe doesn't get hurt anymore. Liam doesn't understand right away, which only irritates Knox even more, so he hastily agrees. Then, Knox takes the opportunity to ask William directly how he became so strong. William seems surprised to be considered strong. In his opinion, for someone to be strong, they should have the ability to withstand any threats at all times, like the Sword Emperor. Someone like William, who can only maintain this level of strength for less than 1 minute a day, is not at a level where he can brag about his strength or even talk about it. Knox used Khloe as an excuse to reveal family secrets to him, a stranger. So there's no way William can trust him to keep his mouth shut. He decides to come up with something to satisfy Knox. He tells the redhead that he lacks desperation. No matter how skilled and auditory like Knox is, there's a certain vibe that comes from someone with experience. In the real world, if he stays cooped up in the academy, he will hit his growth limit. So, he has to get out first and gain experience in the real world. If he keeps working hard, then he will definitely gain something. This is the most nonsense William can spew without it sounding like a blatant lie, so he quickly gets up and leaves before Knox can ask any more questions. Back to class. The students are learning about history and the nature of blessings, but Julian isn't focused on the class, and is more interested in the information that the Academy's elders are targeting him. The Academy's elders descend from 5 of the 7 disciples of Bila Joachim. Ian remembers that they are a group with immense influence not only in the Academy but throughout the entire world. Their role in the game was to constantly obstruct the protagonist for the sake of their own power and security, and they were called the corrupt remnants by the players, as they were supposed to be targeting the main character. So why are they suddenly focused on Ian? He jots down some possible reasons why they would be after him. Looking at all the achievements he's had since coming to the school, he has indeed caused a lot of trouble. At this point, it's as if he were trying to stand out. But no matter what he has done, it makes no sense for the elders to target him. One of the moments that stands out was the mermaid he fought on Scopole Island. Of course, the mermaid wasn't after him, but after Leon, who was an obstacle in its path. No matter how well Medea covered up the incident, the fact that he defeated the mermaid must have reached the ears of the highest echelons of noble society, and the fact they are targeting Leon, who is a hero candidate, means that someone among them, or perhaps all of them, are in collusion with the demons. They didn't just try to obstruct him, they tried to kill him. All of this is just to preserve their own power over the safety of humanity and the Academy. The whole scheme is just too rotten. Ian could easily break into the elders' chambers and kill them all, but it's not the right time for that yet. However, when the time comes, Ian will definitely take them all down. With this new information, his decision to go to the dungeon to obtain weapon enhancement materials is solidified. First, he needs to gather a party, as it will be very difficult to do it alone. Khloe would be more than happy to help him, but he also needs other people instead of a brute like Rachel. He needs to find someone more strategic. The first person that comes to mind is Swift. After class, he goes to the dragon class to look for Swift. As soon as he gets there, he is immediately confronted by a brute, who clearly dislikes the fact that Ian is a special student. This third-rate extra is definitely the type of person Ian knows will be annoying to deal with. The MC steps away from the confrontation, warning the wannabe bully not to bother him before his jaw gets cut off. The brute immediately pulls his fist back, ready to start a fight, and Ian immediately senses that the punch is far too slow. Before he could retaliate, however, someone else beat him to it, smashing a fist directly into the brute's jaw. The commotion attracts the attention of other students as Swift blows on his hand, which hurts from hitting such a hard jaw. Ian has heard of strength mages before, but a strength healer is definitely new. Speed Weapon then smiles and asks William if he came looking for him. William agrees to talk outside, and he tells Speed Weapon everything he needs. The thing is, he needs to form a party as soon as possible and needs help recruiting members for the party. If they work together, the clear rewards will be split among the rest of the team. In exchange, William wants to keep the magic beast materials. The reason he needs help is because in his class, if he says he's forming a party, no one except Khloe will come. But if Speed Weapon can lend a hand and talk to people from the dragon class, things will be much easier. Speed Weapon thinks that if it weren't for the Academy's rules, William should be able to clear 5 or 6 dungeons by himself. That would be true if he could handle the effects of his blessing. Without his magic painkiller, William admits he can't clear any on his own, but Speed Weapon doesn't agree with that, and thinks William is just being humble. The conversation shifts to idle chatter, and Speed Weapon talks about how William looks much better now after the events of the midterm trials. After a brief chat, Speed Weapon accepts William's offer, as there's no reason to refuse, and he has a feeling that working with William will be a new experience. The dungeon William has in mind is a rank C one called the Buffalo Dungeon in Colin. William, Khloe, and Speed Weapon means they have a party of 3, so they just need one more member. William immediately says he'd prefer it not be Rachel or Leon, but they wouldn't want to come anyway. Rachel has been in seclusion ever since William was hospitalized, and she's been practicing at the training grounds of the Academy. Leon, on the other hand, is preparing for dungeon raids of a higher level with 2nd and 3rd year students. This is good news for William, but it still leaves the question of who the last team member will be up in the air. There is one person who comes to Speed Weapon's mind, but knowing them, they are already asleep. This is insane news to William, since it's still noon. That's just how they are, and Speed Weapon isn't surprised at all. He tells William that he'll introduce them, but first, they need to go to the convenience store to get something. Later that night, they go to what looks like Speed Weapon's home. It's a Japanese-style building, and William had no idea that the Academy even had a place like this. Even during his time playing Miracle's Blessing M, he had never come to this location. In his past life, he was a Japanese cuisine chef but never actually got to go to Japan, even though he had always dreamed of visiting. They walk through the courtyard and reach the back where they finally find the person Speed Weapon was talking about, and just as he had predicted, she is sound asleep. He approaches to try and wake her up, but it's clear that it's not working, so instead he leans in and whispers in her ear what he brought. Kian doesn't know what it is exactly, but it seems to wake her up immediately. Next, Speedy points at Kian and tells her that what she so desires is with him. Without losing a single second, she shoots towards our MC and snatches the bag he's holding in his hand. The incredible speed she uses to take the item from his hand makes her spin in the air and then land right on top of him. Kian is in complete shock as the new girl remains lying on his chest, eating the sweets that he and Speedy the Whip had bought at the convenience store. While he desperately tries to understand what the hell just happened, she asks him, still comfortably lying on his chest, if he by any chance had more yanggang, which is a Korean dessert made of bean paste. Kian's past life, after an existence of nothing but hard work, Miracle's Blessing M, and a constant escape from living a life surrounded only by men. And, like any gacha addict, our MC sat, hopefully, on his porcelain throne, after having sent a considerable and worrying amount of money, praying fervently that the RNG would finally be on his side. The angel that made him spend absolutely all of his money was none other than the beautiful Abel von Nibelung, and just like any other gacha addict, he is immensely disappointed to discover that the RNG, in fact, will never truly be on your side, and is much more likely to spit in your face while a standard character, but an equally rare one flashes on his screen, asking if he happens to have any yanggang. Her name is Sakurios, and her beautiful appearance on his screen only makes him realize even more that gacha games are, indeed, a huge scam. Miracle Blessing M is a narrative that centers on the protagonist Leon and also features a large number of heroines, among all of them. The character officially known as the main heroine by the developers themselves is, undoubtedly, the beautiful Abel von Nibelung. Each heroine possesses her own truly unique charm and abilities, but the in-game story mainly shows Leon and Bella overcoming various difficulties and the beginning of their blossoming love. Even Kian, in his former life as a gambling addict, found himself completely captivated by Bella's charm and opened his wallet, pouring a considerable and worrying amount of funds to finally acquire her. As a result, the other heroines gradually faded into the background, and among all the heroines, the one who disappeared the fastest was precisely the very first 5-star Kian got. and just like in his past life, she unceremoniously landed on his chest, ordering her favorite snack when he doesn't answer her immediately. Rhea turns away, visibly disappointed, and calls him a fool. Even with how carefree and lazy she might seem, Rhea is actually a top-tier DPS among all long-range attackers. She's also a skill-based character, which makes her different from Leo. Besides that, since she barely impacts the game's main story, her joining the party shouldn't mess with the plot. Recruiting her will be perfectly fine for Ian, right? Speedy holds out another piece of candy, somewhat nervously, and she snatches it from his hand, telling him to just spit out what he really wants from her. He gets straight to the point and points out that Ian came to him during the afternoon and is looking to form a team for the Buffalo Dungeon raid that's happening in 1 week. Rhea looks over curiously for a moment, then she approaches him and asks if he's the one who fought against the upperclassmen back in the Subspace training. Ian doesn't answer immediately, and the two stare at each other for a brief moment, before Rhea turns away and simply dismisses it. The dungeon clearly has a direct impact on her grades, and there's no real reason for her to refuse, but Ian doesn't seem to possess the conviction she would have liked to see. It's quite strange for her to judge someone when she's still half asleep, but she makes it very clear that she doesn't want to work with someone who seems so unmotivated. Speedy tries to defend Ian, reminding Rhea about the fight that had recently happened, but she still isn't convinced. Then, Speedy almost accidentally lets it slip. What happened during the midterm exams with the siren? He quickly covers his tracks, before she can get curious about it and turns the tables on her, reminding her that she drools over Yang Gang, without a care in the world. Ian just watches the two of them argue, and he's not the least bit impressed. A party member can be greedy or rude, but never both at the same time. There's absolutely no reason for Ian to waste his precious time begging her. He turns and calls for Speedy to follow him. They definitely don't need her uncooperative attitude, poisoning the party's spirit. Rhea coldly asks him if the dungeon raid is really that unimportant. The two of them stare each other down briefly once more. Then, without any warning, he pulls a knife hidden in his belt and throws it at one of her archery targets without even looking. The knife hits the exact center, and before Rhea can even process what just happened, he throws another one, hitting the previous knife perfectly on the hilt. Rhea falls back in shock, and Ian asks her very simply if she's interested in joining the party now. The next day, Rhea was the very first person waiting for them in the meeting room. She greets Speedy and Khloe, who are the first to enter, so she nervously greets Damian as he sits down, and then they get straight to the main point. The necessary permissions to clear the dungeon are already ready, so it's time for them to start talking about how exactly they will approach it. Swift approaches a board in the room and starts explaining all the details of the dungeon. The Buffalo Dungeon has rank C demonic buffaloes. They are nicknamed water buffaloes, and are well known for attacking from a distance and then engaging in close quarters combat. However, they are notably weak to long-range attacks. All things considered, it's a pretty straightforward dungeon clear, but the school has one unbreakable rule. For any student who dares to try, they must never, under any circumstances, open the stone gate that lies in the center. Rumors say there is some kind of magic seal on the gate, but that's just a hypothesis, and nothing has been confirmed. The Academy's permission also requires them to leave the gate, always closed, so there is absolutely no reason to disobey. Damian nervously agrees that they should never open it, but his tone of voice clearly indicates that he knows much more than he is actually saying. They ask him if he knows what's behind the gate, and he lies, saying he doesn't know, and that they definitely shouldn't touch it. In reality, he knows very well that there is a hidden boss behind that door, and that the gate only opens under very specific conditions. It's locked and sealed by the system for now, completely ignoring the risks of opening the gate by accident. The efficiency one can gain is simply unparalleled. He then shifts his attention to Rhea, who is happily chewing on another Yanga Yang. She seems to really like those sweets a lot, and defends herself by saying that the brain needs sugar. As they talk, he notices something quite sinister in the area. Well, besides Khloe, preparing to murder any girl who dares to look in Kai's direction. They are watching, and will definitely appear when the right moment comes. Later that same day, they begin their journey towards the Gamyoto Plains, the place where the dungeon is located. When Kai was discharged from the army, he solemnly swore never to return to that city, but now, here he is, voluntarily organizing a group to go there all together. The bus stops at a checkpoint, and the driver has to inform the armed men that they are, in fact, students from Hawking Academy. It seems there are civilian restrictions that prevent anyone from entering the dungeon zone. Back then, he could clearly feel that the elders were watching. And he also felt that something very bad could come from this trip. Swift snaps him out of his thoughts and offers him some eggs. Damian refuses Swift. He asks if William is getting nervous over such an insignificant C-rank dungeon. Then he asks Rhea if she would like some eggs, and her answer is a quick and direct no. She looks distractedly out the window, paying the group no attention at all. But for a brief moment, William can feel her gaze fixed on him. He already feels watched. He felt watched enough by the Academy elders, but now it seems like absolutely everyone is staring at him. The bus finally arrives at the place where ancient demons once nested. Now, the site has been completely reduced to a simple farming dungeon. Peter Apple notices that William seems to be carrying a considerable amount of luggage. He asks about it, only to discover that it's actually just a bag full of kitchen knives. The group walks towards the dungeon, and Khloe offers to take the lead as usual. And with that, they walk with great confidence toward the dungeon. Upon reaching the dungeon's border, the guards watching the dungeon entrance need to confirm that they are indeed from Hulking Academy, and so they ask the 4 students to sign a visitor's log. One of the guards seems especially curious as he watches William write his name. Peter Apple calls him inside the dungeon, before he can even speak to the man, and the large mechanical door opens for them. William looks back one more time as the doors close, and the man continues to watch them intently from the outside. On the dungeon wall, there are small, cute signatures and drawings left by students who have been here before. Looking at them makes this place seem much more like a tourist spot than a dangerous dungeon. He feels a tug on his arm and turns to see Rhea, looking quite tired and completely out of breath. She asks him if he has anything sweet to make her feel a little better, and William shoves his hand in his pocket, pulling out a piece of candy. Candy isn't really her thing, however, and she asks him if he happens to have any. Yanghua. William isn't there to babysit anyone, and he tells her to bring her own, but she's saving hers for later. Their conversation is abruptly interrupted. When Khloe spots some monsters coming their way, about 200 meters away, Peter Apple turns to make sure the rest of his group can stick to the plan. He prepares to buff the attackers, and Saki draws her weapon, getting ready to attack. William notices that her weapon is an S-grade weapon known as the Crimson Bow. With such a powerful weapon, clearing the dungeon will be a real breeze for them. The question, however, is whether he can really trust Rhea to do a good job, especially since she takes a second to chew on another bar of her favorite snack before the monsters can even reach them. The monsters come rushing through the dungeon cave, and Khloe fearlessly charges towards them. With twin crossbows in her hands, she leaps into the air and fires 2 shots from her crossbows, hitting 2 of them right in the eye. They fall back and the others rush past their fallen comrade, still charging straight for Khloe. The red-haired girl draws a sword from her back while Speed Weapon tells her to retreat immediately, but Ryosu is even faster, firing 3 arrows directly at the monsters and taking out 3 of them one by one. Before they could even reach Khloe, William is impressed with her skills, but he's much more worried about her, breaking the horns that he needs for his weapon enhancement with her sheer attack power. A hardcore player is still a hardcore player, and she's a skilled DPS who simply can't be stopped. They venture deeper, but one of the monsters that hadn't been completely killed suddenly gets up and charges straight for Ryosu. Before she can even react, she turns to try and take it down. But her foot gets caught on a rock, and she starts to fall with absolutely no way to defend herself. She tumbles to the ground and gets into a defensive position, but luckily for her, William is there just in time to cushion her fall and slice the monster before it can even reach her. She stares at him in complete shock. As he holds her suspended in his arms, her excitement and shock manifest as a small, cute hiccup. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, the same man who was keeping an eye on William earlier answers a call from a completely unknown person. It seems a plan has been carefully set in motion. Behind the scenes, now that most of the monsters have been taken down, William takes his time, collecting the buffalo horns that he'll need for his weapon reinforcement, and, while he's collecting them, Ryosu approaches him from behind and hands him a piece of yanga. To thank him for saving her earlier, he wouldn't mind accepting it, but Khloe's raw and intense jealous aura from right behind him isn't helping the situation at all. He calls Khloe over and whispers some important instructions to her regarding the team member they had seen earlier. She acknowledges the information, and the two continue to talk about the matter. Weapon decides to ask if the two of them are dating since they seem so close. Khloe blushes intensely at the thought of dating William, but our MC skillfully shuts down the topic by pointing out that not all relationships between men and women are necessarily romantic. Khloe is not happy about that at all, and glares at William with a furious look, but says absolutely nothing. She changes the subject and asks why there are so few mobs inside the dungeon. No matter how popular a dungeon might be, it wouldn't be this empty. Ryosu also feels that something is very wrong with the small number of buffaloes that seem to be in the dungeon, and it almost seems like they're running from something. Buffaloes don't behave this way, so their movements are a bit strange and out of the ordinary. Buffaloes don't behave this way, so their movements are a bit strange and unusual. They are quite docile creatures, and the locals of the area even use them for agriculture. Liam can't believe that people would use demonic animals for agriculture, but even crazier things have happened. There's also something more suspicious, but Ryoko doesn't mention it. They have a cell signal to call for help anyway, so things should be perfectly fine as they make their way through the dungeon. Liam asks Kyoko how she and Speedwagon got to know each other. The reason is because Ryoko placed first in the written exams and Speedwagon came in second. He bragged about it for several weeks, and that's how they ended up meeting. She also confirms that she placed third in the placement tests. Dharma didn't consider Speedwagon a braggart, but Speedwagon, surprisingly, tells them that Rachel is his distant cousin, so being loud is indeed in his blood. Having distant relatives also explains why Liam, who is a game-born player, didn't know about the connections of Speedwagon with the main characters. Speedwagon's family is a branch of the Changsong clan, while Rachel is actually from the main branch. That's why they at least know each other. It's not the right time to talk about it, however, and Speedwagon assures Liam that he's living the dream. If anything, Liam is the one who's truly impressive here, so there's no need to worry about Speedwagon at all. Speedwagon even says that Liam could join the 7 heroes, and Khloe fully agrees, but Ryoko says absolutely nothing. Instead, she walks ahead, moving away from the group. She openly declares that she hates the 7 heroes. The others watch, somewhat intrigued, but they don't have time to focus on that right now. For now, they just need to work together to clear the dungeon quickly and then head back. They need 20 kills for it to be considered a dungeon clear. As they walk through the area, Liam notices some strange claw marks with a cursed appearance on the walls. Speedwagon and Khloe walk ahead and call for Liam to follow them, since he was completely lost in his own thoughts. Meanwhile, outside, the man continues to talk with the mysterious person on the other end of the phone. He confirms that Liam's group should have already encountered the raging buffaloes by now, and that he has followed all of the person's instructions faithfully. He thinks they should have been completely eliminated by the raging buffaloes by now. The person on the other end tells the man not to be so arrogant and asks if he will take full responsibility. If their plan fails, the man can't answer the question, and the academy instructor just tells him to call back when he has concrete results. The call ends, and the man looks at the open doors of the dungeon. He's dead anyway, so he might as well confirm things for himself. He also forced the gate to open to make sure that their chances of surviving the dungeon are absolutely zero. But thinking of Julian's eyes, it's almost as if the teenager could see through absolutely everything, just to be sure that things are going perfectly well. The man enters the dungeon to check the damage. Back inside, Khloe warns the group that more magical beasts are approaching quickly from behind them. With her blessing, she can detect approximately 50 of them running in their direction. Suddenly, the ground around them begins to shake violently as a stampede of buffalo charges towards them. This swarm is very large, and it's hard to believe they are even buffalo that are attacking. They are supposed to be harmless creatures, but this group of buffalo is clearly being angered by something. At that exact moment, Julian's memory reminds him of something his mentor once said. Each and every blade has its purpose. You can't use a chicken knife to kill an ox, and sashimi knives are specifically made for fish. But Julian asked about beef sashimi, which is the same as using a sashimi knife to butcher an ox. His mentor raises the knife, and Julian initially thinks he's about to be hit. But instead, his mentor just smiles at the fish he has just cut and agrees that this is definitely true. This situation somehow reminds him of the past, and Julian realizes he's about to use a fish knife to slice buffalo. With absolutely no time to lose, Julian begins to give clear orders to the group. He tells Khloe to distract the herd without, however, attacking directly. He needs her to disrupt their formation without attacking. Then, he turns to Apple with a smile and asks if he is really ready. Apple can tell immediately that Julian is about to perform another one of his miracles and returns the smile, born ready for this very moment. Rio, who isn't used to how much plot armor Julian has, can't understand why they are so incredibly calm about this whole situation. Then he calls out to her and tells her to hold the front line and stop anything that gets close. She agrees, trembling a bit, then asks Apple why Julian seems so calm. Apple simply tells her not to be too surprised when she sees what is about to happen next. A herd of 50 buffalo is still a huge number of buffalo, and that's why he came prepared, with a true army of sashimi knives. One of the closest buffalo finally manages to reach the group, and Julian hurls his knives at it as if they were throwing knives. In a matter of a few minutes, the 50 buffalo are reduced to nothing but large chunks of meat under Ryan's overwhelming power. Azure is so shocked that she even drops her yangin. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. Khloe rushed in with her feline blessing, attacking some of the raging buffalo while skillfully dodging the rest, thus creating the perfect distraction for Ryan. Then our MC leaped into action with his throwing knives, relentlessly cutting down dozens of them, until the roar of one of the buffalo made him stagger and freeze on the spot. The others seized the opportunity to pile on top of him, and at one point, Azure started to get quite worried. thinking that Ryan might be getting overwhelmed by the sheer number of them on top of him. But in the blink of an eye, the horde of buffalo piling on our MC was completely blown into pieces of flesh, and nothing was left standing except for Ryan's team after that incredible and impressive display of skill. Ryan simply sheathed his knife and began to collect all the horns in his bag to use later. Thanks to the blessing of pain, which lasted for 40 seconds, taking down the buffalo was a total breeze. As Khloe comes over to congratulate him for another job well done, he remembers that he couldn't have done it all without the valuable help of his party. As they chat casually, Azure continues to stare at Ryan in absolute shock. The spirit weapon tells her she shouldn't be so surprised, since he had warned her about Ryan's incredible skill, but he isn't surprised that she's completely speechless, since not even he can believe what he saw. As they watch Ryan and Khloe standing over the pile of corpses, the two of them wonder what kind of monster Ryan truly is. The group continues their journey towards the entrance of the dungeon. The clearing condition for the dungeon was 20 buffalo, and Ryan managed to do that all by himself, twice over. Our protagonist tries to argue that he did nothing during the midterm exams, and the spirit weapon wants to remind him of his battle with the mermaid. But he remembers that people aren't supposed to know about that. He changes the subject, recalling that Azure was with them, and they continue walking towards the exit. As they move, Khloe notices that the area is strangely silent. They arrive at a pillar-like structure that seems to be the one gate they shouldn't open. As they watch for a moment, the gate suddenly begins to open, and the chains that sealed it start to unravel. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the dungeon, the worker from before stares in shock at the pile of buffalo corpses in the dungeon's corridors. He can't believe that they, somehow, killed so many buffalo by themselves. The only thing he can think about is his debt of 20,000 and 1,000,001 from the land of Chuan. A few days ago, a woman calling herself Instructor Hoken approached him with an offer. If he does what she wants, she will wipe his debt clean. She wants him to take a demon stone and use it to tame the buffaloes, then send them into a frenzy when Damian appears. Finally, she wants him to open the stone gate in the depths to finish it all. At first, he hesitated, because she wanted him to sacrifice the students, but the allure of having his debts cleared was too great for him to ignore. He took the stone and salivated at the thought of all his worries disappearing, and the instructor left, saying she would be in touch and that he should answer any unknown number. With the thought of his debt of over 1,020,000 being cancelled, there was no way he would care about a bunch of brats. With the stone gates open, there's no way they'll survive. Damian and his team pass through the stone gates, wondering where exactly they are. Now it starts to make sense why everything seemed so easy. They walked right into a trap, and it was all because Damian didn't trust his instincts. The gate only opens when the giant's demon stone is brought into the dungeon. The demon stone is a mid-game quest item, and the fragments from before were pieces of the giant's mana stone. He didn't expect the door to be left open with just those fragments. However, this follows the game's story. The reward for clearing this place is huge, but he needs to focus on surviving first. He can see something on the second door. There is a single red line carved into the stone gate, which is supposed to be indestructible, but he used all 40 seconds of his painless blessing when he was fighting, so the Murasame should hold out a little longer, and allow him to cut the gate and get out before it shatters. Before he can even try, a massive presence makes the student stop and turn around. It's a large buffalo that looks incredibly powerful. However, the reward for defeating this enormous buffalo is the Blessing of Transition, which is an ability that transfers and amplifies the owner's blessing to a target, chosen for a single use only. The monster that guards this incredible reward is a grade A demon called Inatoros Minotauros, also known as the Buffalo King. The torches in the room begin to light up by themselves, illuminating the Buffalo King and two other large buffaloes beside him. The left and right-wing buffaloes also look much more powerful than the rest of the buffaloes they faced before, and the demon beast Buffalo King is also truly intimidating. Even if William cuts the gate for them to escape, once the creature awakens, it will be impossible for them to escape unharmed. This isn't like the midterm exams, however. He knew about the siren, but he has fought minotaurs before at full strength. William can take down 3 by himself, but he has already used all 40 seconds of his painless blessing. He needs to do this strategically. He asks Swiftblade if he can cast a pain reduction buff, and he only needs it for 2 minutes. If Saki doesn't stop casting it for a single moment while Gideon is fighting, then it will definitely be eliminated. He leaves the smaller ones to Saki and Khloe and tells them that he'll take care of the big one himself. With the plan set, the students prepare as the Buffalo King awakens with a threatening roar. Gideon activates the Blessing of the Sword God, and is immediately overcome by a wave of pain that makes him cough up blood. However, thanks to the weapon's buff, he can at least move. The demon charges forward to attack, and Gideon rushes in as well, dodging the first strike and moving to its side before it can recover. The pain from the blessing of the sword god is still so intense that he is constantly vomiting blood, but he's strong enough to face the buffalo. Gideon parries another attack and then rushes behind it to try and bring it down, but his attempt is met with a kick from the massive beast, sending him flying backward. He regains his footing before he falls and spits more blood from his mouth. Even the sensations he couldn't feel before with the painless blessing are now awakening. Instead, it's as if allowing himself to feel the full power of the blessing of the sword god is making him feel free. Gideon rushes in for another attack, dodging a massive swing from the Buffalo King's axe and moving at speeds the rest of the group can barely comprehend. The two behemoths continue to clash as Gideon dodges every one of the buffalo's attacks, much to its frustration. The Buffalo King raises its axe high above its head and brings it down in a massive strike aimed right at Gideon. As the smoke clears, Gideon is resting peacefully atop the creature's axe, completely unharmed, and Saki can't believe that a human can move like that, let alone fight at such a speed. She can't focus on Gideon's fight, as she is also battling one of the buffalo guards at the moment. She knows the fundamentals of combat: muscle control, posture, and harnessing kinetic energy, all part of a combat sense that shatters the enemy's center of gravity with minimal effort. However, knowing these things and actually putting them into practice are two very different matters. As thoughts of Gideon fill her mind, she fires an arrow straight into the buffalo's eye, causing it to charge at her in a rage. In moments like these, even when facing death's door, Gideon still maintains an unshakable focus. His attitude reminds her of Siegfried, the Sword Emperor. She draws her bow and aims at the charging bull, blowing its head apart with a single, powerful shot. She turns to Gideon and recalls a recent rumor about a special admission student, one who was strong enough to rival the aura of Siegfried himself. Meanwhile, Gideon's aura isn't far behind, and fear causes the Buffalo King to become enraged, trying to punch Gideon off its axe. Instead, Gideon dodges. He cleanly dodges the blow and severs the arm the monster tries to punch him with. Meanwhile, Khloe also manages to take down the buffalo she was fighting and wipes the blood from her face. She's still inexperienced when it comes to demonoids, but she knows that the more human-like they appear, the deadlier they become, though it can vary. But if a demon acts this human, then it's definitely incredibly powerful. This means the one Kael is facing is unbelievably strong. The monster roars as it clutches its severed arm and grabs its axe with its other arm, preparing to cast a magic spell. This is strange. However, since demonoids can't cast magic, looking closer, what it's doing isn't casting magic. Instead, it's burning its own life force in exchange for mana. It's difficult to even get near the monster because of the rampant magical power. However, even now, as the bard plays his flute with all his might, he still believes that Kael can pull off something miraculous. In this situation, the monster raises its axe, which is now completely fused to its only arm, and then it brings it down upon our weakened protagonist, who is still bleeding profusely from his mouth. Kael raises Murasame and blocks the initial attack, causing a massive amount of energy to leak out around them. He wanted to try and slice through the magical attack, but it's far too dense. He also can't dodge the attack, since his teammates are right behind him, and they would take the full impact of the blow. The Buffalo King continues to press its attack, and slowly, Kael begins to be pushed back. It almost seems like he's about to be eliminated, but an arrow suddenly strikes the monster's eyes. Kael turns to see Saki, who angrily scolds him to stop getting distracted and take the monster down already. Kael closes his eyes for a moment, and when he opens them, he is filled with a new power. Slowly, the axe begins to crack, and Murasame glows with a blue light. The blue light is very similar to the aura from Siegfried's sword when he and Kael trained together. Eventually, Kael manages to break through the axe and completely slice the Buffalo King in half, taking it down with a single strike. Even with everything they've seen so far, his teammates are still shocked by how powerful Kael is. The once terrifying monster falls to the ground in two large chunks of flesh, and Kael looks up at the dungeon ceiling as his nerves finally calm down. Now that he realizes he actually managed to cut it down, he stares in shock for a moment, finally understanding why the bard has so much faith in our protagonist. Furthermore, his assimilation rate increased from 9.3 to 12.7. The bard falls to the ground, his lips sore and bruised from playing the flute so intensely. At this point, Kael continues to shatter all common sense every time the bard sees him in action. The blue light shining from his sword was bright enough to illuminate the entire cave. He's already manifesting an aura. It's hard to believe he's even human. Ryo approaches and reminds him to breathe, snapping him back to reality. Then she told him she understands what he meant before, when she was warned not to be too shocked by the guide, and also why he keeps following the guide around. Then she asks Speed Weapon if the Academy's rules prevent Kael from transferring to their class. That might be the case, but it doesn't stop a student from doing things the other way around. Rio smiles, realizing now that she also feels the urge to have him join them. Kael struggles to catch his breath as the adrenaline leaves his body. Even with Speed Weapon's blessing, the strain on his body is still inevitable. Fighting without the blessing of painlessness is progress for him. Khloe collides with him, crying. As she frantically asks if he's okay, he tries to calm her down because her weight on his body is aggravating his already severe wounds. She pulls away from him. Blushing, she backs away while he rethinks his life choices. A status window appears before him, informing him that he has acquired a new blessing. Originally, this blessing was meant for Leo, and its rank is a spiritual rank, which is the rarest in the world. It's a blessing that only reveals its full potential when combined with another. The blessing of transition can transfer a possessed blessing to another, living being, or an object. However, the user must make direct physical contact with the target. It's an essential blessing for controlling the dual-natured Balming, which is a sword that Leo will acquire later in his adventures. Since Kael has stumbled upon this powerful blessing, he might as well make the most of it. Then, he notices someone watching them through the stone doors, which are now open. He asks Khloe if she remembers the favor he asked of her earlier. Then, in a flash, she slams into the man before he has a chance to get away. Next, she shoves a knife into the man's thigh, immobilizing him. Speed Weapon and Rio have no idea what's going on, and Kael calmly walks over to the man, explaining that he asked Khloe for a favor earlier. The man tries to play innocent, and asks what he did to deserve this. The other two quickly realize what's happening. The stampeding buffaloes and the open stone gate were all caused by this person. It's a bit suspicious, since there were no surveillance cameras inside the dungeon, yet he just happened to show up at the perfect time. It's obvious he was targeting them, but they have no idea why. One thing Rio manages to figure out quickly is that this staff member didn't do it alone. Since he won't talk, she and Gaia threaten him with death if he continues to refuse to talk. With certain death staring him in the face, he gives in, and admits that an academy instructor approached him a few days before and offered to pay off his gambling debt, in exchange for helping her eliminate this group of students. Speedweb can't believe that someone would sell out a group of students for a simple gambling debt. He tries to defend himself, but this only makes Swift Arrow more furious. Ryoso stops him from attacking the injured man, and asks what the instructor looked like. He tells them she was a tall woman with purple hair and eyes. Ryoso quickly guesses that the culprit is probably the assistant instructor. From their class, her sharp eyes made her stand out to him. Swift Arrow realizes that she is also likely the one responsible for the midterm exam incident. Ryoso asks about it, and Kale finally reveals to her that, during the midterm exams, they encountered a demonic siren. She realizes that the reason why Leo ended up in the hospital is because he fought a demon. Now that Kale has revealed this, Speedweb no longer needs to hide it, and he reveals that it was Kale who defeated the monster alone. She doesn't even question the fact. After seeing what Kale accomplished today, while they are discussing it, Kale stops the recording on his phone. He has obtained all the information he needed from the staff member, which means he is no longer of any use. Khloe yanks her sword from the man's thigh, making him scream in pain. A dungeon that should have never been opened has just opened, which means this is the perfect time to erase someone from existence. As Kale turns to leave, he tells the group's assassin to take care of the trash. Khloe wastes no time, as her eyes switch to yandere mode, and his screams last for only a second as Kael exits the dungeon. He mentally challenges the elders and instructors of Hakan Academy, as well as anyone else. He is warning them to come with everything they have. No matter what they do, he will make sure to erase them all. Kale returns to the academy with his reward from the dungeon. The Cow King's horn is the horn of a minotaur, the boss of the Hidden Water Buffalo dungeon, which guarantees the success of weapon enhancements below A rank. He asks the blacksmith to enhance the Murasame with the Cow King's horn. The blacksmith is shocked that Kale brought an A-grade beast material even though he is an academy student. It's still insane. He asked Kale how he managed to take down the boss alone, and Kale simply said that he couldn't have done it without his team. Then he throws the damaged Murasame on the table and asks if it can be repaired. Vulcan, who was excited, is now shocked that Kale could destroy the E-rank sword he worked so hard on. But a single glance from Kale changes his mood completely. With the job done, Guillaume turns and leaves, leaving the sword with Volundar to finish. As our protagonist walks away, Volundar wonders how his life ended up like this. As revenge, he considers making the sword even shorter this time. Before Guillaume leaves the shop, he turns around and tells Volundar to use the remaining materials to buy himself a drink. Volundar sighs, wondering how a boy like this entered his life. Back in Guillaume's class, he takes a moment to reflect on how much he has grown. He has definitely improved a lot, but it wouldn't be a bad idea to ask for more blessings from the speed-up apple later. He takes a look at his blessings screen, and it seems to get longer every time he looks at it. The most notable change is the assimilation rate. Unlike the other stats, the assimilation rate jumps drastically. After every major battle, it's likely that clearing another dungeon will increase it again, and perhaps unlock something even more interesting for him. Contrary to his rising stats, however, he's been getting gray hairs since the day after his first training session with Khloe. Now, Guillaume is worried if he'll lose all his hair after it turns white. With all the enemies targeting him recently, it's best that he's fully prepared. He can't let problems like these lead to a meaningless death. He also needs to study how to use the transition blessing. It's a shame he stole it from Leo, but as the protagonist of the story, he'll end up drowning in buffs anyway. There's a lot to do, but for now, he needs to focus on recovering. He looks at his desk and notices a gift from Yukon, which is an unbearably sugary candy, so sweet it's almost inedible. The gift is clearly from Ryoso, and it makes Guillaume recall that for the first time, he led his own team to clear a dungeon. Being targeted for assassination is now just another part of his daily life, but having people to call friends isn't so bad either. Apple and Khloe don't play a major role in the main story, and he's not even sure if Khloe considers him a friend. After the dungeon, Khloe ended up hospitalized with a fever, and Guillaume considers visiting her when he has time. He doesn't have any more time to get lost in his own thoughts. As the instructors of the Wolf class enter and tell the class to settle down, his phone vibrates in his pocket, and he receives a message from an unregistered contact asking what he's doing. Guillaume has no idea who this person is and wonders if they messaged him by mistake. Then the mysterious person messages him again and tells him to look forward. He raises his eyes and sees Ryoso entering the classroom with an arrogant smirk on his face, waving his phone at him. It has the same wallpaper as the unregistered contact's profile picture. The instructors announce that from today, Sake Ryoso will be assigned to their class. The announcements are over, and the instructor orders them to change into their gear and report to the training grounds in half an hour. The rest of the class can't believe Riona is in their class, and the instructor even said she requested the transfer herself. They try to talk to her as she walks through the classroom, but she ignores all of them. Guillaume watches as she parades through the classroom and wonders if she's really joining his class. Among this year's recruits, she is considered one of the current miracle generation, as she is one of the 4 best students in the school. The others are him, Rachel, and Abel. She also ranked first in academics, and her combat skills aren't far behind. She truly is a perfect balance of brains and brawn. She is also the daughter of Kojima Saki, one of the 7 heroes, also known as the Absolute Bow. Kojima Saki holds the title of Prime Minister of Japan, which means that Riona is basically the Princess of Japan. And in this world, Japan is still a superpower, so the people in the class are rightly losing their minds as if they had just met a celebrity. Everyone except Kian, who is desperately praying that she doesn't come looking for him as she smiles in his direction. Kian continues to ignore her, and Riona leaps onto his desk, landing elegantly, and shows him her phone, which basically orders him to save her number immediately. It seems Kian's bad premonitions never fail. Back at Gamyodo Chion, at the dungeon gates, some men are interrogating witnesses about a person who went missing in the Buffalo dungeon. The last thing the man said before entering the dungeon was that he was worried about the cadets and needed to check on them personally. Aside from not looking very well, there was nothing strange about the guard who went in. The detectives ask the interrogated guard to leave so they can continue their inspection of the site. As night falls, they go out for a smoke break. It's common for people to die inside dungeons, but no matter how bad an accident is, there's always a body. This time, however, there was no human body in the dungeon. Instead, there was just a mountain of fleas and blood piled up with buffalo carcasses. It's hard to believe this was the work of mere students, and the cadets returned safely while the staff member who followed them vanished, without a trace, not even a body. Something definitely doesn't add up here, but the detectives can't figure out what it is. They wonder if he could be inside the stone gate, but that's unlikely since it has never been opened, and it's not like they could barge into the academy and interrogate the cadets directly. The place is full of nobles, and their superiors wouldn't even approve a warrant. One of the detectives goes to take a leak while the other one leans on a cargo box, trying to make sense of what's happening. Suddenly, his partner collapses beside him as long, slender legs emerge from the shadows, heading his way. The detective immediately recognizes the power as magic, which means there's a demon nearby, but surprisingly, it's a human who approaches. Before he even has a chance to understand, his head is sliced clean off by the woman, leaving his body to fall. The last thing he thinks is that this is a human who made a pact with a demon. She is a half-demon, half-human, half-demon. In other words, a villainess. Ryosu savors her snacks, relaxing in her new seat next to Guyan. Kid asks why he didn't eat the snack she shared, but he ignores her and says that Khloe sometimes sits there. Ryosu doesn't seem to care, as it doesn't matter whose seat it is. For her, it's first come, first served. Guyan takes the opportunity to ask why she transferred to their class but is interrupted by the professor, who announces 5 minutes until the assembly. The other students get up and leave the room, but Ryosu puts on an eye mask and prepares to sleep. Guyan asks if she will come to morning practice, but she refuses, saying she prefers to meditate. In reality, she's just going to take a nap in class, without a care in the world. And, before he leaves, she tells him not to call her Sake anymore. She wants him to call her by her first name, Ryosu. In her country, close friends use first names, not surnames. But Guyan tries to point out that Weapon calls her Sake. She ignores the point and tells him to go have fun training before settling down to sleep. Elsewhere in the dragon class, Rachel takes a moment to stretch, thinking about how noisy her class is today. She tries to start a conversation with Abel, pointing out that Ryosu recently transferred into the class. It's unusual for her, since she's mostly known for sleeping all day in class and not making any effort. Abel doesn't seem to care, but Rachel keeps insisting, realizing that this might be bothering her. After all, transfers don't happen unless there are openings. And apparently, their class was short one student this year, and it's impressive that Ryosu found out, even while always sleeping in the archery hall. Abel doesn't understand why Ryosu's transfer would bother her, and Rachel clarifies that Ryosu recently teamed up with Guyan to clear the Buffalo Dungeon. Abel starts to realize what Rachel is implying, and her cheeks flush as Rachel continues to tease her about her crush on Guyan. Abel tries to deny it, but Rachel has noticed that whenever Guyan's name is mentioned, she reacts very differently. There's definitely something going on there. Abel shakes her head and makes it clear that she's only spoken with Guyan a few times, and nothing more. There is absolutely nothing between them, and she would prefer it if Rachel stopped spreading strange rumors. Rachel interprets this as her saying that nothing is happening right now, but that doesn't mean something can't happen later. Then, Rachel's entire demeanor changes, and she tells Abel that she can fool others, but lying to herself doesn't suit her. This makes Abel freeze, and Rachel simply tells her to think about it. This reminds Abel of a recent interaction with her grandfather. He said he would start teaching at the school, and initially, she hated the idea, thinking that he was just joining the faculty to follow her. She would hate that, because she's already receiving too much unwanted attention. But Siegfried clarifies that he's joining the school staff to keep an eye on the first-year students after what happened in the trials. Abel had asked for help, and that's why he decided to look after them. He assures her that she won't run into him much. Siegfried tries to hide it, but there's a sharp glint in his eyes that's impossible to conceal. The swordmaster, who always seemed so indifferent, is now suddenly stepping onto the field. The only person she thinks could cause this kind of change in her grandfather is William, a prodigy who disregards status and shatters the norms of noble society purely with his strength. He also possesses a ridiculous level of talent that defies all logic, and he even comes from an accelerated advancement program. When Abel first met him, he was nothing more than a scrawny kid who was always sneaking around. But now, he has grown into a strong, sharp-eyed young man. He is even more so than Leon Heinhardt, who was supposed to be the hero candidate. William is treading the hero's path more clearly, and yet, he never shows off or brags about his achievements. He just silently presses forward. If William acted with arrogance even once, then maybe she would dislike him. But he's so different that she can't help but acknowledge him. In fact, she's jealous because Siegfried acknowledges him, and that makes her feel even more ashamed. Rachel chimes in with a teasing look, pulling her from her thoughts. Abel tries to deny having feelings for William, claiming she doesn't even have the time or headspace to think about him. Rachel says it's a good thing she said that, because now she can go after William with almost no competition. All she has to do is deal with Ryoso, and there would be no competition. Back in William's class, he's in the middle of a lecture, where the professor is discussing blessings and how they are ranked. The rank of a blessing is determined by the spirit that resides within it. If a guardian spirit is present, then it's a guardian-level blessing. But if a true spirit is present, then it's considered a spirit-level blessing. As the class continues, Ryoso stirs in her sleep before settling back down. It seems not even the professor can wake her. The class continues regardless. It's been 2 days since Ryoso transferred in, and she still hasn't revealed her reason for joining the class. This is mainly because she has been sleeping all day, so there's never a chance to ask her. If all she does is nap, then there's no reason for her to sit in the corner next to him. It's a good thing Khloe is still in the hospital, or things could get complicated. Rhea took him in after the incident in the dungeon, so everything was resolved without much trouble. She's on another level, and much better than Apple. The professor continues the lesson, and the blessings are classified into 4 categories. The lowest is a personal blessing, followed by a guardian and a true blessing, with the heroic blessing being the strongest. Most of the cadets at the academy have a personal spiritual blessing, which is the weakest. But a personal spiritual blessing can surpass a guardian-level blessing. Spiritual-level blessings are incredibly rare, and William happened to get one of them, the blessing of transition. Then there are the heroic-level blessings, which are basically considered a legend since the dawn of the manifestation of blessings. There is only one person who has awakened it, the hero of Origins, Valor Hawking. In modern times, however, there are rumors of one more person, and William knows who they are talking about. He has the blessing of the miracle. Their class ended, and the professor said they would finish the story next time, but William has one more question. He asks about the phrase he always hears. Whenever he activates the blessing of the sword god, that phrase is, "May the blessing of the gods be with you." This makes the professor pause for a moment, and even Rhea wakes up a little. The professor doesn't understand what he's talking about, but there's a flaw in what William said. That's because there are no gods left in the world, which means there can be no shared blessing of the gods. As the professor leaves the room, Rhea laughs at William for his embarrassing question. He asks if she's done sleeping, but she turns around and goes back to sleep. William doesn't blame her either, and decides it's time for him to take a nap too. As William's consciousness fades, a message begins to appear in front of him. He wakes up and there's a large message in front of him informing him that the GM has requested a conversation with him. William suddenly finds himself in a very abstract world, with lots of debris floating everywhere while the message also floats in front of him. Then, the notification changes to a question, questioning William on whether or not he accepts a meeting with the GM. The message changes to say that the GM is interfering with the world line with code. World line is a word that William has never heard before, and none of this makes sense to him. Suddenly, things go quiet, and a message appears saying that the dimensional gap is too large and that his current level is insufficient. He also hasn't met the requirements for the mysterious new trait yet. Now the question is whether William still wants to proceed despite all this. He hesitates for a moment and looks around, trying to figure out what is happening. This environment doesn't feel like a dream to him, but there's a chance that he will finally find the answer to his sword god's blessing and the reason why he is in this world in the first place. He accepts the meeting with the GM, and the world begins to transform as the world code is edited. Suddenly, the world around him shatters, and he is thrown into an area that is already familiar to him from the first time he awakened the sword god's blessing at the academy entrance. And now he can see a light at the end of the area, and just like every other time he has seen it, he can never tell how bright it is, but William can still tell he's getting closer little by little. He just needs to go a little further and do a little more, and he should be able to get there. Suddenly, he hears a voice calling for him to wake up. A hand bursts through the darkness and grabs his shoulder. The system detects an external interference. In response, he postpones the conversation with the GM. William extends his hand, as if trying to hold on to this reality, but the hand forcefully drags him out of the space. Before he's completely pulled out, the GM leaves a message for him. The message simply says that William must sever and break through, no matter what it is. It then ends by wishing the blessing of the gods upon him. Suddenly, William is pulled back to the waking world as Ryu shouts for him to wake up. He's always telling her not to fall asleep, and here he is, taking a sweet nap. Her chatter is cut short when she notices that William is crying and not paying any attention to her. Later that day, William rests on a bench while his mind wanders back to the dream he had. Ryu seemed genuinely worried after seeing him cry, but looking back, he can't even remember what happened in his dream. It's also embarrassing that he was caught crying by Ryu, of all people. As he's thinking to himself, a group of his new friends, who are quite unorthodox, approaches him. They've gathered to summarize everything they've discovered so far. They know for sure that someone inside the academy is targeting William, and that they need to solve this. Ryu interrupts Apple as he begins the summary, since she already knows this whole story, and doesn't want a full recap. William was the one who asked Apple to give everyone a brief summary, but it seems he's suffering while the two argue. William notices Khloe coughing behind him. She's wearing a face mask and clearly hasn't fully recovered. He asks if she's feeling better, and she says she is, although she's just keeping her distance from everyone in case she's still contagious. He turns to his two arguing friends and asks Ryu if she has discovered anything new since they last spoke. She's more upset that he called her Sake instead of Ryu, and makes a point of correcting him immediately. William looks nervously at Khloe, but it seems she's too sick, or too worried about spreading her flu to react as she normally would. To pacify things, William starts calling her Ryu as she wants, and the conversation returns to the current situation, with the Academy elders. Apple feels they need to clear things up and figure out their next steps. Besides knowing that the Academy elders are targeting William, they also obtained a description of the instructor, the suspicious female from the guard. But knowing all this doesn't solve anything, and the elders' motives are still completely obscure. The Auditory family will probably end up dealing with it properly anyway. As for the instructor, Rios has a feeling she's seen her somewhere. After checking all the instructors and assistants through the Academy's internal security system, she found someone who matches the person they're looking for, but strangely, her identity can't be confirmed. Julian is shocked that Rios can do something like that, but for her it's basic in the world of overflow technology. The Academy's security is world-class, so she had to perform her hack at dawn when the system was at its weakest. She was already sleep-deprived, but now she's even more exhausted, which is why she's always been sleepy during class. This is probably how she got his number, even though he never gave it to her. Basically, they haven't confirmed anything yet, and it's not like they can just go to the elders and threaten them. However, Apple has a different idea. He wants the four of them to start their own club. Clubs at their school have free movement and financial support from the school. The Academy emphasizes cooperation among students, and there are many advantages, and one of them is that clubs are treated as official groups. Affiliated with the Academy, joining a club also means they will have the Academy's protection. Since being a student clearly isn't enough, a club could act as a double layer of protection for them. Since they have enemies both inside and out, Julian also knows how clubs work from back when he used to play. In his past life, the club system was one of the many features of the game, and it was a mechanic designed for the Academy-based game, allowing players to decorate their own personal space with furniture. Players could also invite characters and increase their affection, but it was more likely a way to empty the wallets of numerous hardcore fans. This became known as the housing system, and Julian was never interested in it, because he didn't have time for it. Who would have thought it would end up being so useful in real life? There are special requirements to create a club. However, they need at least 5 members, and then they need to submit a club proposal form to the administrative office. They need one more member because of everything. As one gets older, human relationships start to become more calculated, and yet these people trust and support him completely, even though they barely know each other. He can't help but be grateful to them for being by his side in this situation. Now, the first thing they need to do is choose a name for the club. Khloe suggests they call it Memories of Murder, but that's a bit too bold for the rest of the group. Rios suggests they call it something random, since no one would care what name they chose, but Apple shuts down his lazy idea. They think a bit more in silence before Ian suggests they create a travel club. They can clear more dungeons and travel a bit outside the Academy without raising too much suspicion. The group seems to accept the idea, and just like that, the travel club is born. They need to choose an advisor for the club as soon as possible and get things sorted out before the exams they have next week. Without an advisor, they can't form a club, and that's the most complicated part, since the advisors need to be at least professor level at the Academy. Khloe suggests they ask the professor from the Blessing Studies class, since he's very popular and kind. The man is always so busy, however, that it's unlikely he'll agree, even though he would have been perfect for the job. The Academy has over 500 staff members, but only about 30 professors, and narrowing it down to those who only teach first years leaves only 10 they can consider. The Academy encourages clubs, but there are so many contradictions. They turn to Liam and ask if he has anyone in mind, and Liam has an idea. Since they need to be professor level or higher, he knows just who to ask. There is one person, of course, who is ranked higher than a professor at the Academy. After all, when he shows the rest of the group who he's talking about, they can hardly believe he's serious. For the club to become a reality, the club president needs to apply personally. Liam is obviously the club president, and he has to be the one to submit the application at the administration building. The woman who handles the documents immediately doubts that Liam can lead a club. It's hard to believe this person is actually an Academy employee. She's openly looking down on our protagonist just because of his special admission status. Liam tries to ignore her attitude, condescending attitude, and tells her to just process the application if it meets the criteria. The woman stands up, looming over Liam completely. She tells our protagonist that, in order to start a club, they need a faculty advisor, but from what she can see, Liam doesn't have a professor willing to advise their club. Liam asks the woman to explain what she means, but her intentions are painfully obvious. The woman thinks that just because Liam is a special admission student, no professor at the academy, would be willing to advise a club founded by someone with his background. The woman thinks Liam wanting to start a club is a lost cause. This lady's attitude isn't all that surprising. Liam had a little bit of goodwill left for this place, but now he's losing all of it. Having worked for almost 20 years in the service industry, he has dealt with countless despicable people, and keeping quiet is usually the best solution in these situations. However, that doesn't mean he doesn't want to land a solid punch on this woman. Not at all. Instead, Liam takes out his phone and makes a call to someone who can solve the problem. He tells the person on the line that he's in the administration office, about to submit the club application, and the woman screams at Gwyn for daring to take a call right in front of her in the office. The person on the other end of the line says they are nearby and will arrive soon, and Gwyn ends the call. The woman seizes the opportunity to scold Gwyn for having the audacity to disrespect her like that in her own office. Gwyn tells the woman to just follow the procedure, as the person he called is already on the way, amidst all her yelling. The heavyset woman doesn't notice her co-workers lowering their heads and looking away from the situation. The woman continues to brag about being the cousin of a close friend of the director, and that she has the power to expel a special admission student like Gwyn. This remark makes Gwyn let out a small laugh, a slight sneer. Then he leans in and tells the woman to be quiet because her voice is too loud, and this is the last straw for her. She starts to show an unhinged expression that Gwyn calls her true face, when the door suddenly bursts open. Everyone jumps in surprise as a very angry director storms into the office from the broken doorway. Gwyn tells the woman to pay her respects to his club advisor, who smiles at him. Happy to see him again face to face, Gwyn tries to apologize for the inconvenience. But Medea says she would come running any time he asked. Hearing Gwyn's name for the first time makes the woman realize she has been talking to this year's top freshman student all this time. Medea cheerfully tells her student to leave the papers and go study for the exams. Now that she is here, she will make sure to take care of everything for him. With Gwyn gone, Medea's tone changes completely, while the other staff member hastily brings her a chair to sit on, as the woman tries to explain that there is some kind of misunderstanding. But the director doesn't even need to use a blessing to know that the woman was mocking his origins, and of all the people she could choose to mock, she chose the student, who was personally selected by the director and the swordmaster. A grave affront. Without saying a word, Medea uses her blessing. She places a resignation letter on the woman's desk and tells her to start writing within 5 minutes. With everything resolved, Medea tells him that the club registration went well and they just need to find one more member. The woman is probably fired, but he feels no sympathy for her. Medea then tells him to come to her office after class. Gwyn returns to the man who became his enemy and friend, the blacksmith Volander, here to pick up his equipment. Volander tells him to wait a moment, and now he finally looks like a real blacksmith. But Gwyn doesn't know what the man thinks of him. As a former player, he has mixed feelings about this. But now, the side. He had grown much stronger after everything that happened, but William couldn't help but feel sorry for him. The volunteer blacksmith was one of the main NPCs responsible for almost everything related to equipment upgrades. Due to the nature of most games like this, he was born as a character that people either loved or hated, and he was notorious for emptying the players' wallets. William was a modest spender in his past life, so he couldn't fully relate. But the big spenders regularly performed rituals, begging God for luck and praying desperately for Volander to bless them just once. In reality, however, most players just insulted the blacksmith for how luck-based his upgrades ended up being a real torment, and even William cursed when he downgraded his Murasame. From a grade B to a grade I, Volander snaps him out of his thoughts, and asks William what he's thinking about. Then he presents the newly enhanced sword proudly, saying that his work this time is definitely beyond perfection. Moreover, special options were added to the sword. To William's great delight, rain scatters from the Murasame sword. It is now shiny and brand new, and William can't help but call the blacksmith a god. For the luck that has suddenly befallen him, thanks to this newly enhanced weapon, his blessing of Endure has been upgraded. Now, reaching up to 50 seconds of activation time when William thought about clearing dungeons in the future. He felt that 40 seconds would definitely not be enough, but an extra 10 seconds will definitely make a huge difference considering he will use this blessing with the transition blessing. This means that when the armament level is raised in the future, he will get even more benefits. All of this is definitely good news for him, although he had complained a lot in the past. The blessing of Endure is surprisingly versatile for a spirit level blessing, and Volander also told him to check something else with his new sword. The sword has now been upgraded to a D-grade sword. After all that effort, the improvement isn't as great as he expected, since he used materials from an A-grade monster. Like the Buffalo King, he expected it to reach at least a C-grade still. Considering that he will be channeling aura through the Murasame frequently, having its hardness increased by 2 grades is definitely encouraging. At least it won't shatter in the middle of combat anymore. which is a relief. There is also a blinking button on his status screen that is begging for him to press it. But William has a bad feeling about it. He presses it, and the screen shows new information due to a successful reinforcement, and the weapon's high growth potential up to 3 special skills can now be added to the sword. The special skills require magic stones, which will be activated randomly. Magic stones are not something that can be acquired easily, and William can barely contain his shock upon learning what his sword requires to become stronger. Meanwhile, the elder working with the demon commander hurls a glass against a mirror. He then continues drinking straight from the bottle before tossing it aside as well. He gazes up at a portrait on the ceiling, a picture of his father, Raymond von Biemhock. The man was one of the 7-star heroes, known as the Mad Tiger. However, he fell in battle 40 years ago during the Thai campaign, against the commander of the 6th Legion, Vasmon. Society hailed him as a noble hero, but immediately afterward, countless attempts were made on his life by family members who were eager to take over the Binrak family. To survive, he had to harden his heart and become venomous, but those relatives who plotted to assassinate him were instead manipulated into destroying one another. Ultimately, he restored his family's shaken foundations in his father's absence. At 30 years old, he became an elder of Hawken Academy, and his mission became to guide a foolish humanity and uphold an absolute ruling class. Fortunately for him, the existence of demons provided humanity with the perfect enemy, granting legitimacy to his authority. But there were always unexpected variables that ruined everything, complicating matters. Leon von Reinhardt, the only hero born with the ability to defeat the Demon King, became a candidate chosen by fate. Of course, given the overwhelming power gap between humans and demons, the probability of Leon actually defeating the Demon King is almost zero. The first commander of the Lycan Legion, who was sealed by his ancestor, the legendary hero Baylor Hawken, set a precedent for the legends that followed. Then one day, someone approached him with an offer to personally deal with the so-called hero candidate. She looked like an instructor, and at first, he wondered how someone so far below him in the hierarchy would dare to speak to him so casually. But the moment their eyes met, it became clear who was superior and who was inferior in their standing. She is a human who voluntarily abandoned her humanity to forge a direct contract with the Legion commander, a half-human, half-demon, also known as a villainess. Things were already complicated enough with just Leon, but now a special admissions student of low birth is making everything so much worse for him. The audit division seems hesitant to act, claiming they lack sufficient justification to proceed. Elder Claudio von Biemhock tells the man to summon the gravediggers. Jaden scribbles his thoughts in a notebook. During class the next day, he is mainly thinking about the fact that Murasame will need magic stones to become stronger. The difference between weapons with and without magic stones is quite significant. Having a weapon with 3 slots to place special abilities is a true prize, a jackpot. Magic stones drop from specific dungeon bosses and from rank A or higher demonic beasts, which are practically demonic in everything but name. It seems that Jamie is cursed to fight against demonics to become stronger for the rest of his adventure. Maybe it's because the word demon is in his name. He looks over at Riona, who is sleeping soundly with her strange sleeping mask, and wonders if she stayed up all night again. It's already been a week since they cleared the dungeon with their new club members. The key to opening the stone gate in the Buffalo King's territory is also a magic stone, and one that comes from a colossal beast called a giant. For some reason, it seems someone has already defeated a giant and taken its stone. Even in the game, the giants were depicted as so powerful that a single step could shake the earth. And a giant is nothing compared to the monsters that were added in the game's later updates. Those beasts were essentially natural disasters in physical form. Jamie has to stop for a moment and consider if it's really worth risking his life just to put special abilities on his weapon. Hunting demonic beasts for stones should have been Leon's job. While he is lost in his thoughts, Khloe enters the classroom and greets him. She is surprised to see Riona sleeping soundly where she would have preferred to sit, but she doesn't comment. Jamie asks if she's fully recovered, and she confirms that she is feeling much better. 5-0. Although Ayame definitely suffered after reflecting that blue light from her weapon. Before she can go any further, he tells her that they shouldn't talk about it anymore. The blue light she's referring to is aura, which is an effect that can only be used by truly powerful people. On second thought, maybe farming magic stones is really worth it. Despite how he initially felt, now he finds himself craving strength and has even completely abandoned thoughts of peace and security. However, his main goal remains unchanged, and his focus is simply on survival. There have been unexpected variables and things that never existed in the game before, It has been relentlessly targeting him. The plot he knew is being distorted, and it's as if the world itself refuses to leave him in peace in any way. Somehow, it's been a month since he enrolled in the academy, and the truth about the Second Great War, which will occur in 3 years, will be revealed soon. Getting stronger and enhancing his weapon are more like necessities than mere options at this rate. He can't guarantee the outcome of the war because he doesn't trust Leon as the hero candidate at all. Even if the siren was an A-rank demon, for her to defeat the hero candidate with a single blow is more than pathetic. The whole situation is too exhausting for him to put into words. He was so lost in thought that he didn't even notice Abel had arrived until he took an angry punch to the face. Abel came to ask how the club registration was going, and Jaden confirms that the principal approved and they can start as an official club as soon as they find one more member. Abel also brought the news that Leon has been on a rampage. Recently, he's been clearing high-rank dungeons non-stop. It seems that Leon is finally acting like a protagonist, and Jaden considers taking back what he said before about the blondie. Rumor has it that Leon even cleared an A-rank dungeon the day before, with a small group while they barely made it out of a C-rank dungeon. Abel points out that Rhea is strangely well informed about the blonde protagonist, and it's quite obvious that she's interested in him. She doesn't answer immediately, and instead turns to face Jaden before looking away and saying that she's not interested in him anymore. Leon has definitely gotten stronger, and at this rate, he will obtain Balmung during the next survival training on the island. In fact, thinking more logically, the fact that Jaden has survived this long with just a sashimi knife is quite miraculous. Hypothetically, his existence might be acting as a shield, deflecting all the threats and attention meant for Leon. Even if that's true, Jaden can't just passively accept it. If it's for his survival, then he will brandish his blade without hesitation. He has no reason to play the part of the flawless hero, and is by no means the protagonist of this world. He mutters quietly that he will cut down anything in his path, and Abel teases him, asking if he likes anime, since that's definitely a line from an anime or a game elsewhere. A group of dangerous-looking people follows a maid through the academy's corridors. One of them wonders how their group could be getting calls from the elders of Hawken Academy. At this rate, since they're getting famous enough for this, they might as well become a legitimate assassination group indeed. The boss, a woman with short silver hair, tells her subordinate to shut up, unless he wants to get his teeth knocked out. Another of the goons tells the guy who spoke that since he's new, he doesn't know that their boss hates the elites, but the pay for this job was simply too good to refuse. As they continue to chat, the boss repeats herself and tells her subordinates to shut their mouths. They arrive at the office of the elder who summoned them, and the maid calls them through the door. The man invites them in, and the first ones to do so are John Payne, the vice leader of the Perry group, a simple henchman, and the boss herself, Risha. These three are members of the Gravediggers Syndicate, which is an alliance of mercenary villains. The elder thanks them for coming from so far away, and then gets straight to the point, ordering his maid to hand them a package containing information about Damian, and one of the men wonders why they are receiving details about some kid. The elder doesn't answer them. He says Damian must be dealt with during the training on the Survival Island next week, and if they succeed, they will receive 100,000 in advance as originally discussed, and then a bonus will be paid separately upon the task's full completion. Roy asks what the disposal method should be, and the elder simply says to throw him into the ocean surrounding the island and let the fish and sharks take care of the rest. The day of the written exam arrives, and Damian is chewing on a sandwich while reading the test material. He already did very well on the midterms, so he doesn't need to try too hard, but they do publish the exam rankings publicly, so he definitely shouldn't take this exam lightly. The other two club members are also ranked second on the written test, so he can't be caught falling behind. While he's studying, he receives a message from Rhea, reminding him to eat breakfast while preparing for the written exam. Damian simply told her he ate a sandwich, so she starts rambling about the importance of sugar in his diet. It seems that Rhea has a tendency to spout nonsense first thing in the morning, and it's almost a mystery how she became the top scorer. Damian tells her that his country also has traditional sweets for exams, and she gets more interested at the mention of sweets. But then Damian ends the discussion by telling her to eat shit. She continues to blow up his phone with messages asking what he means by that, but Damian has already put his phone down and set it to silent. No longer wanting to put up with her nonsense, he has to focus on acing the exam and not let that maniac from the Yang gang beat him. This is easier said than done, however, because it turns out Damian is an idiot. While Rhea and Weapon are arguing about the answers to the questions, Khloe asks him how he did. He told her he guessed on all the questions, but in reality, he got by using his knowledge of the game's lore. Still, he must have done at least better than Khloe, right? He asks if she has heard anything from Knox and if there have been any updates. She tells him her brother called the day before, but she was sleeping so she missed the call. He called at 7 in the evening, and she had been studying all night, so she didn't see it. Damian knows that Khloe is a night owl, so it's more likely that she ignored it on purpose. The contact information for the audit members is classified, so unless Knox seeks her out directly, Khloe's intel is his only source. She has her reasons for ignoring him, but they still seem awkward with each other. Damian personally thinks that siblings should get along better. Weapon complains loudly that he studied for days without sleeping, and yet it seems Rosalind has once again topped the exam scores. During their discussion, while Apple has a panic attack, Rosalind gets up and comes to sit closer to Damian, curious about what he and Khloe are talking about. She asks if they're dating, and while Khloe starts fantasizing in the background, Damian quickly denies it and tells them it's not what they think. So she leans in closer and asks Damian, why is he always ignoring her messages if he doesn't have a girlfriend to worry about? He tells her it was only one time, and that it's not like he constantly ignores her or anything like that. Their conversation is interrupted by Khloe, who is furious to learn that he and Rosalind were exchanging messages. He turns around as she calls his name in a frightening way, only to see Khloe in full yandere mode. She glares at them and calmly asks about the two of them exchanging messages. Khloe's sudden outburst comes as a shock to Damian. The redhead said nothing when the two were sitting, right next to each other, but now she's freaking out over a few messages. Not even Apple can understand her sudden change in attitude, but Rosalind finds the whole situation amusing. She playfully asks Damian why Khloe is acting this way, but Damian tells her to back off before she makes things worse. She doesn't listen and continues to pester him about why Khloe is suddenly acting this way, clearly. Knowing exactly why Khloe is freaking out, it's evident she knows exactly what's going on with Khloe, but she's just having fun teasing them, not understanding how dangerous the impending yandere bomb is. Khloe is fed up with seeing them flirt in front of her and gets straight to the point. Damian never even gave her his number, and yet he's already chatting freely with Rosalind. Damian tries to explain that his number is confidential, but she isn't listening. She's more focused on the fact that Damian promised he would be her one and only prince. Rosalind clings to Damian, curious and eager to know what is happening, and Damian tries to explain through the waves of killing intent coming from one of his friends. He tells her that Khloe is a yandere, but she pretends not to know what that is. Rosalind backs away from Damian. Reading his face and clearly understanding what's happening, Khloe pulls out her signature yandere box cutter, ready to cut down everything in her path. This is definitely different from the last time she went into yandere mode, and Damian doesn't know what to do. He has been neglecting his research on yandere matters, on YouTube, and now he has no idea how to handle her. Khloe begins to take a few steps towards him, saying that from now on, she'll make sure he only has eyes for her. Without giving him even a second to react, she lunges at him with the box cutter. That's when even Rosalind realizes the situation is deadly serious. She keeps slashing at him with the box cutter, screaming that Damian always makes her so sad. He's always going out and flirting with other girls. Instead of its intended target this time, the utility knife misses. It misses Damon completely and heads straight for an unsuspecting Rios. Damon is fast enough to deflect her hand before it can reach the girl behind him. Then he pushes her onto the table, getting on top of her, to stop her from squirming away. Yvonne and Rios watch in surprise as Damon tries to calm her down, and the archer seems particularly irritated by the interaction while she is restrained. He tries to get her to talk. She still tries to push him away, but her hands are already growing weak. With him on top of her, she does not want to listen to him, however. All this time, he did not even want to stay in touch, but now suddenly, he wants to talk. Damon gets closer to her and says he wants to talk face to face instead of just through a piece of metal, like a phone. This seems to calm her down a bit, and she begins to tremble as Damon leans in even closer. With the intention of ending it all, right then and there, he thanks her for always thinking of him. This is enough to put Khloe into a state of overload. Damon's charisma is so potent that even Apple begins to heal. Then he gets up now that Khloe has been completely immobilized by his pure charisma, and reminds her of back in the Buffalo dungeon when he relied on her help, and they worked together. They had many experiences together, so there is no need for her to get so upset so easily. Now that Khloe has calmed down, William takes the opportunity to escape, happy to have managed to handle the situation somehow. Apple asks if he is okay, but Rios remains silent and looks completely disappointed. Their conversation continues and Damon says they should pack things up and leave, while Rios exits the room later. Rios and Yvonne walk back to their dorms together with Damon on both of their minds. They could already tell from previous encounters that whenever it came to talking about Damon, Khloe always gave off a murderous aura. You do not have to be a genius to guess that Khloe has very strong feelings for our MC, however. These feelings are a kind of twisted love. What was even more shocking, though, was seeing Damon holding his sashimi knife. Behind his kind words and actions, he hopes to persuade his way out of dangerous situations. But of course, Damon was ready to trade persuasion for violence, if he had to. He knows how to use the threat of violence if necessary, and at first glance this might make him seem like a villain, but in reality, these are the qualities of a ruler. Yvonne was already convinced before, but now she knows for sure that Damon is destined for greatness. As these thoughts run through her head, she notices Rios furiously typing on her phone. She has been making pouty faces for a while, and it is clear that something is bothering her. She does not want to say what the problem is, so Yvonne asks, why is she messing with her phone so much? She's deleting a video from her YouTube channel that her subscribers weren't watching. It's called The Perfect Way to Handle a Yandere, the same video series Diane was using to deal with Khloe. Not that Wyatt knew that. In any case, the video is clearly doing well, with over 200,000 views, but she's still determined to delete it, claiming she no longer needs it. Apple changes the subject, and the two continue to talk as they cross the fields. Elsewhere, in the Academy's library, Damian examines a row of books alongside his fellow cadets. Starting next Wednesday, there's a deserted island survival training scheduled on Avalon Island. It will last for 3 days and 2 nights. By the name alone, it sounds like a serious survival camp. But the cadets can only form teams of 1 to 4 people. The school even published an official announcement, with all the details for every cadet. The whole thing is more like a school event, similar to a camping trip, and Damian is in the library, picking up several survival guidebooks to better understand how to survive. During the training trip, since it's called survival, the Academy will evaluate each cadet's self-sufficiency, but the final result won't affect their grades, now that he thinks more about it, even for Damian, who was a player of the game. The training event left a lasting impression on him. It's part of the main storyline where the main character will acquire the Fist of Balmung, which is the protagonist's main weapon during the island training. An incident will also happen that will awaken the feelings between Abel and Leon. He was very invested in the event at the time, but now, he's not so jealous anymore. Not since he entered the school and endured the endless danger. It has made him cynical about love. With the Academy elders after him and a mysterious instructor also around, there's far too much to worry about to even think of sparking a romance, no matter how beautiful she is. This isn't a situation where he can afford to develop feelings. Love can wait for his next life. In this current life as a swordsman, what interests him most is the demonic holy sword, Balmung. Maybe it's because he's a swordsman, but he honestly can't help but covet it. As a former player, he already knows where Balmung is and what it can do, but finding the scattered pieces of Balmung is also a key part of the story's narrative. And even though he knows where all the pieces are, he still can't obtain them. The condition for obtaining Balmung, which chooses its own master, is to manifest the blessing of the miracle. This means the weapon is literally designed exclusively for the protagonist. Compared to Liam with a sashimi knife, the difference in their worthiness is simply too great. Instead of lusting after the impossible, it's better to focus on learning what he'll actually need to know for the 3 days on the island. Because of the events that happened on Scopal Island, the headmaster made a special request for the Sword Emperor to join as a guest instructor, leading the Wolf class. The strongest hero in the world is guiding a group of first-year students on a camping trip. The main story has definitely changed a lot, but at least he can now safely achieve his goals thanks to it. Liam goes to the shelf to grab another book that might have something he needs to know. He didn't come to the library just for basic survival information he could get online. He's looking for something specific about Avalon Island. He opens a book about the island's history and begins to read. Avalon Island is located in the far western sea, and it is a mystical place where the terrain is constantly changing in the center of the island. There is an ancient lake called the Queen's Lake, and among certain tribes it is called the Land of Beginnings currently. The island is uninhabited. All of these things are information Liam already knows, and it seems he'll have to scour the entire library to find exactly what he's looking for. As he's searching through the books, a voice calls out to him, and a firm hand gently rests on his shoulder. It's Leon, and the blonde-haired protagonist greets Liam with a small smile. A few girls behind them squeal with delight at the mere sight of Leon, but Liam is more focused on the book the protagonist is holding. It's a book on the introduction to magic, and it seems that Leon is trying to learn from what happened during the midterm exams. But even if that's the case, the protagonist shouldn't be in the library studying magic right now. Liam finds himself suspicious of this situation. Leon sits down in front of our MC and asks what kind of books Liam is reading. Liam explains that he's just trying to learn more about Avalon for their upcoming trip. Leon says he finds Liam surprisingly diligent, and our MC can't exactly deny it with workouts, dungeon exploration, and studying magical beasts. His life is super hectic, since he knows what will happen in 3 years. Liam has been doing his absolute best to prepare in advance. For his own sake, at the end of the day, he's just trying to look out for himself. Leon thinks about it for a moment, then tells Liam that the two of them are different. This reminds our MC of the incident where Leon asked where he came from. The blonde isn't acting that different from how he acted in the game, but there's something that feels strange about this person, compared to the Leon, that Liam knows there's a hint of sadness on his face, and there's also something about his troubled demeanor. Without giving Liam a chance to figure out what's going on, Leon stands up and wishes Liam a safe trip home. There's definitely something wrong with the protagonist. Perhaps it's the burden of being a hero who carries the fate of humanity. But whatever it is, it's definitely a heavy weight on his shoulders, with Leon walking away. Liam goes back to searching for what he needs before the library closes. The day of the survival training arrives and the students gather on the training grounds for orientation. Abel and Rachel meet up with Reese and Khloe, and William's four wives have a brief stare-down. Some sharp words pass between Abel and Rhea before Rachel interrupts. To break the tension, she brings up the fact that Rhea skipped to the guide class and is trying to steal him behind their backs, but Abel stops her before she can go too far with her accusations. Rachel doesn't stop, however, and gets even louder, mentioning the fact that Rhea not only went to a dungeon with William, but also started a club with him, and now she might be spending 2 whole nights and 3 days on a survival training island with him too. Rhea interrupts and tells them that William said he wanted to do the training alone. His excuse is that there were things he wanted to try for himself, so he's planning to take on the entire island alone. This gets Rachel excited, since it means William will be completely alone. For the entire 3 days, Rachel comes up with a little game for the 4 of them to play while they explore the island. William just said he wanted to go alone, but there was no rule stopping them from being there, so Rachel invents a game called Rachel's Game, which will give one lucky girl the chance to have some alone time with William. The Avalon Island has a constantly changing terrain, and even though they use the spatial portal to go to the island, they will all be dropped in random locations. It will be hard just trying to find each other, and even harder to team up, so Rachel's game will have a single rule. Whoever finds William first wins the game, and the remaining 3 must give up the girl who finds William. Will have the chance to completely monopolize him. If they meet each other, they can team up or split up by their own choice. But they must never get in each other's way. All the girls agree, but Ivy turns red as a beet at the thought of monopolizing William. She refuses to participate in the game, but that's just better for the rest of them because it means there are fewer people to compete with. Meanwhile, William, the man on all the ladies' minds, is struggling to stay awake because of the time he spent in the library. The day before, he jotted down everything he would need to know on his phone and came prepared. With 24 sashimi knives, plus a hidden secret weapon, Medea kept texting him like a mother, making sure he went to the island prepared, and even reminding him to pack underwear. It's almost as if she's his grandmother at school. Before leaving, however, William takes a moment to scan the school, and the teachers present on the training grounds. The features he's looking for are a tall instructor with purple hair and eyes. He doesn't know what her intentions are, but if she's after him, then the survival training on the deserted island would be the perfect opportunity to get rid of him. The mysterious nature of the island, where the terrain is constantly changing, also makes the cleanup easier. The same thing obviously applies to William as well, but he's not comfortable using a knife on a person. That doesn't mean he can just stand by and let himself be killed either. But the main problem is finding a teacher who meets the requirements. But the people in this place must have all been dipped in food coloring at birth, because there's a surprising number of women with purple hair and eyes. His thoughts are interrupted by Siegfried and Abel, who are passing by the training grounds. The Sword Emperor reminds Kian that he must continue to work hard and achieve good results, but that he should also remember to get plenty of rest and enjoy the training. After a bit more small talk, the two of them walk away, but Abel takes one especially long moment to stare at Kian before huffing and walking away. Kian doesn't think much of it, and laughs, as he remembers from the game's story that she'll soon get a boyfriend while watching her leave. He doesn't notice Riona sneaking up on him with a mischievous glint in her eyes. At least that's what she thinks, until Kian suddenly turns and hits her with a powerful flick to the forehead. She cries out and jumps back, not expecting him to strike out of nowhere with such a strong attack. She only wanted to wish him luck for the training, but now she's too annoyed to even look at him. Kian doesn't really understand Riona. He hasn't been able to get much sleep lately, because she's always hanging around him, and if he ignores her and doesn't react, she just gets more restless and paces back and forth like a madwoman. He has no idea what drew her attention to him so strongly. But Riona is still technically a heroine. He doesn't want to get any closer to her than necessary. The spatial portal to Avalon Island opens, and the students are instructed to carefully step through to the island for the test. Kian approaches the gate, determined to make sure that this time he'll find what he's looking for, and get through this event smoothly without any trouble. The gate transports him, and he arrives in the sacred land of Avalon. Specifically, he arrives before the Tree of Beginnings, Yggdrasil. This is no time for sightseeing. However, there's a survival test to pass, and everyone is hard at work, so there's no time for him to relax. Fortunately for him, he took a picture of the island's map, back at the library, so he's marked the location where he can obtain the blessing of regeneration. After comparing it with his memories of when he played the game himself, the map looks familiar enough, and Kian assumes the blessing's location is near the lake in the center of the island. This means he needs to get as close as possible to the shore of the World Tree's lake. Then from there, he can cross both the rocky area and the forest area. There are 3 days left for the island training, and the academy didn't just send them here to play around. They've given the cadets a mission to find orbs hidden throughout the island. It's practically a treasure hunt like the ones normal schools have on field trips, and the more orbs a student finds, the better their grades at the end of the test. Apparently the orbs can also be used as enhancement material, which only makes Ian more interested in grabbing some for himself. Following one of the survival books he read in the library, he pulls out the secret weapon he brought specifically. For the test, it's a medium-sized machete that he found in the hiking section of a supermarket. It's usually used for clearing weeds and chopping wood. But most importantly, it's long enough for him not to activate the blessing of the sword god. He bought this machete specifically for training since he hopes to save the 50 seconds of the blessing of painlessness for something huge he needs to solve. While he's testing the machete, a small rabbit peeks its head out from a bush and stares at him curiously. Ian originally thinks this is the perfect moment for him to gather some food, but his thoughts are interrupted when the rabbit emerges from the bush, revealing itself as a creature much larger than Ian. It's a menacing creature, for sure, but Ian has already defeated a cow king, so a little rabbit should be easy. He doesn't even need to activate the blessing of the sword god to defeat this monster. Elsewhere, Abel also encounters a rabbit. This one is thankfully normal-sized and much cuter than the monster Ian found. Abel originally considers trying to help it find safety, but the rabbit bites her hand before running away. Abel chases it and draws her sword, now determined to turn the cute rabbit into an ingredient for her dinner. This is a perfect chance for her too. Since she can use the rabbit to test the result of her special training, the rabbit runs faster and even turns to smirk at her with disdain, as if it's looking down on her. This reminds her of Ian, who also regularly hid his true abilities. She speeds up to catch it, but the terrain suddenly changes, causing her to lose her balance and fall into a lake. The rabbit watches her with a look of disappointment from above the water's surface, and once again, she is reminded of Ian. The boy who fills her mind is also having his own struggles with the monster-sized rabbit. He trained so hard to keep his body in shape, but even now, without the blessing of the sword god, he can barely keep up with a simple rabbit. Ian falls to his knees and accepts defeat. It's better to go hungry than to waste more energy. For no gain, he gives it an opportunity to leave, but before it goes, the rabbit gives Ian a mocking smirk. This makes Ian immediately change his mind and activate his blessing, and he defeats the rabbit instantly. Elsewhere, Rachel runs through the forest, anxious to find Gion before anyone else. She has been walking in circles, but she can't get discouraged yet. After all, she was the one who invented this game and was bragging a lot the whole time. She turns and runs in a different direction, hoping to waste less time, just moving without thinking. Her voice is so loud that Ryoso, in another part of the island, can hear her as she runs through the forest. She is also anxiously looking for Gion and is determined not to be the loser if she ends up playing this game with everyone else. So she landed somewhere on the beach of Avalon Island and immediately worked to adjust her objectives to the special environment. The only place on the island that never changes is the World Tree. And knowing Gion's personality and the fact that he wanted to go alone, she figures that he probably is heading for the center of the island. It's going to be a hassle to look for him, but she doesn't want anyone else to find him first. Khloe is also having a great time searching for Gion, but desperately so. She's barely paying attention to the monsters and animals that try to attack her as she runs through the forest looking for him. She is one of the best scouts among all the first years, and on this island, she is confident that she can find him first, and he will only have eyes for her. She notices someone in the distance and runs even faster, hoping it's her Gion. Meanwhile, Gion rests by a campfire and roasts the rabbit he killed earlier. He spent the entire day skinning the monster, and now he no longer has to worry about food. He hears something running through the forest and immediately turns his attention to it. It doesn't sound like a wild animal, and Gion wonders if it could be someone targeting him. Right now, he can't afford to let his guard down, especially since he knows there are people at the academy who want him dead. Fortunately, he saved his blessing for a moment like this. Khloe runs through the trees toward her target, but it turns out to be Rachel instead of Gion. The two immediately start arguing, annoyed that they seem to keep running into each other. Meanwhile, Gion has to restrain himself from cutting Abel in half when she falls in front of him. The two of them freeze and stare at each other, and the silence is only broken when Abel's stomach rumbles. Even though she didn't want to participate in the game, Abel somehow found Gion first by accident. She takes a long look around his makeshift camp, and it seems that Gian is thriving. He has a fur coat that looks warm, and plenty of dried meat to ensure he won't go hungry. Even in this survival test, Abel continues to lose to him. No matter what she does, it's embarrassing to think about. And because of her dip in the lake earlier, she is also extremely cold. Gian comes up behind her and gives her the fur coat to cover herself with. The main reason she found him was because she couldn't resist the smell of the food he was cooking, but the blanket he gave her is at least warm enough to calm her down. She also has a sprained ankle from earlier when she was chasing the rabbit, and Liam doesn't waste any time as soon as he notices. And he bandages her ankle to care for the injuries before they get infected. Once her wounds are treated, he asks why she's wandering around alone. Rachel's game immediately comes to her mind, but she obviously can't tell him that. Instead, she tells him she feels more comfortable alone, which in a way makes her similar to Liam. She remembers how she had boldly told the other girls that she wouldn't participate in their game, but now that she's here with him, she can't resist the urge to win. She pulls out her phone and snaps a quick picture, showing she found Liam first, then sends it to the group chat, immediately confirming that she had won the game, and the rest of them can't get near Liam. Kevin and Rachel are furious as soon as they see the photo, but the deed is done. Bella stares at her phone while Liam hands her a piece of meat. An awkward mood hangs between them for a moment. Before Bella breaks the silence, she asks how he became so strong, and Liam doesn't have an immediate answer for that. Although most of his fights last only 1 minute, he still displays incredible strength, which must have caused quite an uproar since he arrived at the academy. He tells her it's probably because of his teacher. Bella can relate, since she spent 17 years of her life learning swordsmanship from her grandfather. She was confident she knew more about swords than anyone else, but meeting Liam made her realize there is still so much she needs to learn. She asks for the family name of the person he learned his swordsmanship from, but he doesn't answer her question. Instead, he tells her that he realized a long time ago that being strong doesn't always mean you'll win. In the end, it's always the ones who never give up until the very end who win. Those who can endure will persevere and survive until the end, and those are the people Liam considers to be strong. Bella stares for a moment, but can't help but laugh. To her, Liam's cliché phrase makes him sound like an old man. It reminds her of her grandfather, and also of the first time they spoke on the bench. This is their first real conversation since then. He hands her another piece of meat, and Bella thanks him as she takes it. She becomes so comfortable that she doesn't even realize she's fallen asleep until she wakes up the next morning. By then, Liam had already left, and he had left all his food and supplies behind for her, without a single word. Her leg is also completely healed, all thanks to his help from the previous night. Bella can't help but cry as she realizes this is the first time she has ever felt truly cared for by another person. No matter what happened in her life, she always had to face everything alone, even when facing great obstacles. She would eventually overcome them, but always by herself. This was the duty of one who carries the Nibelung family name. But now, Liam had done all of this for her, seemingly without expecting anything in return. All this time she had envied and been jealous of people who received kindness without expecting anything in return, and now he does this for her. With renewed energy, she picks up her sword and prepares to leave. Nothing will change for her if she just sits and cries, so she needs to start moving. She wears the coat that William gave her with pride, and sets off to continue her survival training. Meanwhile, William makes his way through the forest, and his mind wanders to Abel. He even thinks she's very beautiful, but he also feels that Abel doesn't like him very much. He's not too worried because he already knows that Abel's character is just like that. She has always been a proud and distant young woman. He ended up helping her due to their random encounter, but it wasn't because he had feelings for her. She just looked so pitiful that he couldn't be cold to her. The main story might change a little now that he has interacted with her, but everything should be fine. For the most part, today is also the day that Abel and Leon begin to develop feelings for each other. He, at least, hopes she doesn't end up giving the fur blanket to Leon anyway. He managed to get out of the forest after several hours of walking, and now his focus is firmly on finding the blessing before sunset. The blessing he's looking for is the blessing of regeneration, which is a Guardian-class blessing, just one rank below the blessing of transference. It's designed to amplify the body's regenerative capabilities, but the problem is that it can only be used on the person who possesses the blessing, which means the blessing is essentially just a magical performance enhancer. However, since he has the blessing of transference, this restriction doesn't apply to him. He should also be able to fix his sashimi knives at first glance. The blessing seems like a cheat, but the regeneration doesn't go as far as regenerating lost limbs. It's just a blessing that accelerates the healing of wounds. The blessing is also treated as a hidden bonus in the game, so it doesn't particularly affect Leon's growth, as Leon will eventually get stronger later and gain more buffs he needs to make sure he gets this blessing no matter what. After a bit more walking, William finally finds what he was looking for, the blessing of regeneration. It is also next to a gigantic trial orb, and with how obvious it is, it's practically a freebie. He came here for the blessing, but he also gets an orb, which is a lucky bonus for him. He goes to grab the orb to take a look, but suddenly someone stops him from reaching it. It's Leon. And he already knows that William isn't here for a sightseeing tour of the World Tree. Leon glares at William, already knowing full well that William came here with other intentions in mind. William lies, that he just saw the orb from a distance and came to get it. Leon draws his sword and tells William to come and try to take it, but only if he can defeat the blonde in a fight since the day Leon was born. Half the world smiled upon him. At least that's what he'd been told his entire life. He found something that is proof that he is a hero. The sword in Leon's hand glows brightly as he faces William. This isn't right. However, Leon should be with Abel right now. Today was supposed to be a turning point, an important one. In the story, it seems William accidentally stole their event, and nothing ended up happening all night. But even if he knew that, fighting over it seems a bit pointless. Leon slashes the wall behind him, and it crumbles instantly without any resistance. He's serious about this fight. Nothing is changing his mind, William. He finally gets a look at the sword Leon is holding, and it's Balmung, the heroic sword that Leon was supposed to find. But its condition is strange to William. Balmung is the worst and most sinister demon sword in the world, and the blue gem embedded in its center is a catalyst. The gem grants it sacred power, the holy demon sword, Balmung. And that's what neutralizes his magic. But since Balmung itself is based on magical power, and even though it's being neutralized by the gem of ether, it is greatly affected by the user's character. That's why in the game, Balmung could become a demon sword, or a holy sword, depending on the player's choices. Leon tells William to calm down and just think of this as a practice match. Leon must be insane. However, since he can't even use the mental realm yet, there's no way he can defeat William. In his current state, Leon takes a step forward, and it seems like he's trying to use William as a stepping stone to get stronger after obtaining Balmung. The MC can sort of understand where Leon is coming from, but it's just a hunch. One thing he is certain of, however, is that the orb is just an excuse. Leon is tired of waiting, and charges toward William to start the fight. Elsewhere, Rhea scratches her neck in exhaustion as she walks through the forest. At some point, she found Abel, and the two are now walking together as she tries to find William. Abel didn't want to run into her, but the two are reluctantly walking together. He assumes she's probably looking for William, and she doesn't deny it. At this point, it's obvious to Abel that Rhea is interested in William. Up until a month ago, the only thing Rhea ever did was take a nap at the archery range. But now, whenever William is mentioned, she becomes active and acts differently. He also noticed that she started doing things extra without being asked, even though she always hated doing anything complicated or tedious. Rhea stops suddenly and turns to him with a blush on her face, asking Abel if her feelings for William. The signs are very obvious as the two converse. A loud sound erupts in the distance. Startling the birds in the trees, it sounds like an earthquake, but Rios realizes this commotion is caused by Kong Kayan. Kayan himself is facing a dilemma. Leon is much more powerful than Kayan imagined, and the machete he kept as a secret weapon has already been split in half. Leon doesn't even think Kayan is fighting back, and sees it as our MC having no respect for him at all. The truth is that Kayan simply couldn't react. He didn't expect Leon to actually wield Balmung, but Kayan doesn't want to be dragged into a fight when he doesn't even know what's happening. He hesitated because if he tried to use his blessing, he might have accidentally cut Leon, but if he doesn't fight back, Leon could definitely end up cutting off Kayan's head. Leon is the protagonist of the Miracle's blessing, and cannot be underestimated as the blonde hero walks towards Kayan. Our MC has no choice but to draw his sashimi knife. He is about to face a monster, and doing so without even using his blessing would be absurd. He needs to get rid of the naive thought that he can simply survive without using his blessing. He activates the blessing of the sword god and clashes as Leon makes another charge towards him. The two fight, but in an instant. Leon cuts the first sashimi knife in half with little effort. Kayan quickly opens his bag and takes out one of his many knives, then throws it at Leon. The blonde easily cuts down all the knives before they can reach him, then charges at Kayan again, cutting through several pillars behind him on his way. Kayan manages to dodge the attack and then turns to put some distance between them. Leon is definitely on a whole different level from the midterm exams, but even the protagonist's buff has its limits. Another massive slash from Balmung sends the ground flying in different directions. Leon has used almost all his energy in this fight, but through the destroyed landscape and the dust, Kayan walks towards him, completely untouched. He asks Leon why he is going so far, and Leon stops for a moment and looks at his sword. The guiding sword is supposed to be the one that brings happiness to everyone, but now, since Kael has appeared, it seems that everything he had been working to build no longer matters now. This whole fight must show Kael who's who between them. Leon activates his sword once more, and charges an even more devastating blow than before. As he unleashes it towards Kael, our MC runs towards Leon, as the massive blow comes down on him, and the two clash for a moment as the energy dissipates from Balmung. A small piece of it breaks off. Leon stops moving for a moment, and looks at his damaged sword. It seems that the destiny Leon was supposed to have now is far beyond his reach. From where he stands, Kael is the one who should have been chosen. As Kael sheathes his knife, the wind whispers around them, and when the dust settles, Leon left. It was an unexpected duel for William, but it seems he wanted to use it as a way to help him grow as a hero and get stronger. William doesn't plan on losing to anyone, no matter the motivation. Leon didn't even attack him in a way that would allow him to end the fight easily, and he lost several sashimi knives in the battle. If William had acted lightly and made a single mistake, he would be dead. He did his best not to aim at Leon, but thanks to that, he ended up dodging all over the place without really fighting. Even so, Leon's growth is at a level befitting the protagonist. That said, William ended up cutting a piece of Balmung, but as long as he can repair it and collect more pieces later, then reaching its final form shouldn't be a problem. At least he didn't end up cutting Leon himself. That would have been a completely different problem. With no other surprise attacks on the way, William goes to get the orb for the survival training, and also his new blessing. He takes the blessing, and a system message appears before him, confirming that he has acquired it as one of his skills. It's a passive ability, and to test it, William cuts his own skin with a stone. Immediately, the wound disappears, without even leaving a scar, which is exactly what William wanted all along. Still, getting it in the first place was difficult. He returns to the forest and rests by a campfire while organizing his thoughts. He still can't get over the sudden duel he had with Leon for no reason. The only thing he can think of is that the fight happened because he accidentally stole Leon's special moment with Abel, but Leon even said that their battle would happen sooner or later. Things were so tense that William couldn't even question it, but now he desperately wants to know what the protagonist with blonde hair meant by that. He already knows that Leon is an existence of this world, but that still doesn't answer the question of what exactly he is, and besides that, the one who brought William to this world in the first place is a whole other mystery. He can't do anything to find out, and for now, all he can do is what he feels he needs to do. Even in his past life, he had an impetuous personality. He has been holding back a lot lately, but he could never ignore injustice. He used to get into a lot of fights with rude customers, but he never backed down, no matter how tough they were. Maybe this is William's strange sense of justice. At first, he tried not to interfere with the main story, but before he knew it, protecting himself became the main priority. Although his actions were just to get a blessing, that shouldn't change the main plot. However, today he ended up fighting Leon, and now he is also under the threat of assassination. His life is really on the line, and if he continues down this path, he might end up cutting a real person and not a monster. He doesn't want to do that yet, and his mind begins to weigh on him, as he realizes that things might actually come to this while he thinks to himself. Riona appears behind him and mockingly encourages him to stop talking to himself and just act naturally. Instead of overthinking things, he turns to her, but she's gone. When he looks, it seems it was just a hallucination, but he knows that if Riona were really with him, that's probably what she would say. He takes a moment to think about what the others are doing, and in that brief instant, he realizes that right now, he's thinking about his friends. The word sounds so cliché, but at this moment it gives him comfort as the night goes on. Gideon eventually falls asleep suddenly, the leaves in the bushes around him rustle silently as a group of dangerous-looking people approaches him. With sharp objects in their hands, their leader, Rei Shin, nods as a signal to start the attack, and two of the henchmen throw their shurikens towards Gideon. He instinctively wakes up and dodges the attacks, suffering only minor cuts on his arms. Gideon turns to the Gravediggers Syndicate and immediately recognizes their leader, Rei Shin. In the story, she eventually becomes the first half-demon that Leon ever faces. Originally, she was the daughter of a nobleman, but after her family betrayed and cast her out, she became an assassin for hire. Her hatred grew over time, and then she eventually became a villain, who was defeated by Leon. As sad as her story is, Gideon can't feel any sympathy for an assassin who has renounced her humanity. The group of assassins closes in on him, while Gideon cautiously tries to keep his distance. The men can immediately tell that Gideon is not normal, and even in a situation like this, where he is surrounded by strong fighters, Gideon wears an expression as if he wants to take them all down. Ray Shin is the first to speak to him and asks what organization he's from. Gideon doesn't answer, mainly because he has no idea what to say. Why would an assassin be asking him that kind of question? Perhaps they think he's not a cadet, because he seems so skilled from what the other men are saying. It seems this is the first time Ray Shin has taken an interest in someone they're about to kill. They know he's the target, but they didn't think he would offer any resistance at all. Gideon still doesn't respond to their taunts, and instead, simply watches them. Then he realizes that since these people came for him, whoever sent them must be at least an elder of the academy. This shocks everyone as they didn't expect Gideon to figure them out. He knows the Gravediggers Syndicate are just butchers who kill for money, and the more he talks, the angrier they get. Gideon approaches Ray Shin, staring at her up close and sizing her up. As if mocking them, one of the henchmen finally snaps. Fed up with the disrespect, he turns to attack Liam, but in a fraction of a second. Our protagonist activates the blessing of the sword god and quickly dispatches the minor character. The man scoffs at Liam for merely running and dodging, even as his head slides from his neck, which was cleanly and precisely cut by Liam. Thus he dies before even realizing he was attacked, and with that, Liam has finally killed a person. In a place that isn't the Academy's subspace. While the group panics and tries to figure out what to do, Liam's assimilation rate begins to skyrocket, going from 12 to 88. In another reality, Boss Kim checks his phone and sees that it's already past midnight. He decides it's time to quickly find what he's looking for and call it a day. He is searching for his humanity. But he can't find it anywhere. As he searches the refrigerator, he sees some juice boxes that spell out the words, "Blessing of the Sword God." Upon looking at the strangely arranged boxes, he reverts to being Liam. But he still can't find what he's looking for. He sees some juice boxes, and they seem to be spelling out a message for him. The message tells him to cut everything no matter what it is, and as soon as he reads it, a bright red light floods the refrigerator, enveloping him and bringing him back to reality. His left eye begins to darken, while a maniacal glint takes over his face, and it becomes clear that Liam is ready to eliminate everything and everyone in his path. The other henchmen don't realize they are already dead, and try to rush towards him to take him down. But Liam doesn't waste a second, meeting them halfway, and cutting down 3 of them with a single clean strike. Another pair of assassins approaches with their swords unsheathed, and our protagonist lunges easily over their attacks, spinning in the air, before slicing them from behind, killing them effortlessly. The men try to encourage each other not to be taken down by a single brat, and they rush to attack him all at once, while Ruishan, their leader, watches from the back as blood guts and body parts fly in every direction. As she watches her men being mercilessly slaughtered, she begins to question. If the person they are facing is really a cadet, he is clearly in a league completely different from all of them combined, and at this rate, they will all be annihilated. The henchman closest to her screams in fear, calling out to his captain to tell her what to do, but before Ruishan could even process what he was saying, Liam quickly appears beside him and ends his life in a single, swift motion. The boy was supposed to be an easy target for them, just a quick kill that they would forget by the end of the week, but now, all of her men are dead, and she will probably be next. Now she understands why the old man was promising such an absurd amount of money for someone. What was supposed to be a quick and easy death? That crazy old man pitted her against someone who is clearly no longer human. He must be a half-human, half-demon disguised as a cadet. Gideon's attention snaps back to her, and before Rhea can retreat, her back is already pinned as Gideon settles his weight on top of her, keeping her completely immobilized with a knife pressed against her throat. Gideon managed to end it all quickly. With 9 seconds remaining on his blessing of painlessness, his entire daily allotment had been used up because of Leon. And this group of assassins was in self-defense, but Gideon still wishes he didn't have to use it again. Fighting against humans is a completely different sensation, compared to fighting demonoids. Although he isn't proud of what he just did, his opponents were human butchers who were coming to take his life. There was no reason to show mercy, and he has no regrets. Now, the only person left to deal with is Rhea, and she has clearly lost all will to fight. He ties her hands to a tree, keeping her immobilized, then begins his interrogation. He asks who sent her. However, even in this situation, Rhea is a professional and won't let Gideon's intimidation get to her. But Gideon isn't going to give up so easily either. This is finally his chance to find out who has been hunting him. All he has to do is figure out how to get the information out of her. Gideon leans in close and asks if she's stupid. After all of her subordinates have been turned into fertilizer for the forest, and there's a good chance she'll be next if she continues to defy him. Rhea can't take it anymore and grinds her teeth in rage, convinced that Gideon is a demon. But now, even she can see why the Elder marked him for death. She tried to investigate Gideon before the mission, but all of his personal records had been wiped, including even his relatives and his parents. This makes Gideon pause in confusion, and the rest of Rhea's rambling falls on deaf ears. He has no idea what she's talking about. His family records being erased? He tries to remember his relatives and his parents, but suddenly, he realizes he can't even remember his family's faces. He desperately demands that she explain. As he draws his short blade from its sheath, he admits he was originally just planning to find out the name of the person who hired the group, and then he would have let her go in peace. But now that she's revealed something so disturbing, it seems he has no choice but to take this more seriously. He told her, clearly, that if she doesn't cooperate, she will end up losing an arm, a leg, and any other limb Gideon desires. As long as she can still talk in the end, he doesn't care how mutilated she becomes. Suddenly, the area fills with an immense magical pressure, pushing both Gideon and Rhea down. Gideon whips around, and sees the blood from the corpses rising into the air and flowing towards Rhea. The stoic expression on Rhea's face twists into pure terror as she sees the blood pooling around her body. Elsewhere, Siegfried takes advantage of the lull as a chance to fish with his brand new fishing rod. He hasn't caught a single fish since he started, but it's still nice to enjoy the rare peace and quiet, until a disturbance in the water makes him think. For an instant, he thinks he's about to hook something. But instead, fish are launched into the air. It's as if something terrible is shaking the very island itself, and he immediately realizes something is wrong. There's a terrifying amount of magical power in the air, comparable to that of a demon commander. As the blood completely envelops Rhea, she begins to groan in pain, begging Julian to help her as her skin starts to turn purple. Her eyes look broken as she begs Julian not to let her die. Then suddenly, a massive explosion detonates the area where Rhea was lying, and the enormous blast is bright and loud. It's enough to illuminate the entire island, and as the smoke from the explosion dissipates, Rhea is standing in the rubble. Except, this clearly isn't Rhea. Whoever this new person is, her skin is burning in patches all over her body, and the first thing she does is stretch and comment that she hasn't been in the human world for 700 years. This level of magical power makes the mermaid who almost killed Julian look like small fry. Furthermore, the unholy flame covering her body leaves Julian certain of who he is seeing. This person is the commander of the 5th Legion of the Demon King's army, the succubus demon, the bewitching flame, Ego. It seems that right after slowly turning into a demon himself, Julian is now about to face a demon commander. The dream demon cackles with delight as birds drop from the sky, scorched by the immense heat radiating from her. She asks Julian if this isn't how humans greet each other. After all, it's been 700 years since she last left the demon realm, so she's no longer accustomed to human customs. Right or wrong, she introduces herself all over again. She even says it's a pleasure to meet him before asking for his name, while Julian is still stunned into silence. As she continues to ask him questions he can barely even hear now, he struggles to dredge up his memories. He hopes that even the smallest and most seemingly useless fragments might serve as a mirror for him to see the future. For the greatest advantage Julian has right now, the one that has allowed him to survive in this world for so long, is his memory of playing Blessing of Miracles in his past life. From what he remembers, the succubus Ego is a fire-type demon. She's one of the Legion commanders, though her physical strength is rather average compared to the others. She excels at mental magic, and these are the basic details he recalls reading about Igor on the game's wiki from when he stopped playing. But he has no idea why Igor would descend to the human world after 700 years. And stranger still, she used possession to descend through Leishan as a host. He has no more time to think about it as Igor speaks to him again. She asks if he was the one who killed all the mercenaries scattered across the floor. From the moment she descended, she realized Ian is no ordinary human, and the fact that he's still standing with his mind intact after seeing her is proof that he possesses exceptional abilities. However, even so, just from his physical appearance, she can tell he's just a cub, but he will likely do well in the future. If that's the case, she comes to him with a proposal to make a contract with her. As she says this, she activates her mind control powers, completely enchanting Ian. As he stares at her, he tries to ask what she is doing to him, but she cuts him off. Before he can say anything, she tells him that Ian should feel honored, after all, for a Legion commander, to give him the special chance to become her slave. In the end, she knows that although humans may act nobly, they just end up judging one another and creating their own hierarchies. They pursue their own interests and kill others just to inflict pain, instead of letting him live in a world like that. She is now giving Ian the chance to dream a dream of glory with her. The mind control begins to take effect. As her words seep into his mind, the more he thinks about it, the more he can't help but agree with her. After all, humans just judge others and get in their own way. If he wants to survive, then accepting Igor's offer would be the right thing to do. Besides, His ultimate goal of survival will be much easier if he sides with the Demon King's army. His opponent is a demon, and not just any demon, but the succubus queen, Igor. That's why he has to fight against her influence and make his own decisions. As his mind barely manages to break through her powers, Igor realizes he undid her high-level magic. She begins to wonder if he broke free. Because she is currently inhabiting a vessel, she only made that contract with Lishan because of all his whining. But now she's starting to regret her decision as she continues to complain about her host. Ian starts to laugh. He finds her meaningless barking amusing and can't hold back his mirth. There's a brief silence as Igor struggles to comprehend what Ian just said, and then he draws his sashimi knife to answer her question about becoming a slave. With a quick slash of his blade through the empty air, he tells her to get lost. Igor smiles at his lack of manners. As flames begin to gather around them, Diana effortlessly sends slashing waves of fire in his direction, and she even yawns as he struggles to dodge her attacks, but our protagonist still hasn't even moved. At his full potential, he moves fast enough to attack her, forcing her to dodge and jump away. While laughing hysterically, the more they fight, the more she begins to desire him. Although her offer to make him her slave was only said half-jokingly, she decides to see just how far his abilities can truly go, and unleashes even more of her power at once, sending multiple fireballs at him. Kian easily cuts through them all, advancing through the wall of flames directly toward Igor. His increasingly dazzling skills only leave her more and more impressed with him as he closes in on her. She is forced to turn and run as he pursues her relentlessly, and he has clearly surpassed human limits, while she, on the other hand, is adapting very slowly. Despite several minutes having passed since he descended, our protagonist manages to catch up to her and turns to bury his knife in her back this time. Igor is genuinely concerned with Kian's speed for catching up to her so quickly. The two collide, releasing a massive explosion that shatters the earth around them. As the smoke clears, Igor is standing over Kian, easily catching his knife that was about to stab her just a moment ago. She remarks on his impatient personality and asks if he is in a hurry, saying he doesn't need to go anywhere, since Igor has all the time in the world for him. Kian, however, is in a hurry, and he knows there is no time to waste. With all his might, he shatters her grip, freeing his hand and lunging for another attack. His body begins to glow with his aura as he pushes himself even harder to end this fight. There is no time to waste, and the clock is slowly ticking down, until his blessing of painlessness runs out, leaving him completely vulnerable. Igor realizes that he is somehow getting even faster despite already surpassing what is humanly possible. The two continue to clash, sending sparks and flames flashing everywhere. As the seconds tick by, their battle grows ever brighter, until finally, his blessing of painlessness wears off, leaving Kian completely exhausted as he gasps heavily, barely able to stand as she towers over him now. Meanwhile, she has nothing to show for the brutal fight other than a severely cut hand covered in flames. If it weren't for the clauses that humans and demons signed 700 years ago, this battle would have been very different. As she gazes at her hand, she just can't get used to seeing her own red blood trickle from her multiple wounds. It almost feels as if she has become human herself, and so she uses her flames to completely heal her arm, leaving it as good as new. She approaches Kian, who can barely stand anymore, and tells him it would be a waste, leaving him as just a human. He has a fiery determination that consumes his very being, and it captivates her. He may lack refinement, but Eris is drawn to his fiery passion, and for someone his age, he might even hold more potential than the other boy, the one prophesied to be the vessel for the hero of old. Eris laughs as Kai continues to glare at her defiantly. Now that she has nearly adjusted to her new body, she begins to see Kai in a new light, wondering if he will be the one to fulfill the desires of the demons. To find out, Eris decides to give him one final test, to see if he is truly the one she seeks. She summons even more flames around him as she levitates into the air, and tells our protagonist that if he can survive her next attack, he passes. The flames surge, forming an orb in the Legion commander's hand, glowing brighter and hotter than anything she has unleashed so far. Kai's eyes begin to glaze over as she powers up. Eris tells him he has to withstand at least this much, as she hurls the miniature sun in his direction. At the same time, another figure bursts from the side, leaping toward them and placing himself in the path of the blast, to stop it from hitting Kai. It's Siegfried, and he has arrived just in time to save his young student from certain death as he uses all his strength to block the explosion of fire that was heading for Kai. He tells our protagonist to pull himself together and snap out of his stupor. Eris is slightly annoyed by the old man's sudden interference in their battle, and tells Siegfried not to meddle between them. However, the old man absolutely cannot let Kai fall in battle, especially with all the potential he has shown, since the Swordmaster has chosen to risk his life for Kai. Eris is more than willing to subject him to the challenge, to see if he can truly protect the younger boy. Meanwhile, Kai's consciousness drifts in an empty void as he struggles to regain his senses. His first thought is to wonder if he is dead. Hearing a cough from somewhere ahead, he barely manages to come to and sees someone standing before him. The first thing he sees is a smoldering stump where an arm should be, and as his vision clears, he sees the Sword Emperor standing before him with a missing arm. Despite his missing limb, the Sword Emperor is still determined to ensure that an unparalleled talent like Kai is not lost in vain in a meaningless battle like this. With all his strength, he used his sword and his bare hand to completely block an attack from a Legion commander, and even after losing his entire arm, he still stands before his student like a shield, a protective shield. All of this because he knows that the boy he is giving his life to protect, he will surely become the link between humans and demons, and he will grow to be the hope that breaks the chain. He notices that our protagonist seems to have come to his senses and tells him to rest for a while until his body recovers. From what Siegfried can see, the situation is dire, and he needs to hold his ground. While his student rests, Siegfried has already fought to the point of losing an arm. But the old man tells him not to worry about it, there is no need to use two hands to hold a sword. Anyway, for now Gian has to focus on recovering. Aegor is fed up with their small talk and calls out, "Siegfried, she doesn't understand how someone so past his prime is facing her magic head-on. After all, he is just a mere human, and should barely be able to think near her, let alone hold his ground like this." Siegfried doesn't answer, and instead tries to understand the situation he has gotten himself into now. He is facing Aegor, one of the Legion's commanders, and for someone of such a high rank to appear, they need to use flesh as an offering to loosen the barrier between the demon realm and the human world. From there, they can possess a human body that acts as a catalyst. Because of the backlash from the whole process, the demons can't unleash their full strength while possessing someone, but that doesn't change the fact that they are unstoppable disasters whenever they appear. Fortunately for them, it seems that Aegor and her current host body are not a good match. She is struggling against Guyan, which is understandable considering how overpowered he is. But she is even being pushed back by a dying old man she doesn't know what trick Siegfried used to be able to resist her for so long, but she will ensure that her next attack won't just end with him losing an arm. With that, she makes another charge towards him, and Siegfried responds in kind. Rushing towards her with his sword wielded in his one good arm, the two of them cross paths, and the old man manages to slice off her arm in retribution. Aegor screams in pain and rage. As her flaming arm falls lifelessly to the ground, she stares at him in shock, while Siegfried asks if she is scared yet. After all things are even between them, now this angers Aegor even more, and she launches another attack, generating massive flames that cover the entire area. Siegfried calmly holds his sword as it fills with aura. Preparing for a counterattack, he doesn't know exactly why she crossed over from the demon realm to the human world, but he can clearly see that her eyes are filled with fear. As the flames move towards him like a molten whip, the old man easily cuts through them and parries the attack. Then he leaps away from where he is moving faster than Aegor can see. Aegor still doesn't think Siegfried is a major threat, and is so busy mocking him that she barely notices. She won't allow her head to be cut off by his sword. In an instant, Siegfried appears beside her, unleashing a strike with his sword at her neck, which she barely manages to dodge. Siegfried has such a dense aura around him that she can't even sense his movements. It is then that she stops for a moment to look seriously at his face, and realizes that Siegfried is a descendant of Eren, one of the ancient heroes. Could this be the case? But Aegor tries to calm herself before panic takes over. After all, Siegfried is still just a human with a body far past its prime. There is no need for her to get so worked up over someone like that. She flies into the sky to put some distance between them. Then she summons a barrage of flaming spears above her head. Descendant of Eren or not, there is no way a body as frail as Siegfried's could dodge this attack. The spears fill the sky, and the heat is so overwhelming that even the clouds begin to yield. She laughs like a maniac, while Gian and Siegfried realize that this next one will be hard to dodge. Without giving them more than 1 second to think, she unleashes the flaming rain upon the ground. Siegfried may be old, but he still has a certain vigor in his step, moving fast enough to dodge the rain of fire. Gian can do nothing but watch and call out for his master. He would like to help him, but right now he is using all the strength he has left just to barely stay conscious. If he lets go of his sashimi knife, he might never be able to hold it again. Giving up his blessing in this situation would be basically suicide. Siegfried continues to jump and avoid the molten spears as they tear up the ground around him. With his one good arm, he strikes his sword at any attacks that get too close, perfectly slicing the fire spears in half. Even Igor praises him for his impressive display. With such an old body, she elevates him from a meddlesome insect to a scurrying rat in her eyes. But the attacks are still falling, and seem to have no end. Siegfried was not just blindly dodging the whole time. He was getting closer to her with every step, and is now within jumping distance. As he closes the distance, he agrees with her that demons are indeed absurdly stronger than humans. In his youth, he resented the world after accepting this fact, understanding that his effort alone would not be enough to overcome it. But he realized something now, that he has reached old age. Igor scoffs at him as he speaks, but although her words are dismissive, she cannot ignore the raw skill that shows how experienced the old man is with the sword. Siegfried is almost within striking distance, and she still has not found a weakness to exploit. Then, just as he gets close, she notices his left side, where his arm is missing, is completely open, and it is an easy target for an attack. She smiles as an idea occurs to her, and tells Siegfried to keep babbling. The old man leaps into the air, his sword ready for the final blow. He shouts to Igor. He tells her that humans can develop and evolve, even in hopeless situations, and that's what demons fear the most, which is why they are constantly trying to invade the human world with that. Siegfried finally reaches striking distance and raises his hand above his head for the final blow as soon as he is close enough. Igor starts to laugh with a swift flick of her hand. A spear of fire erupts from the ground, piercing his foot. With that, Siegfried's heroic leap is stopped, leaving him completely exposed for a final attack. Igor doesn't waste a second. She closes the distance between them, placing her hand on his chest. She is tired of hearing his chatter, and there's only one way to end it. With that, she fires a blast of fire from her palm that goes straight through the Sword Emperor's stomach. The beam then explodes, completely engulfing the old man in bright flames as Igor steps back once again, looking bored with the whole fight. Siegfried spits blood and falls to his knees, coughing in pain. His body is on fire, his arm is missing, and there's a hole the size of a bowling ball in his stomach. Honestly, the old man has definitely seen better days now that he is well and truly defeated. Igor places a flaming foot on his head, pinning him to the ground, with no strength left in his body. It seems Siegfried has no more words to say. Igor knows humans well, whether it was 700 years ago or today. The heroic types are always so cliché. The mighty Sword Emperor can't even open his mouth to argue as she destroys him with her words. Kian calls for his teacher again, still barely able to move or do anything to save him. Igor had almost forgotten about the boy, but her attention turns back to him after his shout. For the first time since they met, she calls him by his name and approaches to continue the conversation, and that was interrupted by Siegfried's arrival. Now that the intruder issue is resolved, it's time for her to give him the results of the test she gave him earlier. The Sword Emperor tries in vain to scream for his student to run, but it's already too late. Kian passed her test, and as a reward, he gets another taste of mind control. His already weakened mind can barely resist as the Legion commander places her flaming hands on his body and her eyes. Kian will surely serve as a perfect host for the hopes of the demon race. She lovingly tells him they will see each other in hell, while Siegfried screams for her not to turn her back on the enemy. To go after a young cadet, she scoffs at his attempts to save our protagonist. As she prepares a seal on her tongue, she has no desire to linger with an old man like Siegfried. Her attention is fully on Kian. She leans in and places her tongue on his forehead, giving him a demonic mark as a seal of approval for passing her test. With that, Kian falls to the ground apparently completely overpowered by the demon woman's magic. The demonic mark takes root in his head and spreads throughout his entire body, covering him completely with her power. The system detects the unauthorized external intrusion immediately and begins to go haywire. It automatically activates its self-defense program, but just like with the Sword God's blessing, the program cannot be executed because the user's level and the world line are too low. So instead, the system uses Hydrazil as a catalyst to temporarily raise Damian's level. Next, it uses its restriction to readjust and synchronize the world line. If you have no idea what that means, dear viewer, it means our protagonist is about to be completely annihilated, and Agora is toast. Damian's synchronization level increases from 12.7 to 99%, and then finally 100%. With that, the condition for his mysterious sealed power has been met. Damian is about to awaken. Meanwhile, Siegfried still tries to fight the demoness, overconfident, but in his weakened and injured state, he is barely a threat. He is much slower, but even so, she can't help but praise the fact that he is still moving despite his injuries. It's not too hard for her to understand, since insects are known to keep moving even after their heads are cut off. Siegfried still tries to fight back, while Agora playfully dodges his attacks. Even if it costs him his life, he is determined to take her with him. His blade glows with his aura, and Agora notices the color, exactly like the aura the Sword Saint used 700 years ago in the war. His aura ignited, a last desperate effort fueled by his final breath. Agora knew she had to kill the old man, once and for all before he became a bigger problem. She rushed toward him for one final battle, and Siegfried prepared to face her head-on, but they were both interrupted when a blast of magic descended from the sky, striking Agora and shaking her to the core. She turned, a snarl on her face, as she searched for the magic's origin, and her eyes widened. At first, she thought she was looking at Damian, but this definitely couldn't be the boy. An ancient and unpleasant chill ran through her body upon seeing the glowing form approach them. She hadn't felt this kind of presence in 700 years. The system elevated and manifested the strength and level of all of Damian's blessings, including the blessing of painlessness and the blessing of regeneration. Then it used the blessing of transference to halt the deterioration and damage to the world line, with the other two blessings. A low growl escaped Agora's lips as she glared at the person who dared to interfere with her plans. So she called out to the person in the air above them, Joachim. Damian descended from the sky toward them, the sword god's blessing temporarily deactivated. The system announced that the gods should bear witness as he bestowed the blessing of pseudo-summoning. Elsewhere on the island, Abby rested her sword on her back as she walked through the dense forest. Today was the last day of the training exercise, but as she walked, a sense of unease washed over her. Something was wrong. It was almost 7 in the morning. Hero checked his phone, his expression tinged with disbelief. Apple woke up behind her and asked what she was doing, wandering around when it wasn't even dawn yet. But she told him that dawn had already passed long ago, the sunrise had passed, and yet, the sky remained completely dark, as if it were still the middle of the night, regardless of what was happening. It was time for the cadets to return to the academy, where everyone was supposed to meet. Even Khloe and Rachel, who were sleeping soundly, dreaming of the mud kangaroo. Other cadets were also waking up and realizing it was time to gather at the return point. Yuru tightened the strap of her bag, a knot of unease tightening in her stomach. This was not a good sign. Back on the battlefront, the smoke swirled, but did not dissipate. As Dima calmly descended, Nawa's mind was reeling. She couldn't believe that Joachim, of all people, would suddenly appear. The flicker of fear that Siegfried had seen in her eyes now took over her entire expression. But when our protagonist's feet touched the ground, crackling with electricity, Nawa saw him clearly for the first time. It wasn't the Joachim she had feared for 700 years. Instead, it was Dima, the boy she had been toying with just 5 minutes ago. Thinking clearly now, she realized it was careless to think that this could be Joachim. No matter how strong he was 700 years ago, he was still human. There was no way he could still be alive. But that didn't stop the cold wave of dread that washed over her as Dima approached. A feeling so immense that her once sharp and clear tactical mind now seemed clouded and slow. And as for Siegfried, during all this chaos, he could only stare with his breath caught in his throat, as if basking in the light of a new god. As soon as Dima got close enough, his knees gave out, and he knelt in respect. Dima stared at him for a moment before raising his hands. Instantly, Siegfried's wounds began to close. Once Siegfried was taken care of, Dima closed his eyes to concentrate, then he opened them, and a crackle of raw power erupted from him. The electricity coursing through him exploded to engulf the entire area. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared. Before Nawa could even blink, he reappeared behind her, and began to walk towards her. The Legion commander stood paralyzed, her brain struggling to process. What was happening? She couldn't get a clear grasp of his form. It was as if his very existence was now beyond her comprehension, she wondered. If it was because of the weak body she was inhabiting, but it was definitely more than that. This is impossible, she thought. This whole situation is beyond understanding. But of one thing, she was certain: the being before her was no longer human. If that's the case, then she had to take back what she had just said. She apologized to Damian for retracting her words as she crouched down. Drawing magma from the earth for a massive attack, it was a shame she had to use all her strength to eliminate him. Now his body would have been an excellent vessel, but if she didn't take him down here, he would definitely become someone who would block the path of the demon race. Damian watched calmly. As she charged a powerful attack in her hands, the magma from below broke through the ground and took form before him. Then she gathered it all, transforming it into a massive fireball that she held. Over her head, Siegfried's eyes widened, his teeth clenched. At the sheer display of raw power, Damian, however, watched the approaching inferno. Without a flicker of emotion on his face, she sent the massive fireball towards Damian, wishing him a final farewell with a promise to see each other again in hell. The enormous fireball shot towards Damian and Siegfried, so large that it tore up the earth as it flew towards them. Siegfried could only watch in horror at the sheer size of the attack, powerless to stop it, but Damian moves forward as the inferno flies towards them for the first time since his transformation. He speaks. Inside him, the system furiously calculates the world line is unstable. This new form can only be maintained for 60 seconds, but for what he's about to do, 60 seconds is an eternity. The world seems to hold its breath as he walks towards the fireball, his only intention to cut it as perfectly as possible, and countless potential cutting lines appear on the flaming sphere, but his eyes lock onto the one true path. He activates a new power. 1,000 swords in a single fluid motion. His will manifests, cutting not just the fireball but far beyond it, striking Nora where she stands. Her hand still outstretched, the fireball detonates in a blinding flash of light that erases everything. When it dissipates, Nora's body collapses, bisected by a flawless line. She hits the ground with no energy left, her blood pooling like molten magma, her mana source. The very core of her being has been severed as she lies dying. Her eyes turn to the sky across the island the other cadets point towards. Above them, the oppressive darkness that blanketed the sky was torn asunder by a single, perfect slash, allowing the morning sun to finally break through. They don't understand what happened, only thinking that the sunrise on this island is very, very strange. Back on the battlefield, Damian's transformation fades. The immense power leaves his body, and he collapses, unconscious. Seeing her chance, the Legion commander begins to crawl towards the boy. She cannot accept such a pathetic death, but more importantly, she now sees that a being like Damian will become a calamity for the entire demon race. Using the last remnants of her energy, she prepares a final spell, but she is interrupted as a sword blade erupts from her mouth, having been thrust clean through the back of her head. Siegfried stands over her, his face grim. "I warned you," he says. "Never turn your back on the enemy." He pours his aura into the blade, and her defiant screams are finally extinguished as her body disintegrates into nothing, her last embers fading away. Siegfried finally declares his name to the empty battlefield. "My name is not descendant of Aaron. It is Siegfried von Nibelung." He then turns to the unconscious Damian and examines him. His breathing is stable, and there are no fatal injuries. His life is not in danger. But as he looks at the boy, Siegfried wonders what he is. He remembers how his body moved on its own, how he was compelled to kneel, as a sign of courtesy. It was an unconscious response, a deep instinct within a swordsman. Since ancient times, humans have believed that an incomprehensible will resides in all of creation. Storms, comets, lightning from a clear sky. These supernatural and superhuman forces have always been objects of fear, but also of worship. Over the years, people have given them names. They called such things calamities, or gods. And with that, we come to the end of this recap. Honestly, I don't even know what score to give this manhwa. Damian's journey was incredible, full of ups and downs, and that ending was simply epic. But now I want to hear from you. What did you think? Let me know your rating from 0 to 10 in the comments below, and tell me what your favorite part was. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next one.